Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like the videos and subscribe the channel. By the way, guys, thanks for your generous donations. And since you guys showed the channel so much love, so as a good host, I present you one more long video. Ethan and Joanne stepped into the portal, leaving behind the young princess, who would remain in their hearts forever. The sound of sobbing could be heard in the clearing as Joanne clung to her brother. Ethan held his sister and lightly patted her head. He knew that Princess Ramona was someone whom Joanne would forever treasure, even though they were now far apart. It took half an hour before Joanne finally regained her composure. However, her eyes were red and her face was flushed. The young man used his handkerchief to wipe her tears away until she finally calmed down. "Should we return to Kerwaidian?" Ethan asked. Joanne nodded sadly. Ethan summoned his wind dancer and had his sister ride behind him. When they finally rose in the air, Ethan and Joanne saw something in the distance, which made both of their eyes widen in shock. "Brother, let's get closer," Joanne said. "Okay," Ethan replied as he flew in the direction of two statues, which he believed to be over 100 meters tall. When they got near, Joanne couldn't help but cover her lips in surprise. The two statues were of her and Princess Ramona. They were like guardians, standing on a pathway that led to a temple behind them. Suddenly, Ethan felt a power surge into him out of nowhere, washing over his body and filling him with strength. He could tell that this power was different from magic, because he didn't feel his magic reserves increase. Instead, he felt his body grow stronger, making him believe that he could shatter a boulder with a single punch. "What's happening?" Ethan thought as he stared at his hand in disbelief. "That's the power of faith, Ethan," Ethan's other half commented. "Congratulations on having your own religion with countless believers." "I had a feeling that this would happen," Sebastian thought. "I just didn't expect that it would become a reality." While Ethan was still trying to understand what was happening to him, his sister tapped his shoulder and pointed at the temple in the distance. "Let's go there, brother," Joanne stated. "The two of you can go, but you should change your appearance," Ethan's other half advised. "You don't want to suddenly get mobbed, do you? Your sister can use illusion magic to a certain extent, so ask her to hide your face." Ethan deemed that his other half's advice was worth listening to, so he told his sister about it. Joanne realized that the temple was filled with people who worshipped her brother, and that they might get in trouble if they suddenly appeared with their real appearance. So, she used her illusion magic to change their looks. She made both of them look average, so that they wouldn't get too much attention from the people in the temple. After making sure that their disguise was perfect, Ethan flew toward the temple. Just as they were about to fly past the two statues, 4 ladies with flight magic blocked their path and prevented them from proceeding. "Flying is not allowed over the temple," a lady, who seemed to be in her early 20s, declared. "If you wish to visit the temple of the Tidebringer, please go down and walk through the path like everyone else." Ethan awkwardly scratched his head before apologizing to the shrine maidens, guarding the two statues that founded the Tidebringer's religion. The young man descended to the ground and held Joanne's hand. The brother and sister walked past the two statues and looked at the temple. Joanne seemed to be feeling anxious and excited at the same time. Her steps were fast, almost dragging Ethan with her. The young man adjusted his pace to match his sister's until they finally arrived at the gate of the temple. "Are you perhaps first-timers?" An old lady who sat beside the entrance asked with a smile. "Yes, Grandma," Ethan replied. "This is our first time visiting this temple." "I see," the old lady nodded in understanding. "Just make sure to not disrespect the other believers and to not talk loudly. Also, please don't vandalize or destroy any of the mementos inside the temple." Ethan smiled. Understood. After receiving the old lady's permission, the two entered the temple. The first thing that they saw was the picture frame in the center of the temple. It was none other than Ethan's 5-meter-tall picture frame, where he had a gentle smile on his face as he looked forward, holding his sea god's trident. Of course, this was the version where he wasn't wearing any upper clothes. If Lyall were here, she would definitely not hesitate to grab the picture frame and take it back home with her. Even Ethan had to admit that it was a good shot. But seeing his picture like this, and thinking about how it was being worshipped by countless believers, he felt conflicted. The temple had a serene and peaceful vibe, so Ethan and Joanne simply approached the artifacts displayed at the sides of the temple and checked them one by one. One of the artifacts was a framed picture of Princess Ramona, and Joanne holding each other's hands with smiles on their faces. At the bottom of the picture frame was some kind of plaque with words written on it. "My beloved friend, Joanne Valentin, the person who taught me how to be strong. If our paths cross again, I wish to see a smile instead of tears in your eyes. Ramona von Magdar, Saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer." Joanne raised her hand to lightly touch the words that were written on the plaque. She was feeling sad, and yet there was a soothing warmth that was spreading inside her chest. It was as if Princess Ramona had foreseen that Joanne would come and visit the temple in the future, so she made sure to leave a message behind for her best friend. The other artifacts in the temple were things that the believers had made over the years. Some of them were accessories, sculptures, and paintings. At the back of the temple, there was a giant tree with countless paper scrolls hanging from its branches. A lady sat on one of its roots and was reading the book in her hands. "This is the wishing tree," the lady said as she raised her head to look at the two people who had arrived. "If you have wishes, feel free to write it down. After that, I will tie it up on the tree. A wish is worth a copper coin. Every donation will be used for the maintenance of the temple, as well as for the funding of the Tidebringers orphanage." Joanne didn't hesitate and wrote her wish on a paper scroll. Ethan, who didn't want to wish for anything, glanced at his sister's wish and smiled faintly. "I hope that our paths will cross once again." That was the wish that Joanne wrote. She then waved her wand and sent her wish to the topmost branch of the tree, personally tying it with her magic. The lady, who was responsible for supervising the wishing tree, only smiled because this was a very common sight among those who visited the temple for the first time. Only those who couldn't use magic would ask for her help to have their wish tied to one of the branches of the tree. But to her surprise, instead of a copper coin, the young lady gave her a pouch filled with gold coins. "Take it and make sure to use it well." Joanne crossed her arms over her chest. "If I find out that you didn't use it for the temple and the orphanage, I will make you sorry. Do I make myself clear?" "Thank you, kind benefactor," the lady said in a respectful tone. "I swear upon my oath that this donation will go to where it is intended. You have my word." "Good." Joanne nodded before grabbing her brother's hand and walking towards the exit. There was nothing more to see, and she had no intention of worshiping her brother like a believer, so she deemed that it was time for them to go. The brother and sister pair exited the temple. As they were approaching Princess Ramona's and Joanne's statues, the two of them saw 3 people waiting for them. Ethan and Joanne didn't expect that they would see familiar faces in this place, which made them happy and confused at the same time. "Welcome back to the present, Ethan. I didn't know what you did in the past, but having your own temple and religion, I'm sure your grandmother will brag to all of her friends when she gets wind of this." The young man's adoptive father, Wallace Gremory, winked at the young man, making Ethan look at him in disbelief. Accompanying him were none other than Fortuna and Enzo, who looked relieved after seeing that their young master and young miss were both safe. Behind Enzo and Fortuna were 2 beautiful ladies, looking at Ethan with tears and smiles on their faces. They were none other than Emma and Lilith, who hadn't seen Ethan for more than a month. Ethan and Joanne glanced at each other before walking toward the people who had come to pick them up after their long journey. "How did you all know that we would be here?" Ethan asked. "Our Lord told us that you would be here," Enzo replied before bowing respectfully. "Welcome back. Young master, young miss." Fortuna, Emma, and Lilith also bowed their heads, feeling happy that their journey to the land of Alaster bore fruit. "I know that you have a lot of questions, but it will be best if we talk on the flying ship," Wallace said. "We have a long journey ahead of us, so we should depart as soon as we can." It would take them a week to return to Caerwaidian. During that time, Wallace, Enzo, Fortuna, Emma, and Lilith would hear Ethan's and Joanne's stories about the things they did. They would also come to know why the young lady had her own statue and why her brother had his own religion, which had caught them by surprise the moment they arrived in the Magdar Kingdom. "We came here a week ago because we were told that you and Joanne would appear here," Wallace said. "The patriarchs of the Protector clans received a letter from their lord and told us to come here to pick the two of you up." Ethan frowned because he didn't expect that the moment they arrived in the present, Wallace, Enzo, Fortuna, Emma, and Lilith would be there to meet them. "If you were sent here, then whoever that lord is knew that Joanne and I were sent to the past in the lands of Alaster," Ethan commented. "Also, I believe that he is also the one responsible for dragging my sister into the river of Okanos." Wallace nodded, because he also thought that way. "But it seems that having your sister sent to the past with you was a good opportunity to close the distance between the two of you," Wallace said as he glanced at Joanne, who was currently talking to Fortuna and Enzo about her adventure. "Yes," Ethan replied softly. "This trip has been a memorable experience for me." "More memorable than the previous time?" Wallace asked out of curiosity. "Both experiences have taught me a lot of things," Ethan answered. "It also allowed me to meet people whom I thought I would never meet again." Wallace noticed that the young man's voice had a tinge of sadness in it, so he decided to wait for him to open up, instead of asking him questions about what had happened in the past. "By the way, since you've been here for a week, did you learn anything about Princess Ramona?" Ethan inquired. "Are you talking about the saintess that founded the Order of the Tidebringer?" Wallace arched an eyebrow. "Well, we did know a few things about her. According to the written history, she was the best friend of the Tidebringer's sister, Lady Joanne." The handsome man glanced at Ethan's sister with a smile, because he couldn't forget the surprised expressions on Enzo's, Fortuna's, Emma's, and Lilith's faces after seeing a giant statue of their young miss in a faraway kingdom. "But the greatest surprise was seeing the framed picture of you being worshipped by believers," Wallace chuckled. "Please, don't tell your grandma about this. I'm sure she will think that I am lying and ask me to bring her to the Magdar Kingdom to verify it." Ethan nodded because the mere thought of his grandmother visiting the temple and saying, "That's my grandson right there," was enough to make him feel extremely embarrassed. A few minutes later, Ethan decided to take the initiative to tell his father everything that had happened on the island. How he met Illumina, whose rainbow scale was used to make his wand, and the battle against the avatar of the progenitor of pestilence, Iras. Wallace's expression became solemn when Ethan started to narrate all that had happened in that particular battle. He and Ethan were not aware that Joanne, Emma, Lilith, Fortuna, and Enzo had come to where they were talking to listen to the young man's story. "You're lucky that you survived such a battle," Wallace commented after Ethan finished his story. "Not everyone can live through such an ordeal to tell their tale about battling a progenitor, even if it was just their avatar." Ethan nodded. "Back then, I really thought that I was a goner. Iras's strength was at an entirely new level compared to the people that I have faced in the past. Father, if not for your lessons, I might have died when Iras took me inside his domain." Wallace smiled faintly and gave Ethan a brief nod. "I've been meaning to ask you this since earlier, but are you feeling some kind of power washing over your body right now?" Wallace inquired. "A power that is different from magic." Ethan nodded, which made his adoptive father look at him with a solemn gaze. "What you are feeling right now is something that only deities are supposed to possess," Wallace stated. "That is the power of fate. It is something that every race in the world directs to a handful of individuals. For example, the fairies. They only worship 3 people. The fairy king, Oberon. The fairy queen, Titania. And last but not the least, the water fairy queen Celestia. Raising his 3 fingers, Wallace further explained why they were beings that stood above the apex of the world. The power of faith is a power that only the progenitors and the colossi can harness, Wallace explained. This is what makes them strong. The different races also have their own beings to worship. For the dragons, there are 2 dragons, who they worship, Tiamat and Bahamut. They are just a few examples of the beings who possess power that transcends the norm. And one of the reasons why they are that strong is because of the power of faith. The handsome man then pointed at Ethan's chest, particularly over his beating heart. And now you also possess that power, Wallace stated. I know that you will not abuse it, but make sure to remember that this power belongs to the beliefs of countless people. People who believe that you are a kind and compassionate being. Ethan nodded in understanding. I promise that I won't abuse it. A minute later, Joanne asked everyone a question. Then, what happened to Ramona? Joanne asked. Did she live a fulfilling and happy life? The 3 adults glanced at each other before Fortuna stepped forward to answer Joanne's question. The saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer was said to have played an important role in the early days of its conception, Fortuna replied. I don't know if she lived a happy life because, according to the records, she was a very devout steward who made sure that the order would function even if she was gone. The matriarch of the Meredith clan paused before continuing her story. But something unexpected happened, Fortuna said. On the eve of the Saintess' 18th birthday, she stepped down from her position as Saintess and handed it over to her successor. After that, it was said that she went on a journey, never to be seen or heard from again. What? Joanne couldn't help but stutter after hearing what Fortuna had to say. She disappeared. How is that possible? Are you sure about this information? Ethan, who was also listening to Fortuna's story, couldn't help but frown. He wasn't too worried about Princess Ramona's safety, because the Shadow Rats and Illumina were there to protect her. What he couldn't understand was why no one had seen or heard anything from her after she passed her position as Saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer to another. Calm down, Joanne, Ethan said as he hugged his sister. I'm sure that Ramona didn't face any danger. She had so many protectors looking out for her, so it would have been impossible for her to suddenly disappear without a reason. All right, Joanne, who finally gained a bit of her composure, nodded. I trained her in magic, so she would have been safe. I also made sure that everyone in the Magdar Kingdom would protect her, so she should be fine. Right, Ethan also nodded. Maybe she and Illumina just went on another adventure, and she didn't plan to return to the Magdar Kingdom again after leaving. I'm sure that things will be fine. We can just ask Illumina when we meet her again. Ethan had already extended his senses over the sea, and even called out to Illumina. However, the mermaid princess didn't return his call, which meant that she might not be in the seas surrounding the lands of Alester at that moment. We have also done a bit more research about Princess Ramona, Emma commented. But aside from the years she spent in expanding the influence of the Order of the Tidebringer, we didn't find anything else aside from the fact that everyone said that she was a kind, charismatic, capable, and very beautiful saintess. Of course she was, Joanne stated, feeling proud about her best friend's achievement. I raised her that way. Ethan couldn't help but smile after hearing Joanne's reply. It just proved how much she loved the princess, who was also her very first best friend. Brother, make sure to ask Illumina about Ramona, okay? Joanne pleaded. I want to hear everything, so make sure to tell her not to leave out any important information. Understood, Ethan nodded. We'll ask her together. Joanne also nodded. If her best friend had lived a happy and fulfilling life, she would definitely be happy as well. But the way she disappeared after becoming 18 years old made her feel anxious about the fate of her friend. The wishing tree, located in the temple of the Tidebringer. The small paper scroll that contained Joanne's wish slowly untied itself and fell from the tree. It then landed on the palm of a teenage girl, who slowly opened it to read what was written there. A moment later, a faint smile appeared on the teenage girl's face before she walked the path back to the temple. The members of the Order of the Tidebringer, whom she passed along the way, all bowed their heads in respect and admiration towards her. "It seems that the saintess is happy today," one of the believers said. "She's smiling." "Indeed," another believer nodded. "Seeing her smile like that is extremely rare. I'm sure that something good happened." While the believers were chatting with each other, the teenage girl arrived at her personal quarters within the temple. She then gazed up at the 5-meter-tall picture frame, where 3 people were hugging each other, with smiles on their faces. The teenage girl once again read Joanne's letter and smiled. "I wish that our paths will cross once again." The teenage girl then pressed the scroll to her chest and closed her eyes. "Soon," the teenage girl said softly, "I will meet the 2 of you soon." From within her shadow, dozens of shadow rats emerged and bowed their heads, waiting for her order. Just like their master, they were also very excited to meet the young man, who had changed their fates for the better. After a week of traveling, the group finally returned to Caerwaidian. To everyone's surprise, there was a beautiful lady who was waiting for them in the wide, open space in front of the castle, where the flying ship would land. As soon as the ship had safely landed on the ground, Joanne cried out and flew towards the lady with tears in her eyes. "Mom!" Joanne shouted, as her mother, Lady Catherine, opened her arms wide and caught her daughter in a loving embrace. The moment the young lady jumped into her arms. "Joanne, I missed you," Catherine said as she held her daughter tightly. The young lady, on the other hand, cried in mother's arms because it had been more than half a year since she last saw her. Ethan, who had seen his mother in the past, watched this scene from the deck of the ship with a smile on his face. "Aren't you going down there as well?" Wallace asked. "Not right now," Ethan replied. "Joanne has been bottling up a lot of heartaches in her heart. It would be best if she monopolized her mother for now." "You talk as if Lady Catherine is not your mother," Fortuna commented with disapproving gaze. "Of course she is also my mother," Ethan replied. "I was able to meet her once before this, and we talked a bit during that time." Fortuna and Enzo, who were about to introduce Ethan to their lady, looked at the young man in surprise. They thought that this would be his first time meeting his birth mother, and it would be an emotional reunion. However, Ethan looked calm and collected, as if everything was under his control. While it was true that he also wanted to hug his mother, he believed that, right now, Joanne needed their mother more than him. Wallace watched the 2 ladies with his arms crossed over his chest. This was his first time seeing Ethan's mother, and a glance was enough to tell him that Ethan had inherited her eyes and aesthetic features. "And where is that bastard?" Wallace thought as he glanced in the surroundings, looking for the man with long black hair and red eyes, who had met with him before Ethan's adoptive father started his journey towards the Magdar Kingdom. It was Wallace's first time to meet Ethan's biological father, and back then, he didn't hesitate to punch the latter to the face. Surprisingly, Ethan's father didn't even bother to dodge his attack and allowed the punch to hit him. "I deserve that and more. I feel ashamed that I was not able to protect him shortly after his birth. But if you are going to punch me, can you not punch like a woman? Put more strength into your punch next time." Those were the words that Lou Valentin had said to Wallace during their first meeting. Wallace was annoyed by the man's arrogance, so he punched him over and over again until his knuckles bled. However, the most he managed to do was give the black-haired man a bloody nose, which the latter healed in a span of a few seconds. After that, Lou disappeared, leaving Wallace with another strong urge to beat the crap out of him. After what seemed like forever, Catherine raised her head and made a gesture for Ethan to come to her. She was still hugging Joanne, but she wanted to hold her 2 children at the same time. "Go," Wallace gave Ethan's back a slight push. Ethan nodded and jumped off the flying ship. He landed perfectly on the ground and walked towards his mother, who reached out one of her hands towards him. Ethan smiled faintly as he hugged Catherine and Joanne at the same time, making the family of 3 bask in each other's warmth. Fortuna wiped away the tears that were flowing from her eyes because the scene felt so emotional to her. Enzo, on the other hand, just smiled and crossed his arms over his chest. As the patriarch of one of the Protector clans, he was very happy that Ethan had been reunited with his family again. After hugging her son and daughter for several minutes, Catherine pulled them towards the palace doors so that they could talk and catch up on many things. Once the three were safely inside the palace, Wallace sensed a gaze aimed in his direction, which made him raise his head to look at one of the towers of the palace. There, he saw Ethan's father, Lou, looking at him with a calm expression on his face. The two stared at each other for a brief moment before they exchanged a nod of acknowledgement to each other. "Tonight we're having a feast," Fortuna declared. "Enzo, you go and inform the others. I'll go home and tell everyone to prepare." "Understood." Enzo nodded before jumping off the flying ship and disappearing into thin air. Emma and Lilith, who were left on the flying ship, glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. They would also return to their families and return later to celebrate the reunion between Ethan and his family members. Wallace, who had been left alone on the ship, took out a pipe and started to smoke. He had accompanied his son to meet his parents in a faraway land, and now that he had done his duty, he felt that the thorn that had been lodged inside his body for a long time had finally been pulled out. "I'm sure that mother would have a lot to say if she was here," Wallace thought. "I'm sure she would have beaten up that bastard using that spiked bat she likes to carry around with her." The thought of her mother shouting abuse towards Lou while bashing him with her spiked bat made Wallace chuckle. However, since Agnes wasn't there, he could only imagine the what-ifs if she had traveled with them. Inside the Palace of Caerwyddion, Ethan and Joanne sat beside Catherine as she continued to hug the two of them at the same time. Joanne was currently talking about her best friend, Princess Ramona, and sharing her experiences in the Magdar Kingdom with her mother. Ethan, on the other hand, remained silent and would only talk whenever Joanne asked for his confirmation about something. Catherine listened to her daughter's story without saying a word. She felt happy and sad at the same time that her daughter managed to recognize someone as her best friend. Happy because Joanne seemed to love her best friend very much. Sad because she had to part with Princess Ramona, who had helped melt the ice in her daughter's heart, allowing her to open up to other people aside from her family. They talked and talked, not knowing how much time had passed. Only when they noticed that it was dark inside the room did they realize that it was already evening. As if waiting for that moment, they heard a knock on the door, and Fortuna's words reached their ears. "Mistress, young master, young miss, dinner is served," Fortuna said. "Please proceed to the dining hall." "Thank you, Fortuna," Catherine replied. "We will be there shortly." Ethan's mother then held her children's hands and stood up from the couch. "I'm sure that you're hungry and tired from your journey," Catherine said. "Let's eat together and continue our chat. I want to hear more of your stories, especially about Princess Ramona and Illumina." Joanne happily nodded because she had lots of stories to tell. She spent half a year in the lands of Alester and had traveled to many places alongside her best friend, whom she believed had lived her life to the fullest. Ethan also nodded and followed his mother towards the dining hall. However, as they walked inside the hallway of the palace, the young man couldn't help himself from sensing the gaze of at least 3 powerful individuals who seemed to be aware of the changes that were currently happening inside his body. "Ignore them for now, Ethan," Ethan's other half commented. "I'm sure they will show themselves sooner or later. Also, they are not your enemies, so there's no need for you to be guarded against them." Ethan nodded in understanding and relaxed a bit. He didn't know where these gazes were coming from, but one thing was clear. All 3 of them were incredibly powerful. Now that he had gained the power of faith, his senses had become sharper and stronger. Because of this, he was able to tell that one of the 3 gazes that were observing him from a place that he couldn't reach belonged to a progenitor. A progenitor who was waiting for him to return to Caerwyddion, so that the 2 of them could talk, and Ethan could finally come to understand the true reason why his family was forced to abandon him in the world of the ordinarius. The dining hall of the castle was very lively as Emma, Lilith, Wallace, and the leaders of the Protector clans sat down to have dinner alongside Ethan, Joanne, and Catherine. They ate and chatted, with music playing in the background. Catherine was truly happy that her son and daughter were finally with her. However, she also felt a little sad because her husband refused to meet Ethan at this time. She could understand that Lou was still frustrated and guilty about his inability to protect their firstborn 18 years ago. However, it was a fact that if they hadn't left Ethan back then in the world of the ordinarius, the fate he would have suffered would have been much worse. Perhaps his consciousness and even his soul would have been erased completely, leaving only a vessel behind. When dinner ended, Catherine led Ethan and Joanne towards the hidden staircase inside the palace, which led deep underground. The spiraling staircase seemed unending, and only the torches that lit the surroundings in a purple light guided them toward their destination. Ethan could feel something inside his body stirring, making his heart beat faster. For some reason, a thought came to his mind. He was going back to his origin. His body heated up, as if reacting to whatever was waiting for them at their destination. After nearly half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the bottom of the staircase. A mirror, which was over 6 meters in height, stood there. However, it was not reflecting anything on its dark surface. "Ethan, the patron of the Valentin family, is on the other side of that mirror," Catherine said softly. "The real reason why we were forced to abandon you, mere days after you were born, lies on the other side. But before you go, let me just say one thing. We did our best to protect you, but unfortunately, it was not enough to keep you safe. I'm sure that deep inside your heart, you still carry resentment toward me and your father. I cannot even imagine the hardships you faced growing up without your parents. I know it's a bit late, but I hope that we can start over again. This time, we want to do it right. But before that, you deserve to know the truth first." Catherine's voice broke a bit as she said her last words. Having noticed that, Joanne gave her mother's hand a light squeeze as her way of telling her that everything was going to be fine. "I'll be back, Mother," Ethan nodded. "We still have a lot of things to talk about." The young man then turned to face the mirror and walked toward it. Just like what his mother had said, he felt like someone was inviting him to enter the mirror. Since the answer to his questions lay on the other side, he didn't hesitate to meet the so-called patron of the Valentin family, whom he believed he already met in the lands of Alastair. When the young man's body passed through the mirror, a faint gust of wind blew over Catherine's and Joanne's body. A moment later, a man with long dark hair and red eyes appeared beside them. "Dad!" Joanne cried out and hugged her father, who crouched down to hug her back. "I missed you, Joanne," Lou said softly. "Dad, why didn't you show yourself earlier?" Joanne asked. "Why are you hiding from Brother?" Lou smiled bitterly before lightly patting his daughter's head. "I don't have the courage to face your brother," Lou replied. "At least not now." The handsome man glanced at the mirror and sighed in his heart. Earlier, he had tried to gather the courage to appear in front of his son, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't do it. He would rather fight demons and Balors in the lands of Sarakale than face his son, who might have resented him all his life. Lou wasn't afraid to face the fiercest and strongest champions that their enemies would throw at him. And yet, the guilt he held in his heart made him unable to even appear in front of his son, who would soon know the true reason why he was abandoned when he was still a baby. When Ethan passed through the mirror, he found himself standing on what seemed to be the balcony of a castle and staring at a hellish environment. There was a river of flame in the distance, and he could see countless demons with bat-like wings flying all over the place, carrying black spears in their hands. Monsters of all sizes were busy moving around, carrying weapons as if they were preparing for a war. He wanted to observe his surroundings more, but a voice sounded in his ears, beckoning him to come inside the palace. Ethan obeyed and walked toward a hallway. Once he stepped into the hallway, he heard someone screaming, and the voice sounded familiar. The young man followed where the scream was coming from, and soon arrived before a giant gate. Half of him wanted to open it, but half of him didn't want to see what was behind it. However, his curiosity won in the end. Even so, he didn't just recklessly open the gate and just stood in front of it. He had a feeling that whoever called him inside the palace knew where he was and what he was thinking right now. "You can open it." The voice sounded inside Ethan's sea of consciousness, giving him permission to look at what was behind the gate. Placing his palms over the gate, Ethan pushed it open. "Forgive me, yes. Spare me, yes. I promise not to tell any onus. Have mercies." Ethan came face to face with the progenitor of pestilence, Eras, who was bound by countless chains and hanging upside down. The giant yellow rat of pestilence was being burned by a purple flame from a giant brazier, making him scream and screech in pain. It was the creature that had pushed Ethan to a corner and would have devoured him if not for the timely help of his other half. "Have you seen enough? If yes, come, we still have things to talk about." The voice once again spoke inside Ethan's head and led him to a place within the castle. Ethan walked and walked some more until he reached another giant gate. This time, the gate had an emblem of a rose surrounded by thorny vines. The young man's heart was beating very fast. He could even hear his own heartbeat resounding inside his ears as he stared at the gate in front of him. "Enter." The voice sounded playful, mischievous even, as if he had been waiting for this moment for hundreds of years. Ethan took a deep breath as he pushed open the gate. Taking a peek, he didn't see anything, for the room was shrouded in a black mist. Knowing that whoever was talking to him was hiding beyond the darkness, Ethan entered the room and walked forward. When his body had fully passed through the gate, it slowly closed behind him, as if making sure that he wouldn't be going anywhere until he and the owner of the palace had talked to each other. As Ethan's vision adjusted in the darkness, he saw a throne in front of him. Seated on that throne was an extremely handsome young man who seemed to only be in his early 20s. He had short purple hair, and his purple eyes were looking at Ethan with mischief. The two small curved horns on his head didn't diminish his beauty, and instead made it more profound, making the purple-haired demon extremely charming. The blood inside Ethan's body stirred. With that, he instinctively knew that he shared the same bloodline as the young man seated on the throne in front of him. "Well met, Ethan," the young man said softly before snapping his fingers. "It is hard to converse when only one of us is sitting, so why don't you sit down as well?" In the blink of an eye, Ethan found himself sitting on a cushioned chair and staring at the handsome young man, who was looking back at him with a smile. The young man then rested the side of his face on the palm of his hand and crossed his right leg over his left. "Well then, introductions first," the young man said in a teasing tone. "I go by many names, but you can call me Ashmedai, the progenitor of good-looking men." Ethan blinked once then twice, because he had a feeling that the being in front of him was just making fun of him. Seeing that Ethan wasn't biting on his prank, Ashmedai chuckled and gave Ethan a nod of satisfaction. "Well, someone got to it first, so I had to settle for second place," Ashmedai commented. "But all jokes aside, I am the progenitor of lust and indulgence. But more than anything else, I also represent the deepest and darkest desires of mortals. It doesn't matter if that desire is to be strong, to be smart, or to be successful in life. All of it falls into my domain. I am also the patron deity of the Valentin family. Nice to meet you, Ethan." "Nice to meet you too, Ashmedai," Ethan replied. The two of them stared at each other for half a minute before the handsome progenitor coughed lightly. "I don't think you came here to play a starring game with me," Ashmedai commented. "But since I know the real reason why you came here, allow me to set the record straight first." The progenitor of lust and desire raised a single finger and smiled sweetly. "The reason why your family abandoned you when you were still a baby was due to my orders," Ashmedai stated. "Ethan, I can't tell if you were born a lucky or an unlucky star. But on the day of your birth, almost all the progenitors in the lands of Sarakale tried to descend, and cross over into the world of Midgard just to snatch you from your mother's loving embrace. The mischievous gaze that Ashmedai was giving Ethan earlier disappeared, replaced by a seriousness that made even Sebastian, who was busy chatting with Ethan's other half inside the young man's sea of consciousness, quiet down out of shock from Ashmedai's revelation. Ashmedai sighed before continuing his story. 18 years ago, when you first came into this world, there was a lunar eclipse, Ashmedai stated. But this lunar eclipse wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was the result of the world of Sarakale momentarily appearing in this plane of existence and blocking the moon. The cause is unknown, but it made the progenitors, who were forced to fight their battles in that realm, momentarily feel something. They all stopped battling and turned to look at Midgard at the same time. The moment you let out your first cry, the moment you breathed your first breath, and the moment your magic manifested, the attention of countless progenitors descended upon your small body. Ashmedai narrowed his eyes before raising his finger to point at the young man, who still had a calm expression on his face as he revealed the truth behind his abandonment. When you were born, the progenitors immediately knew that you were a vessel. You weren't just any ordinary vessel, but a special vessel with enough power to handle the manifestation of their wildest dreams and desires. Some wished to possess you, while others wished to destroy you. Your existence broke the delicate balance that the All-Father maintained for hundreds of years. Although he was long gone before you were born, the seal he placed upon Midgard was still in effect, preventing those from the higher planes of existence from wreaking havoc across these lands. Ashmedai paused as he closed his eyes. Now, don't get me wrong. There are other vessels aside from you who have appeared from time to time. While some deities fought over them, they would often resort to compromises and not a large-scale battle. But as I said, you are different. Your existence broke that delicate balance. Aside from being a vessel, you also possess an origin magic that is very tempting for beings like me, who wish to acquire you and gain your power for our personal use. Now, this is the fun part. Can you guess what kind of power I am talking about? Ashmedai kept his eyes closed, because he was afraid that he would break his promise if he kept on staring at Ethan. Just like the other progenitors, he also wished to make Ethan his personal vessel. However, the Valentin family were his retainers, and they had spilled blood for his cause over the past hundreds of years. They also asked for his help and formed a contract with him to keep Ethan safe from harm. Since that was the case, he couldn't casually break it, have the young man for himself and take over his body. Does it have something to do with absorbing the magic of others? Ethan answered after careful consideration. Ashmedai opened his eyes and smirked. You're half right, but it's not just about absorbing the magic of others. It's about absorbing the powers of others and making them your own, permanently. The handsome progenitor then stood up from his throne and walked toward Ethan with a devilish smile plastered on his face. Just imagine it, taking the powers of progenitors and making them your own, Ashmedai said softly. If you manage to acquire dozens of them, you will literally become an existence that is close to becoming a true god. No one can resist such a temptation, including me. So, tell me, Ethan, can you surrender your body to me? I promise to grant 3 wishes of yours if you accept my request. Ashmedai placed a finger under Ethan's chin and raised his head to make him look straight into his eyes. The progenitor's eyes glowed purple, making Ethan feel an extremely strong attraction to him. His body heated up as the desires in his body slowly rose up to the surface. But at the same time, 2 forces within the deepest part of Ethan's consciousness rose up to block Ashmedai's charm, which he was using against the young man to make him reveal his deepest, darkest desires that he wanted to turn into reality. Mimir snorted and instantly dispelled the ultimate charm that the progenitor was using against the young man. A second later, a sword of water emerged from Ethan's chest and stabbed forward, aiming for the demon's chest. Ashmedai disappeared and reappeared beside his throne with the same devilish smile on his face. I thought the 2 of you were sleeping, Ashmedai chuckled. Did my prank work? Ethan looked down towards his chest and saw a hand sticking out of it, holding a sword with a blade made of water. The hand then pulled itself back until it disappeared alongside the sword it was holding. Aside from me, you have 2 other protectors that allowed you to survive that fateful day, Ashmedai said as he casually sat on the throne, treating his earlier actions as if nothing but a mere prank. I don't know their origins, but since they are on your side, it gave us enough time to let your mother, Catherine, escape to the Shire continent and use the gateway there to enter the world of the Ordinarius. Your 2 guardians made sure that no one would be able to know your whereabouts. One of them even went as far as to erase Catherine's memory of where she left you. That way, even if she were captured, our enemies wouldn't be able to find your location. In fact, it was not only Catherine's memories that were erased. The members of the Protector clans who had accompanied her escape to the Shire continent had their memories tampered with as well. As for your pursuers, they were killed by the owner of that hand that emerged from your chest. He also made sure to not leave any traces behind, destroying the corpses of those who tried to harm you. Thinking back, I'm glad they did the things they did because several members of the Protector clans ended up being captured and interrogated by the followers of those progenitors. But since they no longer had their memories, their interrogators didn't manage to find any leads. Seriously, that was such a bloody night. If your mother didn't destroy your magical circuits, those progenitors and their followers would have found you even if they failed to catch Catherine or the members of the Protector clans. The demonic progenitor then leaned back on his throne and crossed his legs. But your magic circuit is almost repaired, Ethan, Ashmedai said in a teasing tone. The moment your magical core is once again able to produce magic on its own, the nightmare from 18 years ago will repeat itself. The majority of the progenitors thought that you died that night. They thought that I had killed you so that they would no longer have a reason to fight me. Don't get me wrong. I am strong, very strong. But fighting against dozens of progenitors is simply too much. Your father, grandfather, and grandmother, alongside the Protector clans, fought the champions and followers of those progenitors. Strong as they may be, it was simply impossible to hold all of them back, leading to countless losses on our side. It was also for that reason that I had placed a seal on Caer Widian. By making it one of the forbidden grounds of Midgard, my followers could have a breather and recover from their losses. The Protector clans lost more than half of their elite fighters in a single day. It will probably take at least 2 to 3 more decades before their forces return to their original numbers. But I'm sure that you'll be able to contribute to that too, right? Ethan's expression became solemn because he realized what Ashmedai was hinting at. Seeing his reaction, the demonic progenitor chuckled before shaking his head. That might be a good idea in hindsight, but in reality, it is not feasible, Ashmedai stated. Because the moment you take the chastity of another witch or any lady who has strong magical powers, your magic circuit would recover completely, and the progenitors will once again sense your existence. So, if you don't want to be besieged by powerhouses of Era's level, make sure you don't do anything stupid. You already have your lovers, so focus on them if you want to relieve yourself. Adding more will just be a suicidal move. Unless you want people unnecessarily dying because of you, I suggest that you have them wear those chastity belts. Although it will be tasteless, at least no one needs to die, right? Ashmedai suddenly thought of something that made him smirk. Ah, right. You and Emma had talked about consummating your relationship after your coming-of-age trial ended, right? Ashmedai asked. I'm afraid she will have to wait until you are strong enough to protect yourself before the 2 of you can jump to third base. Foreplay is good, but anything more than that is bad. Do you understand? Ethan didn't reply because he was still digesting everything that was being told to him by the patron of the Valentin family. Now that he finally understood the reason why his mother had gone to such lengths to destroy his magical circuit, the only thing he could do was sigh. He was also secretly thankful that Chloe had distanced herself from him at that time. Back then, the 2 of them were only a step away from taking their relationship to the next level and deepening their feelings for each other. If Ethan and his first love had done the deed without knowing the consequences of their actions, perhaps right now, he would be desperately hiding and running for his life from the followers of the progenitors who wished to make his powers their own. Ashmedai knew that he needed to clarify things for Ethan so that he wouldn't commit any mistakes from that moment onward. Because of this, he decided to come clean and make sure the young man understood how serious the problem was. Take note that even if you don't make love to a witch, as long as they hold power within their bodies and are chaste maidens, your magic circuits will be restored, Ashmedai explained. So make sure to stay away from crazies, especially Lily's sister, Lyall. One mistake and you can say goodbye to your peaceful life. Of course, if you want to live your life dangerously, go ahead, knock yourself and her out. After that, I want you to come back and tell me in great detail if it was all worth it. I'm sure that it will be an entertaining story to pass time. Although the demonic progenitor was saying these words in a teasing tone, coupled by his mischievous smile, Ethan knew that he was being serious. "Don't worry, Ethan," Ethan's other half commented. "If by some incident Lyall manages to knock you unconscious and jump at you, I'll kick her away and run." Sebastian chuckled because he was finding Ethan's current situation funny and scary at the same time. The young man had a few close calls in the past, and if not for his strong willpower, he might have already done it with Chloe, Emma, and Lilith. Some say that ignorance is bliss, but in this case, ignorance would have sent the young man down the bunny hole, where things would become a tad too dangerous and chaotic for their taste. Although this should be a tightly guarded secret, it would be in your best interest if you open up to your lovers and tell them about this, especially Chloe, Emma, and Lilith, Ashmedai commented. "Oh, you should also add a certain mermaid princess to the list. She might be the most dangerous one because she had waited hundreds of years for your arrival." Ethan pondered for a bit before reluctantly nodding his head. "I will tell them," Ethan replied. "Well, you should," Ashmedai smirked. "It's not only your life which would be in danger. Their lives would be in danger as well. Don't forget that communication is important in a relationship." After seeing Ethan nod to his words, the progenitor then snapped his fingers, making the scenery around them change. The young man found himself inside Mimir's sanctuary, with the giant head looking at Ashmedai with a fed-up look on his face. "Well then, now that the serious talk has ended, let us proceed to something more serious," Ashmedai stated. "Your coming-of-age trial should have been a trial to deal with your heart demon, but I decided that you could deal with your heart demon another way. The main reason why I sent you to the past was to let Joanne overcome her heart demon, which was you. In short, the trial was for her and not you. However, you didn't come out of it empty-handed. Not only did your sister finally recognize you as her brother, I also laid out the foundation, which would allow you to face the progenitors, who will come for you once your magic circuits have healed completely. Of course, you don't need to thank me. I'm just making sure that my personal vessel will be strong enough to allow me to descend to the mortal realm anytime I want. It's a win-win, really. Isn't that right, Mimir?" The giant head ignored the demon and focused his attention on Ethan. "Although he can be a nuisance at times, Ashmedai did his best to give you the opportunity to defy your fate, Ethan," Mimir said. "When Princess Ramona created the Order of the Tidebringer, it changed the flow of faith from the original Tidebringer to you. As you may already know, the lands of Alester worship the Tidebringer. But that Tidebringer is not you. When Princess Ramona used your image as the object of worship, the power of faith was redirected to you, allowing you to gain its power." "Can I ask a question?" Ethan asked. "Go ahead," Mimir nodded. "Was the Order of the Tidebringer already established when Lily and I returned to the present the first time?" The answer is yes. Ethan frowned because if that was the case, why didn't he gain the power of faith back then? "I'm sure you're thinking why you didn't get the power of faith back then, right?" Ashmedai commented. Ethan nodded. "Yes, because when I arrived back at the present with Lily, I didn't feel any changes. So why did I only gain this power now?" Mimir smiled. "The answer is really simple. It's because back then, you were still unaware of it. Only by being aware will you obtain the power of faith. The power of faith that you didn't absorb back then didn't disappear. It merely went to other places, but is now making its way to you. You will gradually feel your body getting stronger as the days pass. But Ethan, this is only the first step. In order to fight against progenitors, you will need something else aside from the power of faith. You would need to fully understand the true power of your origin magic and manifest the 5th level of all the legacies you possess. Mimir paused and gave Ashmedai a sidelong glance before continuing his explanation. You have the Tidebringer's legacy and my wisdom, Mimir explained. And now you will obtain a 3rd legacy, the legacy which had been yours by birth. That's right, Ashmedai clapped his hands together. Your other half is just the half part of your legacy. The rest lay on the power of your bloodline. I am the progenitor of lust, desire, and indulgence. You can think of me as an incubus, because their power also falls under my domain. But what you should focus on is your desires. What is it that you really want? As long as you want it enough, you will be able to manifest my powers, but not all desires are meant to be fulfilled. You need to rein in your overwhelming emotions and use that as a source of power to obliterate your foes. The funny thing about you, Ethan, is that you are able to store more than one legacy in your body. That is also one of the attributes of your origin magic, which you can take advantage of. The legacy of rivers and lakes, which belonged to Lillian, was absorbed by you. You didn't take it away from her, but you copied it for yourself. In fact, you even strengthened it, allowing Lillian to have a boost in her magical powers. So, for the first time in history, there are 2 people who have the legacy of the rivers and lakes, which should have been impossible, because only one legacy can exist at a time. So, if you find ladies who possess legacies, you could copy them and use those powers for yourself. Unfortunately, you can't do that right now because, once you do, the progenitors and their champions will come knocking at your door. The demonic progenitor sighed, because he really felt that it was a pity that Ethan wouldn't be able to use this cheat-like ability to its fullest. Well, that's enough food for thought for now, Ashmedai stated. At least now, you have an idea of what you can do with your powers. So, let's proceed with making the pact. As you already know, I am the patron of the Valentin family. The powers they wield belong to me, and with that power you will be able to gain another layer of protection for yourself. My power has 3 branches: trickery, darkness, and seduction. You may pick one, and I will bestow that power to you. Personally, you should choose seduction. That branch of magic is very useful when it comes to you-know-what. Ashmedai gave Ethan a wink, which made the corner of the young man's lips twitch. Ethan hadn't seen Ashmedai's power when he fought against the progenitor of pestilence, Era. He had fallen unconscious during that time, so he didn't see how the battle between 2 progenitors ended. However, Sebastian gave him a blow-by-blow commentary of the fight, which made the young man wish that he had been awake to see it firsthand. Because of this, he knew that choosing recklessly wouldn't benefit him. So, before choosing one of the branches that was available to him, he asked Ashmedai to tell him the pros and cons of each branch of magic, so that he would be able to decide which one would suit his style the most. The demonic progenitor was more than happy to explain his powers in great detail. Mimir, who was serving as a witness to the imminent pact between Ethan and the demonic progenitor, was surprised, because he thought that Ashmedai would throw some half-truths into his explanation. But the handsome demon didn't do that. Instead, he told Ethan what he needed to know, so that the young man would be able to choose which branch of power suited him the most. As much as Ashmedai wished to make Ethan his personal vessel, he knew that it wouldn't be beneficial at this point in time. There was still one legacy that remained inside Ethan's body, which completed the power of their trinity. Mimir's wisdom, Ashmedai's desires, and the last legacy, which Ethan would learn about once he was ready. The giant and the demonic progenitor only hoped that Ethan would be given time to grow up and unlock his last legacy, which could tip the balance in his favor, allowing him to finally restore his magic circuits and use all the powers that were his by birth. An hour had passed since Ashmedai had finished explaining his 3 branches of power. Even so, Ethan was still not able to decide which one he should choose as his new form of power. If he were going to be ruthless, the power of seduction would allow him to create an army of willing and unwilling individuals who would gladly throw their lives on the line for his sake. The power of trickery was quite versatile, allowing Ethan to use illusions, disguises, stealth, dream-walking, and many other things, which could help him slip through the tiniest cracks deep within enemy lines and deal them a devastating blow. The power of darkness was similar to trickery, and it was the power that Joanne had chosen for herself. This allowed her to summon her darkness domain and the Dark Walker, which was incredibly powerful when fighting in the dark. Ethan would also be completely at home in the deepest and darkest places in the world, where not even light could reach. All three branches had their pros and cons, but all of them were incredibly powerful. Ashmedai was a powerful demon. In fact, he was one of the strongest demons in existence. One whom progenitors didn't want to offend if they could help it. However, even someone as powerful as him was unable to fight the wave of progenitors that tried to take Ethan for themselves, which made the other progenitors less scared when facing him. Ashmedai wasn't in any hurry because this was an important choice that Ethan had to make for himself. Several more minutes passed, and finally, Ethan made up his mind. The power of trickery. Ashmedai was quite surprised by Ethan's choice because he thought that the young man would choose the power of darkness or seduction. Ethan nodded. Yes, I choose the power of trickery. Can I ask why? It's because it's the best fit for my abilities. Ethan didn't decide to choose the power of trickery without a solid reason for it. He had used Mimir's wisdom to see how the three branches matched with his current skill set. The power of trickery gave him the most benefits. This particular power had great compatibility with Mimir's wisdom, particularly his rune magic. By using illusions, he could trick his opponents by thinking that he was casting a fireball, when in fact, they were facing a lightning bolt. Even if his opponent realized that he was using illusions, it wouldn't matter. Rune magic could help these illusions manifest as realities. Also, the power of trickery had one solid ability. It allowed Ethan to create 6 perfect clones of himself. These clones would have the same presence, the same magic power, and could even interact with things, but with limitations. The clones could touch things and be touched by others. They could even carry things that weighed up to 11 pounds. Although it wasn't much, it was still enough to carry several deck of cards imbued with rune magic, which would make people think that they were facing Ethan's real body, and not one of his clones. These clones could also shapeshift into the animals that Ethan could transform into when using Mimir's wisdom, which was a very useful thing for long-distance scouting missions. The great thing about them was that they could remain active for days on end. However, if these clones were hit by a strong attack, like a spell, a strong kick, or a punch, they would shatter and disperse completely. Even so, they would provide great coverage for Ethan's skill set, which was why the power of trickery was the perfect branch for him. Also, the ability to change his face when he needed to use a disguise would definitely come in handy. Even detection spells wouldn't be able to easily detect if he was using a disguise or not. Only powerful individuals that were as strong as Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, and his father would be able to tell the difference. After Ethan listed the advantage of the power of trickery, even Mimir couldn't help but nod his head in agreement because it was indeed a good match for his legacy. Ashmedai was quite impressed by Ethan's reasoning, so he agreed to bestow the power of trickery on Ethan. The demonic progenitor raised his hand, and a dagger materialized out of thin air. He then lightly cut his palm, drawing blood, which he poured into a purple crystal goblet. Ashmedai's blood was red, yet Ethan could feel an overwhelming power coming from it. It reminded him of the blood essence of the Tidebringer, which he had consumed to obtain the power that brought him where he was today. "Drink it," Ashmedai said as he handed the half-full goblet to Ethan. "It will be a little painful, but after everything you've been through, it won't hurt as much." Ethan nodded and drank the goblet which contained Ashmedai's blood. To his surprise, the progenitor's blood was sweet like honey, so he didn't have any difficulty drinking it. He then handed the goblet back to Ashmedai, and the handsome demon smirked. "Any moment now," Ashmedai commented. The progenitor was looking forward to seeing how his blood would affect Ethan, which would awaken the power that was sleeping within him. He was expecting Ethan to shout in pain and writhe as his muscles started bulging, just like what happened to his grandfather when he accepted his blood. However, none of that happened. Ethan simply fainted and collapsed onto the ground. He didn't even twitch, which made Ashmedai click his tongue. "This kid is a monster," Ashmedai stated. Mimir smirked and made the boy's body levitate. He then submerged the young man's body in the crystal-clear water of the giant well, where his pet salmon had lived thousands of years ago. Ethan dreamt. It was a dream about the end of the world. Countless progenitors and colossi were fighting on land, air, and sea. The armies of different races waged war against each other, and blood spilled, dyeing the world in the colors of their blood. It was the era when deities roamed the land and made the world tremble as they battled each other. Ashmedai, as well as the other demonic progenitors, laughed as they went on a rampage, killing those who dared to oppose them. Ethan watched them win. He watched them lose. He watched as a new cycle of destruction began. Suddenly, all the battles in the mortal realm ended. The progenitors took their wars to the lands of Sarakale and raised the stakes. They were no longer fighting for a piece of land. No, they were fighting, and the prize would be the worlds where they had originally resided. The 9 realms and beyond were fair game, and to this day, several of those worlds had been conquered by the victors of these battles. The Valentin family was one of the families who were protecting Midgard in the lands of Sarakale. Fighting alongside them were the king and queen of fairies, Oberon and Titania, as well as several others who didn't wish for Midgard to fall into the hands of the invaders from different worlds. Unfortunately, Midgard wasn't united. The Tuatha De Danann, the Fomorians, the Furbolgs, the Milesians, and the other powerful races dwelling in Midgard were fighting each other instead of fighting together to protect it. Alliances were formed. Alliances were broken. And alliances were formed again. But this time, the pacts were stronger and could not easily be broken like they had been in the past. From within that chaotic world, 3 beings looked at Ethan and gave him a brief nod. One was Mimir, the wise giant who gave him wisdom. The other was Ashmedai, the Lord of Desires, who had just taught Ethan the power of trickery. Last but not the least was an 8-winged angel, whose face the young man couldn't see due to the light emanating from the Celestial's body. "In time, you and I will have a chance to talk," the Celestial said softly. "At that time, I will share with you the terrible wonders that I have come to know. Ashmedai hadn't told you that darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and bogeymen." The Celestial then waved his hand, and the world around them shattered. "The time of dreaming has ended," the Celestial stated. "It is time for you to return, but remember, now is not the time for you to recover your full powers. Use the power of faith well, and through it, you will find the path that will allow you to break the shackles binding you. And when the time comes, the hunters who wish to hunt you will become the hunted. I will meet you on that day and bestow upon you the legacy that will make you complete." Ethan felt his spirit being pulled to a faraway place where these horrifying battles were waged. Seconds passed. Minutes passed. Hours passed. Finally, just as the sun rose up from the east, Ethan slowly opened his eyes. He found himself staring at a familiar ceiling and feeling the familiar embrace of the 2 ladies who loved him very much. It took him a few seconds to register his surroundings, but the moment he did, a sigh escaped his lips. "I'm back," Ethan muttered. Perhaps hearing his voice or sensing that he was already awake, Emma and Lilith opened their eyes to look at him. "Good morning, Ethan," Emma said. "Good morning, Master," Lilith greeted. "Good morning to the two of you," Ethan replied before kissing both of their cheeks. Propping himself up, he found himself devoid of any clothes, which didn't really surprise him. Usually, when he and his lovers slept together, they would be naked, feeling each other's skin and sharing each other's warmth. "There's something that I need to tell the two of you," Ethan said as the two ladies also sat up from the bed, showing their seductive bodies to him. Ethan told them why he had been abandoned, knowing that the younger generations of the Protector clans didn't know about the reason behind his disappearance. Emma was still a baby back then, while Lilith was less than 5 years old. They were still too young to understand why they had lost their young master, who should have been raised in Caerwhitian under their protection. When Ethan came to the part where he couldn't make love to them, the two girls glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. "Your safety is more important to us, Ethan," Emma replied after a minute had passed. "Besides, even if we can't do that, there are plenty of ways we can deepen our relationship." A mischievous smile appeared on Emma's face as she reached out to touch little Ethan, who didn't look like he was holding back at all. Lilith, on the other hand, blushed because she knew what Emma was referring to. Even if the young man couldn't make love to them, they could still do many things without endangering his safety. As if wanting to prove their point, the two took Ethan to the bathroom. The three of them stayed there for more than an hour before leaving the room, looking very refreshed and very satisfied. Ethan didn't expect that he had pent up that much. He had forgotten about these kinds of things in the lands of Alaster, because he had spent most of his time taking care of his sister and Princess Ramona. Even when he had been with Illumina, he never did anything out of hand. So the moment Emma and Lilith took care of his needs, he was raring to go, which made him shake his head helplessly. The two beautiful ladies who just had an early breakfast dutifully helped him put on his clothes and made sure that he looked presentable. "The two of you will accompany me to dine with my mother and sister," Ethan said with a smile. "If that is your wish, Ethan," Emma replied. "I will do as you say, Master," Lilith nodded. When the three arrived at the dining hall, they were greeted by Joanne, who was currently spreading jam on some freshly baked bread. Catherine was also seated and was talking with Enzo and Wallace. But when Ethan arrived, the three immediately stopped their discussion as if they didn't want the young man to hear about it. "Good morning, everyone," Ethan greeted as he took a seat beside Joanne, who seemed to be in a good mood. "Good morning." Ethan decided to eat first before chatting with anyone because he was feeling incredibly hungry. The three adults stared at each other before exchanging a knowing smile. They were planning to give Ethan a surprise, which was something he would learn after he returned to the Shire continent. This idea came from Wallace, and Enzo supported it. Thinking that it was indeed a good idea, Catherine agreed to it. She believed that this was something that even her husband would agree to. Not only would it give them some peace of mind, but it would also make Ethan happy. Catherine knew that it would still take quite a bit of time before her family would be truly together again. So for now, she was willing to take the necessary steps in order to make that happen. The beautiful lady also needed to convince her husband to talk to Ethan before he left Caerwhitian. Until the two of them had a proper talk, there would be a distance between the father and son pair. After breakfast, Ethan privately talked with his mother and let her know that he would be leaving Caerwhitian soon. He also said that he forgave her for abandoning him when he was still a baby and destroying his magic circuits. The young man understood that the circumstances had forced his mother to do the things she had done. It was not because she didn't want him, but because it was the only way to save his life. Catherine became emotional and hugged Ethan tightly. This matter had been one of the things that had been weighing down on her heart for the past 18 years. After regaining her composure, she asked Ethan if he wanted to meet his father. Ethan agreed, but he said that he would need to leave Caerwhitian in a week. He also invited Catherine to come with him to the Shire continent and meet his grandparents, as well as attend his wedding with Lily. Catherine naturally agreed. There had much to say to Agnes and Benjamin, who had raised her son. Also, she wanted to meet the other ladies, whom Ethan had chosen to become his lovers. While there were still battles being waged in the lands of Sarakale, their faction was faring better than most, so she could afford to spend a few months with her son and daughter. After her talk with Ethan, Catherine immediately looked for her husband, who was probably hiding somewhere in the castle. She found him at the castle's treasury, looking for something he could give Ethan as a gift for reuniting with their family. "He's leaving in a week," Lou frowned after hearing his wife's explanation. "Yes," Catherine replied. "You should talk to him before he leaves. Also, I will be accompanying him to meet his grandparents and attend his wedding to one of his lovers." "I understand," Lou nodded. "I'll talk to him before he leaves." The handsome man with long black hair and red eyes hugged his wife and whispered in her ears. "Don't worry about the lands of Sarakale and just spend time with our son," Lou whispered. "You've worked so hard over the years, so you deserve a break. I'll make sure that our enemies will not be able to break past our defenses. Besides, Vincent and Father are still there. They won't dare to attack unless they want us to raid their lands." Catherine nodded, because this was indeed the case. She was thankful for Lou and Vincent's father. As long as he was standing guard, their enemies wouldn't do anything reckless. That was how powerful he was. After talking for a few more minutes, Catherine helped her husband look for a treasure Ethan could take back with him to the Shire continent. While the two were busy free shopping in the treasury, Ethan was helping his sister braid her hair. Joanne suddenly wanted her hair to be braided, and Ethan was more than happy to do her hair for her. Princess Ramona had asked Ethan to braid her hair back in the lands of Alester. Ethan's sister asked for the hairstyle that Princess Ramona had. Joanne was a very beautiful girl, so she looked good in any kind of hairstyle. After Ethan had finished braiding his sister's hair the way she requested it, the two of them looked at the mirror and smiled. "Thank you, brother," Joanne said. "Now I really feel like Ramona is still with me." "You're welcome," Ethan replied. He knew that his sister was still worried about her best friend, who had gone on a journey after stepping down from her position as saintess. While waiting for Ethan to return to the present, Wallace, Enzo, and Fortuna bought tomes about the history of the Magdar Kingdom, as well as the story of the Tidebringer. Historians during that time had recorded everything, so they discovered why Ethan's picture frame was inside the temple and why Joanne had a huge statue built in her honor. But the one that piqued their interest the most was none other than Princess Ramona, who had created the Order of the Tidebringer. They tried to look for any information about her, but the records they found only recorded up to the time when she stepped down from her position and went on a journey. Some said that the Tidebringer returned and took her with him to his homeland, where they lived happily ever after. Others said that she left to look for a sea witch and asked for the latter's help so that she could see the Tidebringer again. There were many stories surrounding Princess Ramona, and all of them were about her going on a journey to find the Tidebringer. Some of these stories had happy endings, while some had sad endings. There was even a story where the princess turned into a fish and went a search for the Tidebringer until she turned into a sea foam. Having also read these stories during their journey back to Caerwhitian, Joanne felt sad. As someone related to the characters of those stories, she knew more than anyone that none of the happy endings written in the stories didn't happen. Her best friend was not in their current timeline, although she wished that were the case. That way, the two of them could be together again and go on more amazing adventures together. "Brother, do you really think that Ramona ended up like those sad endings in the storybooks?" Joanne asked as she looked up at her brother with a sad expression on her face. "Of course not," Ethan replied before giving his sister a hug. "Illumina and the Ratmen were there for her, so those sad endings could not possibly happen. But her turning into a fish to look for you might be possible. After all, Illumina might be the sea witch written in those stories." "SHHH, don't say such things." Ethan raised a finger and pressed it over his lips. "She's definitely listening. She might pinch you for calling her a sea witch if she were to know about it." Joanne giggled because she agreed with her brother. The mermaid princess, wouldn't want people calling her a sea witch. She was also the type to carry grudges, and this was something that Ethan and Joanne found out during one of their travels with her. Illumina might be kind and generous, but she could also be very petty at times, especially when it came to things that were connected to Ethan. Somewhere in the lands of Alistair. Saintess, our preparations are complete. A Ratman bowed respectfully to the young lady, who was sitting on a chair, looking at the sea. Very good, the young lady replied. You may go and attend to your other duties. Yes, my lady. The Ratman then merged with the shadows and disappeared from the room. Suddenly, a song reverberated in the surroundings, making the Saintess smile. I know, the young lady said softly. You're such a worrywart. The song increased in intensity, which made the young lady giggle. Fine, I will do as you say. The Saintess shook her head helplessly. But there's really no need to hurry. He's not going anywhere, you know. The song ended on a happy note, which made the young lady smile. From somewhere far out into the sea, the corner of the mermaid princess' lips twitched because a naughty little girl, thousands of miles away from her, had called her a sea witch and thought that she could get away with it. Your father isn't good with words, Catherine said as she looked at her son with a sad smile on her face. But be patient with him. He has a lot on his mind. Okay, Ethan nodded. But why are we meeting in this place again? Ethan couldn't help but shake his head helplessly as he looked at the Colosseum, which was now filled to the brim with people. Today was the third day since Catherine had reached out to her husband and asked if he wanted to talk to his son. Since Ethan would be leaving in a week, Lou had no choice but to meet with him before his son returned to the Shire continent. And the meeting place he chose was none other than the Grand Colosseum of Caerwydion. It was a very famous place among the Protector clans, for this was where they did their sparring and combat training. Well, like I said, your father, Lou, isn't good with words, Catherine smiled faintly. So he probably wanted to communicate with you using the thing that he is good at, which is fighting. I'm sure that the two of you will be able to bond in this manner. Before Ethan could reply, thunderous cheering and applause erupted in the stadium as a handsome man with long black hair and red eyes made his appearance. The man didn't react to the loud cheering and kept on walking with confident steps until he reached the center of the arena. Ethan took a good, hard look at his father before glancing at his mother. I got my looks from you, mother. Of course you did. My genes are stronger after all. Standing beside her mother, Joanne giggled because she found this situation funny. I guess I should go then, Ethan said before jumping from the stands. A moment later, a pair of fairy wings grew behind his back, allowing him to fly to the ground. Another round of cheering and applause spread in the surroundings as he landed several meters away from his father. The father and son pair stared at each other for nearly half a minute before Lou raised his hand. From the sky, a jet-black sword descended into his hand. The moment he held it firmly in his grasp, the sky darkened as black clouds blocked the light of the sun. Ethan, on the other hand, summoned his sea god's trident and also held it firmly in his hand. He immediately felt a surge of power wash over his body, boosting his strength. This was Ethan's first time fighting ever since he'd returned to the present and inherited the legacy of trickery, which Ashmedai had given to him. The two combatants took a fighting stance at the same time. A few seconds later, the two disappeared from where they stood and clashed, sending sparks flying in every direction. Catherine and the leaders of the Protector clans were surprised. They had subconsciously thought that Ethan would be sent flying by Lou's powerful blows. Maybe Lou was just as surprised as them and didn't expect that his son would be able to match his strength. Of course, he wasn't fighting seriously yet, but even so, his raw strength was already equivalent to the strength of a giant. This was what made him very scary, allowing him to overwhelm his opponents in the lands of Sarakale. The sea god's trident always amplified Ethan's physical strength and overall body performance. If Lou had fought Ethan before he and Joanne had been sent back to the lands of Alistair, The young man wouldn't have lasted even a minute after their single exchange. But things were different now. Ethan now possessed the power of faith, making him incredibly stronger. And this strength was further boosted by the sea god's trident, allowing him to have the physical strength that matched a giant's. If not for the fact that a barrier was erected to prevent the spectators from getting hurt, they would have felt the mini shockwaves resulting from every clash between the two fighters. "You're stronger than your adopted father," Lou commented. He punched like a little girl. Wallace, who was watching from the stands, gave Ethan's biological father the middle finger, which made Ethan smirk. "My father told me that he didn't want to punch you because he didn't want to dirty his hand by touching a +*y, Ethan replied. What he said was the truth. When he and Wallace had a chat the other day, his adopted father told him that about his fight with Ethan's biological father. Catherine immediately covered Joanne's ears and threw Ethan a reprimanding look for saying such crude words with his sister around. Wallace, who didn't expect that Ethan would expose the words he had said a few days ago, chuckled and gave Ethan a thumbs up in his heart. The spectators didn't dare to laugh at Ethan's remark, not wanting to sound disrespectful toward their master. However, some of them, especially the patriarch of the dwarves, Thoric, couldn't stop his body from shaking as he did his best to hold back his laughter. "This boy sure knows how to talk," Thoric said after he deemed that he would no longer laugh out loud while talking. Enzo, Fortuna, and the elven matriarch, Helith, nodded their heads in agreement. "Still, I didn't expect that the young master could match master in an exchange of physical strength," Helith commented. "This is actually a good thing," Enzo stated. "With this, the young master will be able to carry the name of the Valentin family into the future." "Well, I don't know about that," Fortuna said. "When I asked him a day ago if he would start calling himself Ethan Valentin, he firmly said that for now, he would still refer to himself as Ethan Gremory. It will probably take a while before he accepts the burden of his bloodline." The leaders of the Protector clans didn't make any comments, understanding that this was something that couldn't be forced. Ethan had just gotten to know his family, and they couldn't expect him to accept everything right away. Suddenly, something caught their eye. It was just a small thing, but it was very obvious that whenever the two clashed with each other, Ethan would take a step back or skid a step away. Lou has acknowledged Ethan's strength, Catherine thought. Now he is going to fight a little more seriously. Suddenly, Catherine felt the presence of two people behind her. Joanne, who felt the same, turned around and immediately went to hug the two newcomers, who had also arrived in the Colosseum. "Grandpa, Grandma, I missed you." Joanne hugged her grandma tightly, and the lady, who looked like she was only in her late 30s, smiled and hugged her back. "I missed you too, Joanne," the beautiful lady replied before kissing her granddaughter's cheek. "Your brother is more capable than we thought. The way he fights is not like someone who has just regained their powers after 17 years of being powerless. It seems that he has some good teachers in Brynhildr Academy." "Yes, Mother," Catherine replied. "Ethan is full of surprises. What do you think, Father? Who will win between the two of them?" "Do you even need to ask?" the handsome middle-aged man asked with a smile. "If Lou can't even beat his son, I'll beat the *T out of him after their duel." This time, it was Joanne's grandma who covered her granddaughter's ears before glaring at her husband, making the latter chuckle awkwardly. While the spectators were enjoying the battle between father and son, things were getting more intense in the arena. Ethan was slowly being pushed back by his father, who had increased the strength and intensity of his blows. He, on the other hand, didn't increase his strength and retained his current power. The young man had fought many strong people in the past, so it didn't matter even if Lou was stronger than him. Right now, Ethan was trying to understand how he could fight by using only his current strength without relying on magic, his other weapons, as well as the power of his resonance. The power of trickery was not the only thing Ashmedai gave to Ethan. No. He also gave Ethan several sets of martial skills that could be used with or without weapons. Right now, the The young man was using one of those skills, making use of Lu as a powerful training dummy to refine it. Perhaps Lu also sensed what Ethan was doing, so he raised his strength up a notch. Instead of taking a step back, Ethan was now forced to take 3 steps back and skid farther. Even so, he held on and fought Lu with everything he had. His senses, as well as his reflexes, were now faster, and the more they fought, the more he understood that the Valentin family's martial arts were truly amazing. No moves were wasted. Each blow was done with maximum efficiency, and if Ethan were to make a single mistake, Lu's sword might pierce through his body and seriously injure him. With his life hanging in the balance, and the blood of the Tidebringer and Ashmedai pumping inside his body, Ethan was able to barely survive each clash. He knew that his father wasn't using his full power, but he was still quite impressed by how strong he was. After fighting for nearly half an hour, Ethan distanced himself from his father and lowered the tip of his spear to point at the ground. He was already panting for breath, and his sweat was falling like rain. Lu didn't make a move to attack him, knowing that Ethan already had enough. "You did well surviving for 18 years, Lu said as the sword in his hand disappeared. "I'm glad you were raised in a loving family, and I apologize because your mother and I weren't there when you needed us the most. We were far too weak and helpless back then. If not, we wouldn't have abandoned you and let you be raised by strangers. I know that you might not forgive me or your mother anytime soon. But know this, we did everything in our power to keep our family together. It just wasn't meant to be. We weren't strong enough to protect you. Even now, we're still not strong enough to protect you. So, Ethan, before you decide to fix your magic circuits, make sure that you already have the power to protect yourself. Because I'm afraid that this time, Catherine will not cast you away again and might die trying to protect you. You're still young, so you have a lot of time to grow. Do not rush things and enjoy your youth. When the time comes and you're ready to stand on the same stage as ours, come back to Caerwhitian. The world of Sarakale will be open to you." Catherine, who was watching from the stands, couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Even Joanne's grandparents had the same expressions on their faces. "That's the first time I heard him talk that much," Ethan's grandmother commented. "How about you, dear?" "It's also a first for me," Catherine replied. "You know how he is, Mother. He is like a rock who won't budge unless you kick him." Ethan's grandfather chuckled before patting his wife's shoulder. "Let's go back," Ethan's grandfather said. "We can't stay here for long." The beautiful lady sighed, but still nodded her head in agreement. "We'll hold the fort while you spend some time with your son, Catherine," Ethan's grandma said. "Take as much time as you want. You don't need to hurry back to the lands of Sarakale." "Thank you, Mother," Catherine replied with a smile. A second later, the two people disappeared, making Wallace, who had sensed their arrival, frown. Ethan's grandfather looked familiar, and he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Due to his strong mental power and memory, it only took him a minute to recall the middle-aged man's identity, and what he discovered shocked him to the core. After this realization, the frown on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn gaze. He didn't know what he should do with the information that he had discovered. If he were to expose it to the world, Ethan would live a very difficult life, and he didn't want that to happen. In the end, Wallace smiled bitterly and decided to keep the secret firmly locked in his heart until the day that Ethan would come to know about it. The world is not ready for this yet, Wallace thought. First, the Fomorians, then the Milesians, and now this. My adopted son is going to have rough days in the future. Wallace then shifted his gaze to the father and son pair, who had finally finished talking to each other. Lu walked away without even a second glance and disappeared into the dark hallway of the arena. Ethan, on the other hand, raised his trident towards the sky, making the Protector clans cheer. They had seen his strength and fully recognized him as their young master. Lu decided to meet his son in the Colosseum because he wanted to let the Protector clans see how strong the young man really was. This allowed them to have some peace of mind, for they were now assured that Ethan wasn't a pushover and would be able to survive even if they were not there to protect him. Of course, they had every intention to guard him with everything they had. Still, knowing that the person that they were trying to protect wasn't a damsel in distress gave them a sense of assurance and security. Now that he had finally met and talked with his parents, Ethan felt a lot calmer and at peace in his heart. After knowing the real reason why he had been abandoned, he couldn't help but sympathize with them because their hands were forced at that time. Ashmedai was a busybody, so he also shared the memory of the battle where the champions of the progenitors had come to take Ethan away. It had been truly bloody, and if not for the fact that Catherine had decided to do what she did, the Protector clans might have been wiped out from the face of the world. Had that happened, Ethan wouldn't have met Emma or Lilith, who had now taken a spot in his heart. After returning to the castle, Ethan had a private talk with Wallace and asked him for a favor. Since he promised his grandmother, Agnes, and his grandfather, Benjamin, that he would take them to Southshire so that they could attend his wedding, he would need his father's help to take them there. Wallace didn't mind doing this favor for Ethan. After all, he also wanted to be there for his wedding. Although he believed that Ethan and Lily were still too young to get married, the time they spent together in the lands of Alastair was enough for them to understand that they wanted to spend their lifetime together. Also, Seth was a bit overprotective of his daughter, so he wanted Ethan to take responsibility as soon as possible. Ethan didn't mind. After all, he had already been ready to marry Lily when they were still in the past, but since he still had some loose ends to tie up, they didn't hold the ceremony. "I'm counting on you, Dantalion," Ethan said as soon as he finished putting his letter in the magic cylinder attached to the white raven's leg. "Fly swift and fly safe." "Don't worry," Dantalion replied through telepathy. "Even if a dragon blocks my way, I'll make sure to deliver your letter without fail." After saying those words, the white raven flapped his wings and took to the skis. The letter he was carrying was a letter for Lily, informing her that he would come to visit her after picking up his grandparents in Eastshire so that they could attend their wedding. Wallace also had many things to handle after he returned to Eastshire, especially since he delegated his tasks to his subordinates while he was away. Catherine and Joanne would also come with them to meet Ethan's grandparents and take part in Ethan's wedding. He wasn't aware that somewhere in the plains of hell, Ashmedai was smiling. It seemed that his little intervention had resulted in something interesting, which amused him very much. "Ah, I can't wait," Ashmedai chuckled. "Fate truly works in mysterious ways." The handsome progenitor swirled the blood-red wine on his goblet before taking a leisurely sip, while listening to Erez's shrill screams, which made the smile on his face widen even more. 2 weeks after Ethan's battle with his father, Lou. Agnes was in the middle of hanging the laundry when she suddenly heard the sound of several carriages coming in the direction of their residence. At first, she thought that these carriages were only passing through their place, but to her surprise, they stopped right in front of her house, making her frown. After being targeted by mercenaries, bounty hunters, and assassins, the old lady had become more alert, even more so every time people appeared near their home. Lifting her skirt and taking a spiked bat out from under it, Agnes headed to where the carriage was. "Who are you people, and what are you doing here on our farm?" Agnes asked as she planted the tip of her spiked bat on the ground. "I'm warning you, my son and grandson are scary. If you dare to hurt this old lady, they will come throwing their fists at your faces." At that moment, one of the carriage doors opened, and a handsome young man with long blue hair and blue eyes looked at Agnes with a faint smile on his face. "You're right, Grandma," Ethan replied. "If someone dared to hurt you, I'd punch them to oblivion." Agnes, who saw her grandson, smiled sweetly before walking in his direction. "Ethan, have you grown a little taller?" Agnes asked as she looked at her grandson. "And perhaps grown a bit more handsome as well." "I did, Grandma." You got all those good genes from me." Benjamin, who was worried that his wife might be in trouble, also came running to the carriages, with an axe in hand. However, after seeing his grandson, The old man sighed in relief before relaxedly walking toward him as well. "Grandma, Grandpa, I'd like to introduce you to a few people," Ethan said as he reached out his hand to help her sister, Joanne, step down from the carriage. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Agnes felt like her heart was melting. However, a glance was enough to tell her that the young lady and Ethan shared some similarities. Joanne then stepped aside to allow Ethan also help their mother step down from the carriage, which made Agnes' face turn solemn. "Good day to you, Mrs. Gremery," Catherine said, looking a bit anxious. "Ethan told me praises about you, and seeing you right now made me understand why he grew up to be such a kind, caring, and dependable young man. My name is Catherine Valentin, and this is my daughter, Joanne Valentin. It is our honor to finally meet you." Catherine and Joanne both did a curtsy, like what nobles do whenever they were meeting someone of the same rank as them. Agnes and Benjamin glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. "Please come inside our humble home," Agnes replied. "I'm sure that you've been on a long journey. Rest inside while I prepare something good for lunch." "Thank you for the hospitality," Catherine nodded. Although the greetings that Agnes and Catherine exchanged were a bit strained, Ethan knew that his grandma would come to understand his mother's hardships after hearing her story. Wallace, who had also stepped down from the carriage, gave his father and mother a nod before making a gesture for the coachman to park the carriages to the side. Since Catherine and Joanne decided to follow Ethan back to the Shire continent, some members of the Protector clans accompanied them. Enzo had increased the number of catkins, serving as their protectors from the shadows. The Meredith clan had also sent several of their young ladies to serve as Catherine's and Joanne's handmaidens during their stay. Because of this, Lou gave them a separate flying ship, which they used for their journey toward the Shire continent. Fortuna also wanted to go with Enzo and supervise her clan members, but in the end, she stayed, knowing that she needed to be in Caerwhitian. Someone in Caerwhitian needed to communicate with Ethan's side, just in case they needed to send more people to assist him in anything he wanted to do. Enzo said that Brynhildr Academy would need more cleaning staff members at the start of the new school term, and had already talked to Professor Reinhardt about it. Ethan didn't know what kind of deal the headmaster and the old catkin had made, but it seemed that the two of them were getting along just fine. Since there wasn't enough room to invite everyone into the house, the members of the Meredith clan started setting up tents in the backyard of Ethan's house. The farm was quite spacious, so there was no need to worry about not having enough space to make their camps. Some of the maidservants offered their help to Agnes to help cook their lunch, which the old lady gratefully accepted. Catherine also wanted to help, but she wasn't really good at cooking. The extent of her culinary skills was boiling eggs. While everyone was busy cooking, Ethan decided to take a stroll outside of the house to get a breather. As he was doing so, he saw another carriage heading in their direction, which made him wonder if his grandma was expecting more guests. Suddenly, a head popped out of the carriage window, which made Ethan's eyes widen in surprise. It was none other than his cousin, Chloe, who had planned to visit his grandma. Her timing was perfect, since he had also thought of seeing her before heading to Southshire. "I didn't know you were returning today," Chloe said as she stepped down from the carriage with a smile. "I also didn't know that you would be visiting today," Ethan replied as he gave Chloe a hug before kissing her right cheek. "I was planning to see you after a day or two before I head to Southshire." "You'll go there to marry Lily, right?" Chloe asked with a tinge of envy in her tone. Ethan smiled faintly and hugged the young lady in his arms a bit tighter before saying yes. "But I want to marry you soon as well," Ethan whispered. "Your father said that I needed to be a noble with a high rank before he agreed to let the two of us become lovers. After coming to learn my identity, I think I've exceeded the requirement for our agreement, since we only settled on the rank of Marquis." Chloe blinked. "Is your family from a noble family?" Something like that," Ethan nodded. Chloe could tell that Ethan was being serious, which made her a bit happy as well. She really didn't expect that she would see the young man during her surprise visit, which made her thank her raven, Nightshade, for suggesting she visit Agnes today. It seems that there are other carriages here. Chloe glanced at the carriages parked on the side of the house. Do you have other guests as well? I do, Ethan replied, and I also want you to meet them. Do I know them? Chloe asked. No, Ethan answered, but you will know them soon. My mother and sister accompanied me back here. They wanted to meet Grandma, and they also wanted to meet you and my other lovers. Chloe's eyes widened in shock. I should have picked a better dress. I should have applied some makeup. Ethan chuckled, finding her reaction to meeting his mother and sister quite funny. You don't need those things, Ethan assured her. You're beautiful just the way you are. After all, you're my first crush. Chloe blushed because Ethan's words were so smooth, making her worry disappear instantly. The two of them chatted for a little longer before going inside the house so that he would be able to introduce the young lady to his mother and sister, which was something that he was looking forward to doing as well. Joanne stared long and hard at the young lady who was sitting beside her brother and holding his hand. Ethan had told her that he had many lovers back in Eastshire, so she'd been wanting to meet them all. I'm sure that Ramona looked more beautiful than this girl when she grew up as well, Joanne, who was biased toward her best friend, thought. Also, her chest isn't that big. I'm sure Ramona beats her in that department as well. Chloe, who was being observed by Ethan's sister, couldn't help but feel that the cute girl was appraising her. But compared to what Joanne was thinking, she was more concerned about Catherine, who was also looking at her with a critical gaze. It made her feel nervous because this was the first time that she was meeting Ethan's biological family. Mother Joanne, if you both continue to stare at Chloe like that, you'd probably drill a hole in her face, Ethan said. Sorry, I just can't help but admire her inner beauty, Joanne replied in a monotonous voice. Catherine, on the other hand, looked at Chloe apologetically and smiled. Ethan has told me many things about you, Catherine said. He said that you were a very bold, tomboyish girl when you were younger. He also said that whenever you were with him, he felt like he could just be himself and not worry about what others would think of him. A tinge of red crept on Chloe's face after hearing Catherine's words. She was happy to know that Ethan talked about the good things about her and didn't tell his mother about the bad things. I also heard about the agreement between your father and my son, Catherine smiled. He said that as long as Ethan became a marquis, he would not mind Ethan having more than one wife since he'd be a high-ranking noble by then, correct? The members of the Meredith clan, who were standing behind Catherine and Joanne as their handmaidens, looked at Chloe with smug smiles on their faces. It was as if they were thinking, these commoners will be surprised after they know who the young master really is. They have that kind of agreement. Joanne, who was hearing this for the first time, looked at Chloe from head to foot before tilting her head to the side. She wanted to say something rude, but knowing that Chloe was her brother's lover, she decided to just keep her mouth shut. Even so, the look of displeasure on her face was very evident, making Chloe immediately think that Joanne didn't like her. Seeing Joanne hold back, Ethan smiled faintly. It seemed that his sister had really changed after being sent to the lands of Alastair and staying there for half a year. In the past, she would not have cared about whom she was talking to and would speak her mind even if her words were rude. Now, she had better control of herself, making him give her a thumbs up in his heart. But just as he was praising his sister in his heart, a devilish smile appeared on his sister's face, which made him suddenly feel a bad premonition. So what did you like about my brother? Joanne asked. Did you just like him because he is good-looking? Catherine, who was also planning to ask Chloe this question, glanced at her daughter and nodded her head in satisfaction. Well, I do agree that he is good-looking, but that's not the real reason why I like him, Chloe replied as he thought back to her childhood with Ethan. You see, Ethan was a very free and spirited boy when he was younger. Also, his boldness to be a rule breaker, which would always make Grandma Agnes run after him with her flip-flops raised, was a very funny thing to see. Agnes, who was listening from the kitchen, nodded. Ethan was indeed a pain in the bum whenever he was being mischievous. But if there is a trait that I like the most about him, it's that he is a very dependable person. Whenever I was feeling sad or having problems, he would always be there to make me smile. Chloe then gave Ethan a sidelong glance before continuing her explanation. But between us, I like the current Ethan more, Chloe said. He was already quite dependable back then, and now he's even more dependable and kind. If he wasn't like that, he might have hated me when I distanced myself from him without telling him the real reason why. And that reason was, Joanne, whose curiosity got the best of her, spoke out before she realized what she had done. However, this was what everyone wanted to know at that moment. They couldn't believe that someone would distance herself from the handsome young man, who was the dream guy of all the young ladies in Kerwhitian. That I can't tell you in public because it's too embarrassing, Chloe averted her gaze. But Ethan already knows about it. You can ask him if you're really interested. Brother, what is it? You're still too young for this, Joanne. I'll tell you when you're older. Minnie. Ethan couldn't possibly tell them that the reason why Chloe distanced herself from him was because she needed to remain chaste to do whatever she was doing. And frankly, he was also thankful to her for doing what she did. Because of it, they had unknowingly dodged a bullet that might have turned his world upside down. Who knew what kind of danger would have befallen them if they had crossed that line they were dangerously treading back then? If you can't tell me, then you can tell Mom, right? Joanne, who still didn't plan on giving up, tried to compromise. Ethan glanced at Chloe and asked her with his eyes if she was fine with that. The young lady's face was already beet red, but she still nodded her head, giving her lover the permission he needed. I'll tell you later, Mom, Ethan said, but promise me that you will not tell Joanne about it. Joanne, who had been denied the juicy gossip, pouted and stuck her tongue toward her brother, who returned her gesture. This unexpected scene made Catherine, Agnes, Chloe, and the handmaiden of the Meredith clan look at him with amusement. It was very rare for him to act so childish, especially when he was around so many people. True to his word, Ethan told his mother what really happened because he could tell that she was concerned with his love life. After learning the truth, Catherine patted her chest in relief because her son had a close call. But when evening came, Agnes felt mischievous and told Chloe that since there were no other rooms available for guests, she should just sleep in Ethan's room. Chloe was planning to reject the offer, but Ethan said that it would be fine. I want to tell you something very important, Ethan whispered in Chloe's ears. This will affect the two of us, so it will be best if we talk in private. Sensing the sadness and helplessness in Ethan's tone, Chloe nodded in understanding. She wanted to hear about the important matter the young man wanted to tell her, which would affect their relationship. On that same night, Chloe felt conflicted after hearing what Ethan had to say. A part of her was relieved, but a greater part of her was saddened because she wouldn't be able to take that final step in their relationship. Of course, Chloe still had things to do, which was why she needed to remain chaste. It just hit differently now that she knew what was at stake. She couldn't help but feel like whatever she was doing was nothing compared to the hardships that Ethan would face if ever they had crossed that line of no return. Ethan, since you will be going to Southshire, make sure to talk to Lily and Lyall about this, Chloe said as she lay on the bed beside Ethan. If given the chance, Lyall will really pounce on you, so make sure to tell her that you're being serious about this. Understood. Ethan nodded before pulling the young lady close to him. The two stared at each other affectionately for a while before Ethan moved to kiss Chloe's lips and used the power he had obtained back in Kerwhitian. A power that, although had limitations, was perfect for the two of them, who were unable to physically go all the way. With it, they got to do something both of them had dreamed of doing at least once or twice during the time that they were together in Brynhildr Academy. Chloe didn't know how it happened, but after her kiss with Ethan ended, she found herself at the master bedroom, which could be found inside Ethan's magic treehouse. How? Chloe asked as she shifted her attention to the young man, who was looking at her with a mischievous smile on his face. "Magic, of course," Ethan answered. "Did you use teleportation magic?" Chloe inquired. "Since when were you able to do something like that?" "Well, it's not really teleportation," Ethan replied. "We're just in the dream world, your dream world to be exact." "My dream world, but I am awake." "Who said that you are awake? The fact that you're here means that you're asleep. Also, my magic has not stabilized yet, so don't force yourself to wake up." Chloe nodded. However, she still wanted to test if she was really a dream world by pinching her left arm. "I feel pain," Chloe frowned. "Aren't you supposed to not feel any pain in a dream?" "This is a special dream where all of your senses are working perfectly," Ethan stated. "Your sense of touch, smell, and taste work here just like in reality." "Then how are you able to do this?" Chloe asked. "Can I learn it too?" "I don't know if you can learn it, but this is a bloodline power that belongs to my family," Ethan replied before he once again kissed Chloe's lips. Out of curiosity, the young lady focused on the sensation of Ethan's kiss and affirmed that his kiss felt like how he kissed her in reality. While the two were kissing, Ethan lightly pulled the strings of Chloe's nightgown, making it fall to her waist. At first, she wasn't aware that she had already been half undressed because her attention was on their kiss. Suddenly, she felt a pair of hands on her breasts, which made her body shudder. However, she didn't make any move to push Ethan's hands away and allowed them to grope her chest. Ethan's hands were quite mischievous, and before Chloe knew it, a familiar sensation which she had felt in the past washed over her body. She was like a flame, and Ethan's touch was stroking its embers and adding kindling to it, making it burn brighter. Chloe could feel her body heating up, as the feeling that she had tried to bury in her heart during the past few months slowly rose to the surface. The young man then slowly laid her down on the bed, while still kissing her lips. His hand then slowly moved downwards, caressing Chloe's body, sending shivers to her spine. However, when his hands finally touched her lower abdomen, her instincts kicked in and immediately grabbed his hand. "Ethan, are you sure that this is a dream?" Chloe inquired. "What if it isn't? Both of us will be in big trouble, especially you since you will be hunted down by the followers and champions of the progenitors." "We are in a dream world, so what happens here will not affect reality," Ethan replied. "Well, maybe it will affect reality with our bodies reacting to our dream, but I promise you that you and I will both be safe." After hearing his confirmation, Chloe finally let go of his hand, allowing the person she loved to continue what he planned to do with her body. Although it was a dream world, it was still her first time doing such a thing. Ethan didn't rush and made sure that she'd be ready to accept him. Even if it was a dream, their senses were working, so he wanted to do it right. This was also Ethan's first time using this ability, so he was happy that it was working the way he imagined it would. Soon, soft sighs of pleasure escaped Chloe's lips as Ethan's hand and lips prepared her for the thing that the two of them had been looking forward to the most. The moment they became one, Chloe clenched the bed sheets as the pain of her first time assaulted her senses. For a brief moment, she thought that this was no longer a dream, but reality, and almost panicked because she and Ethan weren't supposed to take this step because both of them still had many things to do. "Don't worry," Ethan whispered in a calming tone. "This is a dream. Our real bodies are safe. Just trust me, okay?" Chloe replied as her moist eyes looked at the handsome young man, who was now looking down on her with eyes filled with affection. Ethan didn't move right away and allowed the pain to subside for a bit before he continued to make love to Chloe. They sought each other's lips, each other's bodies, and knew then and there that they were truly in love with each other. It was a very magical and surreal feeling, which made both of them momentarily forget about duty, responsibilities, as well as the dangers that were waiting for them in reality. The only thing that mattered was that both of them were together and sharing an intimate moment, which felt sacred in their hearts. Over and over they indulged themselves, as the flames of the love and desire that they had been holding back for many years burst forth like a raging tide. When it ended, both of them were truly exhausted, but incredibly sated and satisfied. As Ethan held Chloe's naked body close to him, he could feel her heartbeat, and it assured him that even though they were in the dream world, the love they felt for each other was very real. "Fortunately, you have this dream magic," Chloe said softly. "Now I understand how Luna feels when the two of you make love to each other." "Are you satisfied, my lady?" Ethan asked as his hand playfully caressed Chloe's backside, making her body shudder. "I'm still sore down there," Chloe pouted. "You were too rough, even though it was my first time." Ethan smiled as he stopped his naughty hand from teasing his lover. "Chloe, why don't you come with me to Southshire?" Ethan asked. "Although it might be mine and Lily's wedding, I also want you to be there." "I'll only go if you bring Luna with us," Chloe replied. "Okay, let's visit her before we go to Southshire." Ethan nodded. Chloe smirked as she caressed Ethan's chest with her hand. "And what are you going to tell her parents?" Chloe inquired. "Will you say something like, 'I plan to marry someone and I want to invite Luna to be a witness to our wedding'? What kind of reaction do you think her parents and grandparents will have if you say something like that to her?" Ethan, who hadn't thought that far, could already envision that Luna's parents and grandparents would probably beat the crap out of him and demand that he marry Luna as well. Any suggestions?" Ethan asked. "None," Chloe smiled evilly. "This is the price you have to pay for getting married first. You have to deal with it yourself." "You're right," Ethan sighed. "But I don't want to lie to them. I guess I'll just have to tell them the truth. If they beat me up, then so be it." Chloe planted a kiss on Ethan's lips, which only lasted for a second before smiling back at him. "That's the right thing to do," Chloe stated. "I'm sure that they will understand, but only after beating you up." "So, there's no other option but to get beaten up, huh?" You reap what you sow." The two laughed at the same time before Ethan pulled Chloe closer to him and held her close. Although he knew that it would be hard, he hoped that he could give all of his lovers a happy future, where they would not have to worry about progenitors breathing down their necks and preventing them from living their lives to the fullest. Catherine couldn't help but look at her son and Chloe, who were acting like newlyweds during breakfast. Even Joanne couldn't help but feel like vomiting because of the sweetness that she was seeing, making her pout. Agnes, on the other hand, was all smiles because she believed that her plan to bring Ethan and Chloe closer to each other had worked. She was already aware that Ethan's magic circuits shouldn't be fully restored at this point in time, because it would only endanger his life. However, she also knew that Ethan would not commit such a foolish mistake, so she wanted him to spend some time with Chloe. She was saddened when the young man told her that he and Chloe had distanced themselves from each other in the academy due to reasons that were only known to them. So, when she saw that the two of them had finally made up with each other, she was extremely happy because she had long wanted for Chloe and Ethan to be together. "Grandma, I plan to visit Chloe's parents today to ask their permission so that she can come with us to Southshire," Ethan said. "After that, I will visit Luna's family and ask them to let her accompany us as well." "That sounds like a good idea," Agnes replied. "But you don't have to go and visit Chloe's parents. I will go there myself and convince them to let her go with you. Meanwhile, the two of you should go and visit Luna and come back here as soon as you can." Ethan and Chloe glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. Agnes' proposal would save them a lot of time, and the chances of convincing them would be higher if the old lady went to talk with her relatives. "Can I also come with you?" Catherine asked. "I also want to meet Luna and her family." "Since Mom is coming, I'm going as well," Joanne replied. "I also want to see the person who helped my brother awaken his power." During their stay in the Magdar Kingdom, Joanne asked her brother to tell her how he and his lovers had met. Of course, she asked this question when Princess Ramona was not around, because she didn't want her best friend to feel hurt about hearing about Ethan's lovers. The princess was already feeling down because she couldn't travel to the future with them, so adding salt to her wounds was not something that Joanne would do on purpose. Till now, the only one she had recognized as her brother's potential lover was her best friend. So she wanted to see the ladies in Ethan's life and compare them to Princess Ramona, who was left behind in the past. Ethan pondered a bit before nodding his head. He didn't know how long his mother could stay with him because she was busy fighting in the lands of Sarakale. Ethan knew how important that was and was grateful that the two of them could spend time together like this. Although it would not cover the 18 years that Ethan had lived without his biological mother by his side, it was still enough to make him feel the familial love that Catherine was giving him. "Well then, since that is settled, we will only be taking a few people with us," Catherine said. "Enzo and one of Joanne's handmaidens are the only people that will accompany us on this journey. The rest of you will stay here to gather supplies for our journey to Southshire." The members of the Protector clans thought that having only 2 people accompany their mistress and young miss to wherever they were going was not enough for their protection. However, after remembering that Lady Catherine herself was a powerful lady, they didn't voice any protests to her decision. They had seen how Ethan had fought against his father back in Caerwyddion, which made them recognize his strength. Even though Joanne was still young, she was also a powerful witch who could catch her opponent by surprise. Enzo was one of the patriarchs of the Protector clans, and his strength was the real deal. The only one in the group that was unknown to them was their young master's lover, Chloe. "We will also come with you, young master," Emma said. Lilith, who was currently in her cat form, nodded her head in agreement. "Of course you will," Ethan replied. The young man's reply made Emma and Lilith very happy. Last night, Ethan asked Lilith to sleep with Emma in the guest room so that he could spend some alone time with Chloe. Lilith didn't mind because she understood that her master would tell Chloe some very important things, which she needed to know. After making last-minute preparations, the group of 8 went to the train station and headed to the town where the Oswald barony was located. Joanne, who was riding a train for the very first time, looked at the scenery with a smile on her face. She had grown up in the castle of Caerwyddion, so the outside world was new to her. The 6 months that she had spent in the Magdar Kingdom made her realize how big the world was and how little she knew about it. If not for the fact that a shadowy hand had grabbed her and pulled her to the river of Okanos, the world that she knew of would only be as big as Caerwyddion, which was protected by a dense mist, barring access to anyone from the outside world to keep them from trespassing on their domain. Now, the current Joanne wanted to see new places, meet new people, and try to better understand the world that was beyond the lands of Caerwyddion. She was also hoping that by doing so, she would come across traces of her best friend. Joanne was quite sad when she found out that Princess Ramona had disappeared from the pages of history after she resigned from her position as the saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer. If not for the fact that the Magdar Kingdom was quite far from Caerwyddion, and she had no idea where her friend had gone, she might have gone on a wild goose chase in order to find the things that her best friend had left behind. 2 carriages traversed the unpaved roads of the Oswald barony. It was a bumpy trip, and Joanne frowned a lot in dissatisfaction. However, she didn't throw a tantrum, something she definitely would have done if she hadn't been to the Magdar Kingdom, which also didn't have paved roads in the past. She simply endured the carriage ride, which made her mother, Catherine, proud of how much her daughter had grown in maturity. Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that Joanne would ask, "Are we there yet?" from time to time, in the hope that her suffering would end soon. "We're almost there," Ethan replied. "You see that house over there? That's the Oswald family's residence." The young lady narrowed her eyes as she looked at the 2-story house with a scrutinizing gaze. "It looks rather new," Joanne commented. "Well, I guess it's good enough for a house out here in the sticks." Ethan smiled faintly. His sister had become more patient and careful with her words, but she was still blunt whenever she made her opinion known. The young man then shifted his attention to Luna's house, which had become bigger and looked more fit to be called a baron's house than the one he saw when he'd come to visit last. Clearly, they had put Ethan's donation to their barony to good use. Aside from the changes in the Oswald family's residence, He had also seen that the farms along the way now had proper irrigation, and the people looked happier with their lives. Chloe, who was also looking forward to meeting her best friend, looked at the house with a smile. They didn't inform them that they would come to visit, but she was looking forward to Luna's reaction when she saw them. When their carriages stopped in front of the house, they noticed another carriage there which looked like it belonged to a noble house. At first, Ethan thought that this was the Oswald family's personal carriage, but the emblem on it didn't seem to belong to their family's banner. The white carriage had intricate designs, and painted on its back was a black eagle with wings spread wide and ready to strike. Ethan used his outstanding memory to look for a match for the emblem, but he came up with nothing. He recognized most of the emblem from the nobles of Eastshire, so he assumed that the emblem belonged to one of those families. But since he couldn't find a matching symbol for it, he thought that maybe it was from a new noble family that had recently gained the king's favor, just like how he became an honorary knight of Eastshire. Right after he descended from the carriage, the door of the house immediately opened, and a few people came out of it. Luna's father, grandfather, and another old man whom he wasn't familiar with appeared with their wands at the ready. However, when Philip and Bruce saw Ethan, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Luna's grandfather and father lowered their wands and smiled at the boy, who raised both of his hands in surrender as if to tell them that he had come in peace. "Luna, someone came to visit you," Philip called out to his granddaughter, whose head popped out of the door a few seconds later. When the young lady's gaze landed on the face of her lover, she immediately ran toward him with a big smile on her face. Ethan, who hadn't seen Luna for more than half a year, opened his arms wide and gave her a tight hug. The two stayed hugging each other for nearly a minute before Joanne's "ahum" reached the young man's ears. Ethan and Luna, who momentarily forgot where they were, reluctantly took a step back from each other and gazed back at the rest of the people who had stepped out of the carriage. When Luna saw her best friend, Chloe, a cry of happiness escaped her lips before she went to hug her best friend. 9 out of 10, Joanne muttered as she looked at the angelic beauty whom she had seen for the first time. "It looks like Ramona has good competition." Joanne, who was grading Ethan's lovers with her own ranking system, narrowed her eyes as her gaze locked on Luna's chest, which was bigger than Chloe's. Catherine, who also saw Ethan's second lover, couldn't help but look at her with eyes filled with approval and satisfaction. Luna was the person who had helped Ethan unlock his dormant powers, allowing his destroyed magic circuits to function at their minimum capacity. Just as Ethan was about to introduce his mother and sister to Luna and her family, he felt someone hug him from behind, which made his Tidebringer legacy react instinctively. He didn't need to turn around to know who was hugging him from behind. His body recognized her instantly, which surprised him in a pleasant way. "Lillian," Ethan said softly as he turned around to look at his cute lover, whose powers resonated with his own. "Ethan," Lillian smiled as she placed her hands on his shoulders before standing on tiptoe to give him a quick peck on the lips. "It's nice to be young," Philip commented as he looked at the scene in front of him, making Luna's father nod in agreement. Luna's other family members had also come to see what was happening outside of their house. To their surprise, they saw the young man whom they hadn't seen in a while. "Everyone, sorry for coming unannounced," Ethan said while holding Lillian's hand. "I wanted to surprise Luna, but it seems that there is also a surprise waiting for me here." He then glanced at Lillian, who looked back at him with a sweet smile on her face. "Well, it will be best if you come inside for now," Luna's grandmother, Rhea Oswald, stated. "Let's talk over some tea and snacks." Ethan nodded and led his entourage inside the Oswald residence. After the renovation of their house, the living room had become more spacious, allowing Ethan's group to sit comfortably as they were being served tea and snacks by the family, who had recognized him as Luna's fiancé. When everyone had settled in, Ethan introduced his mother and sister to the Oswald family. He also stated the purpose of his visit, which earned him a few weird looks from Luna's family, including the old man who seemed to be Lillian's grandfather. "Your future son-in-law is quite interesting, Philip," the old man who had introduced himself as Lillian's grandfather commented. Inviting his fiancée to come to his wedding with another lady, this would have earned him a few looks of disdain if others were to hear about it. Also, he said it in front of his fiancée's family, which makes me think that he is either very bold or very stupid. The old man chuckled before shifting his gaze to Ethan. "I've heard many things about you from Lillian, young man, and truth be told, I am not too keen on approving you of becoming her lover as well," Gilbert said. "I don't really care about your approval, Sir Gilbert," Ethan replied. "You're not the one I plan to marry." A tense atmosphere suddenly descended inside the living room, which made Philip and Bruce facepalm at the same time. Joanne, on the other hand, looked excited. With the current situation, it seemed that she would finally see some drama and action, which she believed would be entertaining for her to watch. Suddenly, the tension in the air was broken by Ria's laughter, which made everyone look in her direction. "Ha ha ha, serves you right, you old fart," Ria laughed. "If you think that you can treat this boy like the other nobles, you'll find yourself barking up the wrong tree. You're already this old, and you still want to meddle with the affairs of the children. If I were you, I'd start building my coffin now, so when you kick the bucket, you'll have a good box to put your senile body in." Ria had always been a very vocal person and didn't give a hoot about who it was she was talking to. She had earned this right from fighting on the battlefields to keep Eastshire safe, so even the current king of Eastshire, Austin Whitehall, wouldn't have the guts to tell her to shut up. Gilbert snorted before giving Ria a glare, which the old lady faced with her own glare. Ignoring the two old people, Luna's mother, Irene, glanced at Ethan with a strained smile. "Ethan, maybe you should have chosen your words more carefully before telling us the reason why you've come to our barony," Irene said. "I've thought about that too, Mother." Ethan didn't hesitate to call his future mother-in-law Mother, reducing the strain on Irene's face. "But I don't want to lie and sugarcoat this matter. Sure, I could have lied and told everyone that I was just taking Luna to Southshire for a short vacation, but that wouldn't sit well with me. I know that what I am doing is a shameful thing, so I'd rather face your criticisms than lie to your face. I love Luna, and I respect her family very much, so I don't want to break your trust. Even though it was distasteful, I pray that you forgive me for my crudeness. Truth be told, I'm not certain if I'm ready to get married yet. However, just like how I wish to marry Lily, I am also serious in my desire to marry Luna and make her happy forever. So please, give us your blessings, not only in allowing Luna to come with me to Southshire, but also your blessings for our eventual marriage in the future." Having faced Ethan's sincerity, the Oswald family couldn't help but look at each other. Although they didn't admit to it, what the young man said was right. If he didn't want to offend their family, he could just have lied and told them that he would just take Luna to Southshire to meet her friends, as well as spend a short vacation there. His honesty, which had made them feel uncomfortable earlier, now made them understand how serious he was with his intention of spending his life with Luna. "Well, if you put it in that manner, then how about we talk about when you plan to marry my granddaughter, Ria arched an eyebrow. "So when's the wedding date?" "After we graduate from Brynhilder Academy," Ethan replied. "But if you want me to marry her sooner, I also don't mind doing so. However, like I said, I feel like I'm not mature enough to marry someone. Even my marriage with Lily is something I feel like I'm not prepared to face just yet. However, as a man, I gave my promise to her father that I would come to visit her in Southshire and seal the deal between Lily and me. I don't plan to run away, and I will take responsibility for my actions. In your eyes, I might still be a brat who is still wet in the ears, and I agree with you. But perhaps, taking this step will allow me to understand the weight of sharing forever with someone, which would allow me to know what it feels like to start a family." Ethan then glanced at Lillian, who was listening to him with a serious expression on her face. "It is not only Luna whom I plan to marry," Ethan added. "I also plan to marry Lillian, Chloe, Emma, and Lilith. Truth be told, I thought that I was only going to love and marry a single person in my lifetime." That's what I believed while growing up. I didn't know the customs of nobles, nor did I know their etiquette. But one thing is clear. I will never let go of any of my lovers, and I will fight the world if they plan to take them away from me. At that moment, the power of faith that was being assimilated by Ethan's body suddenly flared up, making everyone in the room feel a force that brushed past them in the span of a heartbeat. The legacy of rivers and lakes within Lillian's body reacted to the changes in Ethan's body, causing a faint ripple of magic power to spread with her at its center. Philip and Gilbert, who had sensed this faint ripple, couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock because they were familiar with this phenomenon. Legacy resonance. It was something that happened when two legacies highly compatible with each other appeared at the same time and place. When these two legacy wielders fought side by side, a phenomenon called legacy resonance manifested. Simply put, a complete resonance was a wizard's lifetime achievement by combining their origin and core magic together. This alone made those who could wield its power move, unhindered anywhere. Professor Reinhardt was someone that people didn't want to cross because he was one of the handful of people who were able to use a complete resonance, which could destroy entire cities in less than a minute. But legacy resonance was stronger and more deadly than complete resonance. Because when the wielders of compatible legacies activate their domain, they would be able to overwhelm even a colossi, which was considered one of the strongest beings in the world. Gilbert felt conflicted after sensing this rare phenomenon, which he had only seen twice in his lifetime. He only knew that his granddaughter decided to quit her studies at Nightfall Academy and transfer to Brynhildr Academy to be with Ethan a week after it happened. At that time, he thought that Lillian was just being foolish because she was chasing a young man who had been her first crush. He decided that after Lillian came to know that Ethan wasn't the person she thought he was, she would be disillusioned and return to Nightfall Academy. Although it would cause some problems, Gilbert was willing to apologize to Nero, who was the headmaster of Nightfall Academy, for his granddaughter's reckless action. However, not only did Lillian continue to stay in Brynhildr Academy, but her feelings for Ethan were reciprocated. Gilbert thought that this was just his granddaughter's rebellious phase, which most young people went through during their teenage years. But now, he finally understood. Lillian didn't only chase after Ethan because she was in love with him. Her legacy was also in love with his legacy, which was why the young man had captured his granddaughter's body and heart. This is going to get troublesome really soon, Gilbert sighed in his heart, because now that he discovered this matter, it would be difficult for him to turn a blind eye to it. After careful consideration, he made a decision to tell Lillian's parents about this matter, which would definitely have an impact on Lillian's and Ethan's future. It was not only Gilbert who was surprised after seeing that small ripple created by Lillian's legacy powers. As someone who was fighting at the grandest stage, where worlds and planes of existence were at stake, Catherine had also seen how powerful the legacy resonance was. It was one of the trump cards of the different factions in the lands of Sarakale. This power was so devastating that all factions had come to an agreement that those who could wield it would only stay in their capital cities and could not step foot on the front lines of the battlefield. Even the colossi and progenitors had agreed to this condition because the devastation caused by such battles was off the scale. Tens of thousands could die in less than a minute, and even those who sat at the apex of the worlds didn't wish to face such anomalies. I need to talk to Ethan about this later, Catherine thought. It would not be good if he remained ignorant of such a thing. Ethan's mother then glanced at Lillian, who was sitting beside her son, and smiled faintly. "Your name is Lillian, right?" Catherine said. "Please look after my son. He is a good boy, but he can be reckless at times." "Yes, mother." Lillian didn't even bat an eye and called Catherine mother because she could tell that the beautiful lady was supportive of her relationship with Ethan. Catherine nodded before shifting her gaze to the angelic beauty, who was also sitting beside her son and holding his hand. "Luna, please look after Ethan as well," Catherine said. He often tells me that you are always there to help him when he needs it the most. When he told me about the time he spent with you, his gaze always softens, which shows how much he loves and cares about you. Luna, who was also sitting beside Ethan and holding her lover's hand, blushed after hearing Catherine's words. Just like Lillian, she wanted to have a closer relationship with the beautiful lady, whom Ethan had gotten his good looks from. After speaking her mind, she then glanced at Luna's family respectfully because they would become her in-laws in the future. My son has already said everything he needed to say, but as his mother, I also hope that you will give him your blessings because he is not playing house with Luna, Catherine stated. Our family also wishes to have her as our daughter-in-law. We might not have any lands or properties here in Eastshire, but I can assure you that our wealth in Midgard will not lose to anyone. Joanne, who had been keeping quiet, suddenly spoke out, which made Ethan and Catherine almost facepalm at the same time. We have a castle in Midgard. Our territory is vast, Joanne stated. And last but not the least, my brother also has his own Religium MMPH. Catherine immediately covered her daughter's lips before she could say more, which might make things complicated. A castle, Ria's eyes widened in shock. Then are you royalty? We were once, Catherine replied. But now we've hid ourselves from the secular world and just do what we can to survive. She wasn't actually lying, because the defenders of Midgard were truly doing what they could in order to protect their world and survive. But what she said was enough to make the money-grubbing old lady smile from ear to ear. I see, now I understand. Ria nodded her head in satisfaction. It was not only her that came to an understanding. Once upon a time, Ethan had left them with treasures and gold, which made them wonder where the young man had gotten it. Now that they knew that he was royalty, the wealth that Ethan had shown them could be explained. Luna's father, who was just like his money-grubbing mother, grinned before looking at his no-good sons. Hey, our guests' cups are empty, Bruce said. Go brew some more tea. The cookies I was baking in the oven should be done by now, Ria also snapped at her grandsons. Go and serve them to our guests immediately. Your name is Catherine, right? Why don't you and I have a private talk later? The old lady shamelessly connected her thumb and index finger, forming the money sign, and winked at Ethan's mother. Luna's face, which was already red, became a shade redder due to her grandmother's and father's antics. However, Catherine also winked at Ria because it was easier to deal with people like her, who understood the weight of gold more than anyone else. Gilbert looked at his old friend in disdain because even though she was already old, she was still as greedy as she was when she was still a teenager. Well then, let's get back to business. Luna's mother, Irene, looked at the handsome young man with a solemn gaze. You wish to take Luna to Southshire to participate in your wedding with Lily, right? Yes, mother, Ethan replied in a heartbeat. Very well, I will allow it, Irene stated, but on one condition. Everyone's gaze landed on Luna's mother, who is now the one calling the shots. Luna will become your second wife, Irene declared. Luna's family nodded their heads at the same time, because this was a good plan to ensure that the young lady would not be the last girl that Ethan married. Lillian, who heard this, couldn't help but pout before looking at her grandfather for help. Gilbert chose that time to avert his gaze and pretend that he wasn't aware of his granddaughter's plea for help. Suddenly, the silence in the room was broken by Ethan's reply. I'm sorry, Mother, but I don't think that's possible, Ethan replied, which made Luna, who was seated beside him, give his hand a light squeeze. The two of them had already talked about their future marriage many times in the academy, and had both agreed on one thing. When I marry Luna, I will be marrying all of my other lovers at the same time, Ethan declared. No one will be left behind. Will it be a grand wedding? Ria inquired. It will be the grandest wedding that the world has ever seen, Ethan answered. A wedding that will be talked about for many years to come. Ha ha ha, those are some big words, my boy, Philip commented. But can you really do it? He can, Catherine replied before her son could even answer. I swear it upon my family name that we will make it happen. "And what is your family name?" Gilbert asked. He knew that Ethan was an orphan, so no matter how much they investigated him, they couldn't get any leads on who his family might be. Now that the teenage boy's mother was there, it was the perfect time to know a bit more about the young man's background, which was shrouded in mystery. But instead of answering, Catherine only shook her head. "Now is not the time to say it," Catherine replied. "For saying it now will only complicate things." "Is your family that famous?" Gilbert inquired. "Or infamous for that matter?" Catherine nodded. "Let's just say that there is no one in our generation who doesn't know our family's name." There was simply no way that she could tell them that their family name was Valentin. Because the moment she did, the Oswald family might immediately break ties with her son, which was something that she and her husband didn't want to happen. "Finally, we can rest," Ethan said with a sigh as he sat on top of his bed. Luna and Lillian sat beside him and gave him a hug. "Well, if there is a consolation, it seems that your mother hit it off with my grandmother," Luna giggled. "My grandfather, on the other hand, seemed to not like you, Ethan," Lillian pouted. "I wish he did. You're an amazing person." "It's fine." Ethan used his left arm to pull Lillian closer to him and kissed her forehead. "I'll do my best to get along with your parents when I meet them." Lillian nodded before kissing Ethan's cheek. Soon, the three teenagers started kissing each other, but didn't dare to do anything more than that. Luna and Lillian both understood that now was not the time to do intimate things with their lover, whom they hadn't seen for more than 2 months. They were currently staying in a house filled with strong wizards, so even if they used a silencing spell and a soundproofing spell, there were many ways to bypass it. The fact that they allowed Luna and Lillian to sleep in the same room as Ethan was already pushing it, so they hoped that Ethan wouldn't do something that would break their trust. After the three finished kissing each other, they laid on the bed together. "There's something that I need to tell the two of you," Ethan said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. "It is very important, so I want you to listen to it seriously." Luna and Lillian nodded at the same time and waited for Ethan to start talking. However, instead of telling them what he wanted to say, the young man only said that they should sleep first before they told them anything. The two young ladies were confused, but they just shrugged and snuggled close to him. 2 minutes later, Luna and Lillian found themselves at the living room of Ethan's magic treehouse, which was their meeting place when they talked about important matters. "Can we now go inside the treehouse, even though it isn't embedded in a tree?" Luna inquired as she looked at her surroundings. "No," Ethan replied. "We still need a tree if we are going to use the treehouse. Right now, we are inside the dream world, and I just made the environment look like the inside of the treehouse." "Dream world?" Lillian's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, is that the reason why you said that we should sleep first?" Ethan nodded. "Right. What I am about to tell the two of you is something that is for your ears only. I can't risk saying it in the real world because there might be people who are eavesdropping using magic." The young man then told his lovers the real reason why he was abandoned. The more Luna and Lillian heard about it, the more they thought that they were really dreaming and everything they were hearing wasn't true. But Ethan assured them that it was, which made their expressions turn grim. Both of them thought of a certain lady who would definitely endanger their lover in more ways than one. "I will protect you against Lyall," Lillian said as soon as Ethan finished talking. "The only way she will get through me is over my dead body." "The full moon will appear a week from now," Luna stated. "Do you want me to trap her in a bottle and throw it into the sea?" "That actually sounds like a good idea, Luna." "Thank you, but if you have more ideas, feel free to tell me. We can work together to make it happen." "Then in that case, how about we?" The two ladies brainstormed together, which made the young man wipe the imaginary beads of sweat off his forehead, because every proposal they made was darker than the first. It went from trapping Lyall in a bottle and throwing her into the sea, to trapping Lily's sister and throwing her in an active volcano. Before things could turn for the worst, the young man decided to carry the two ladies towards the bedroom. and make them forget about their attempts to eliminate the crazy wolf girl who was after their lover. Fortunately, Ethan's methods to make the two girls forget about Lyall worked, and soon, only their sighs of pleasure echoed within the walls of the dream world. The young man didn't want to let anyone hear his lover's sensual pleas, as he made love to them over and over again. Since it was the dream world, Lillian was able to last more than 2 rounds, which was usually her limit in the real world. Her legacy powers simply raised her sensitivity to the next level, which made making love to Ethan an incredibly pleasurable and exhausting experience. The 3 people missed each other greatly, so they allowed themselves to let loose and seek each other's warmth until exhaustion caught up to them. 2 hours later, they finally fell into a true sleep in both body and mind. Meanwhile, in a separate room, Chloe and Lilith were staring at each other. "I didn't notice it before, but I've noticed it now," Lilith said in surprise. "Are you part of the 9-tailed tribe?" "Something like that," Chloe replied. "My ancestors are druids, so they are able to transform into powerful beasts. One of them might be a 9-tailed fox." "Does Ethan know about this?" "Yes." Lilith narrowed her eyes. "Druids? Are you talking about the Furbolgs?" The Orpheus clan was not only trained to become assassins, but they were also trained to be spies. Within their vast library, written records about the Furbolgs were available, and all of them were required reading so they knew the history of Midgard and the powerful beings that once ruled its lands. The Furbolgs were one of them, and were said to have the ability to use the power of nature, as well as transform into beasts, which many believed to be part of their bloodline powers. Chloe nodded. "I am one of their descendants." "I see." Lilith looked at Ethan's cousin with great curiosity. "The 9-tailed tribe was known for being lustful because they could only give birth to 1 child at a time," Lilith stated. "Conceiving a child is hard for them because they are simply too powerful, especially those who have grown 9 tails, because they are considered to be on par with colossi. Some refer to them as walking calamities. Tell me, how many tails do you have right now?" 3, Chloe answered. "Do you plan to grow them all?" Lilith inquired. Chloe shrugged. "I'm not sure. Frankly, I don't really care if I grow more tails or not. If it happens, it happens. If not, then I won't be bothered by it." Ethan's cousin was really not interested in becoming a walking calamity. All she wanted was to perform her duties, so that one day she would finally be free from it and could finally embrace the person she loved, without worrying about the progenitors nor about the future. But since she was working to have that kind of future, she must continue to be vigilant. The Stone of Destiny was in her hands. With its power, kingdoms could rise and kingdoms could fall. For the stone had the power to find the true kings of the world, who would embark on a journey to change the world, for ill or for good. The next day, Ethan returned to his grandparents' house with Luna. Her family agreed to let the young lady come with Ethan to Southshire, convinced by the young man's passionate speech about wanting to spend his lifetime with Luna. But there was one more surprise that awaited them, for it was not only Luna who came back with him. Lillian and her grandfather, Gilbert, were also coming with them to Southshire, which made Ethan very happy. There was still a month before the start of the next school year, and they had more than enough time to prepare before returning to Brynhildr Academy. Of course, Agnes was more than happy to see her 2 future daughters-in-law, whom she had seen in the past. Gilbert, who was visiting Ethan's home for the first time, couldn't help but arch his eyebrows after sensing many elite individuals guarding the farm from places that were hard to see. This reminded him of what Ethan's sister, Joanne, had said back in the Oswald residence. "We have a castle in Midgard." Those words were stuck in Gilbert's head, especially after sensing the strength of the old catkin, who was part of Ethan's entourage. Old monsters like Enzo were very rare. Instead of getting weak as they grew older, they only became more deadly. Gilbert could tell that if he and Enzo were to fight, there was a possibility that the one who would lose was him. As someone who had been on the battlefield, Gilbert could tell whose hands were covered with more blood between the 2 of them. "We can depart tomorrow, young master," Enzo said as he approached Ethan. "The preparations to go to Southshire have already been completed." "Good work, Enzo," Ethan replied. "You're very dependable as usual." "Thank you for the praise, young master," Enzo bowed respectfully. "The mistress has prepared everything for our trip, including the gifts that she will give to Lily's family as dowry." Ethan smiled faintly. He already knew about this matter. In fact, he was quite happy that his mother was doing her best to form a good relationship with Lily's family, who would soon become her in-laws. Agnes had also prepared her own gifts to give Lily's family. As for Ethan, he had plenty of treasures that he obtained from the Magdar Kingdom, as well as the treasures given to him by Illumina. The mermaid princess did not only give him countless pearls of different colors and sizes, but also the treasures from one of the sunken ships that had come to rest at the bottom of the sea. It was not an exaggeration to say that Ethan had enough wealth to make Agnes start dancing like a teenager and laugh out loud until their neighbors started to complain about it. Luna, Chloe, Lillian, Emma, and Lilith had gathered together to think of a gift that they would give Lily as a gift for her wedding with Ethan. All of them were envious because she would become Ethan's first wife. However, they were genuinely happy for them because they knew that their lover also wished to marry them as soon as possible. But the ladies also understood that they were still too young for marriage. Only Lilith, who was already in her early 20s, was the exception. But after hearing the young man's declaration that he would be marrying all of them at the same time in his next wedding, Ethan's lovers stopped worrying about anything related to marriage. For now, they would celebrate Ethan's and Lily's marriage and make sure that the two of them would have a memorable wedding. Joanne, who had been told that Lily was her best friend's magic teacher and master, couldn't wait to meet her. Princess Ramona had asked her to pass a message to Lily, which Ethan's sister planned to do without fail. The next day, just before sunrise, Ethan's entourage was already on board 2 flying ships that were headed toward Southshire. It would take them 3 days to reach their destination, because there were no teleportation gates that could lead them directly to where Seth and his family lived. Lily told him that they lived in a place called Northlake Forest. It was a forest bordered by mountains on all sides that served as a natural barrier. At the center of it all was a giant lake surrounded by 4 rivers, which were responsible for nourishing the land and the beastkins who lived in the lush forests. The home of the beastkins was built on the base of the mountains, and Seth's home was built on the middle part of the mountain, which overlooked the forest and the lake at the center of it. When they were nearing their destination, dozens of giant hawks started to encircle them. Beastkins could be seen on the back of the hawks, and they eyed their visitors as if wanting to know their identities. Usually, the beastkins would tell everyone who was passing over their territory to scram. However, they were expecting guests of the Beast King, so they decided to ask first before making their move. "Halt!" A bearkin who was riding the biggest hawk hovered beside Ethan's flying ship. "What is your business in Northlake?" "My name is Ethan Gremory, and I have come to visit Lord Seth," Ethan replied. The bearkin, as well as the other beastkins, looked at Ethan from head to foot because they had already been told about him. "So it's you," the bearkin narrowed his eyes. "The Beast King has been expecting you. Follow me." After confirming that the new arrivals were indeed the guests of their king, the hawk riders of Northlake allowed them to pass through and escorted them to the home of their king. Unlike the human kingdoms, the Beast King didn't live in a castle. He just lived in a very large house that was as big as 2 football fields. It was made from wood and was 2 stories high. However, no one, especially those who had high-ranking positions among the humans, elves, and dwarves, would dare look down on the Beast King's residence. The reason? It was because he was the strongest king among the 4 factions. Some even say that, in his beast form, he and Professor Reinhardt were evenly matched, even if the professor were using his complete resonance. The hawks screeched, informing their king that their guests had arrived. As if waiting for that moment, Seth stepped out of the house and glanced at the two flying ships that were still a mile away from his residence. A faint smile appeared on his face as he took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. A few seconds later, he reappeared hundreds of meters high up in the air. Taking another step, he once again disappeared. "So you've come." Ethan glanced at the 2-meter-tall man, whose entire body was exuding a strength that matched his title as the Beast King. "Yes, father," Ethan replied. "I've come as promised." Seth observed the young man from head to foot and couldn't help but arch an eyebrow. "You've grown stronger again," Seth commented. "This is good. Lily's brothers are itching to test whether you are worthy of their sister. As long as they don't complain about getting beaten up, I don't mind playing with them," Ethan stated. Seth smiled faintly and patted the young man's shoulder. "It seems that you've also grown confident since the last time we saw each other. I'm looking forward to an interesting show." Ethan nodded before introducing his mother, sister, and grandparents to Seth, who greeted them with respect and promised that they would have the best hospitality that the Beastkins could offer during their stay. As soon as Ethan descended from the flying ship, he saw a blur coming from the corner of his vision. He quickly reacted, stepping to the side to dodge it, and succeeded in evading the figure. However, the werewolf kicked the air in front of it and used it as a platform to propel itself toward the teenage boy again, since the surprise attack didn't work. This time, instead of dodging, Ethan punched forward with a fearless look on his face. Beastmen were stronger than humans, so those who were watching thought that Ethan had made a mistake. A wizard wasn't meant to use his fists to fight against his opponent, because they relied on their magic to beat their opponents. However, Catherine, Wallace, and Enzo only smirked because they knew that Ethan wouldn't do something so foolish. A heartbeat later, two fists collided with each other, followed by a cry of pain. The werewolf hurriedly took a few steps back in order to distance itself from Ethan, but before it could succeed, it saw the young man it attacked earlier appear in front of it with his fists ready to strike. "W8," the werewolf cried out, but Ethan ignored its words and unleashed a quick jab on its jaw and a straight punch to its chest, which sent the werewolf flying several meters in the air. Ethan watched as his opponent crashed on the ground and rolled a few times before coming to a complete stop. Just as everyone thought that it was already over, 6 blurry figures charged at Ethan from 3 different directions. Ethan remained calm and waited for the last second before stomping his foot on the ground. His attackers, who were moving at incredible speeds, missed their targets. They looked around them, looking for where the teenage boy had gone. Above, a leopardkin shouted when he noticed a shadow covering his body from above. But when everyone looked up, they didn't see a single person. They saw 6 Ethans, whose feet were about to descend on their heads. This time, it was the Beastkins' turn to dodge, and they did it perfectly. At least, that was what they thought. However, as they distanced themselves from Ethan, something fell above their heads, which made them frown. A wolfkin grabbed the playing card that had fallen on its head and frowned. A second later, the card on its hand glowed, giving it a bad premonition. A blinding light erupted at the scene as the cards imbued with Magna Lux Eterna activated at the same time. The Beastkins were momentarily blinded, but they were expert warriors, so they simply enhanced their sense of hearing to detect where their enemy was at. Unfortunately for them, they weren't fighting just an ordinary warrior. They were fighting a wizard. Shouts of pain and surprise reverberated in the surroundings as the Beastkins were electrocuted at the same time, caused by the playing cards that had surrounded them all. Ethan's clones were capable of carrying playing cards imbued with rune magic and activating them at the same time. He knew for a fact that the Beastkin was a very sturdy race, and taking them down wouldn't be easy. So he did what would make fighting them easier, and that was by paralyzing them using electricity. When the Beastkins were all in shock, Ethan smashed his fists and feet into their chests, sending them flying in every direction. Seth, Wallace, and Enzo smiled faintly because Ethan's fighting style was smooth, and didn't have any wasted movements. From the moment he dodged and blinded his opponents, he didn't waste any time and neutralized them right away. After that, he unleashed the finishing blow, which sent his opponents out of the way. Raising his hand, Ethan summoned his spear Lightbringer and deflected the attack that was aimed at his blind spot. Long pink hair fluttered in the breeze as a beautiful lady holding a rapier unleashed a flurry of blows at the teenage boy, who blocked, deflected, and dodged her attack with ease. But as if using that opportunity to launch another sneak attack, a red blur charged at Ethan from behind. Summoning his wand and holding it with his left hand, Ethan cast a spell behind him. "Protego," Ethan chanted, creating a barrier behind him. The sound of flesh hitting something hard reached his ears, but he didn't have time to turn his head to look behind him due to how fast, deadly, and unforgiving Nicole's blows were. But what surprised Ethan's best friend was that the young man was holding his silver trident using only his right hand. Normally, he wielded it with both hands when he fought. Even so, Ethan had no problem deflecting her blows, as if the trident in his hand was only as light as a feather. "Not bad," Seth commented, as he watched Nicole and Lyall fight against Ethan using only their martial skills, while the latter used his magic and martial skills at the same time. Lily's mother, Lee, was watching this battle beside her daughter Lily, who was looking at the young man with an affectionate gaze. "It seems that your mate has improved a lot during the school break," Lee said. "Yes," Lily replied. "Do you approve of him now?" "Mother." "Silly girl, I already approved of him when he defeated me in our duel back in Brynhildr Academy." Lee smiled bitterly. "Even so, I can't believe he managed to become this much stronger in just a few months. It seems that you lucked out when you chose him to be your lifelong partner." Lily nodded. "I still can't believe that the young man who almost lost his life a year ago has become someone whom even father acknowledged. Back then, I was prepared to elope with him if needed, but now I don't think that is necessary. Right, Mother?" Lee sighed. "You're right. That is no longer necessary. I'm just hoping that your father doesn't get carried away and join the Fig." Before Lily's mother could even finish what she was going to say, Seth made his move and also attacked Ethan, who was already being besieged on two sides. Ethan, who already had his hands full in fending off Nicole's and Lyall's attacks, ignored Seth and tanked the punch that was aimed at the side of his body. The Beastkin punched normally, thinking that this would finally end the battle. But to his surprise, a hand emerged from Ethan's body and blocked his punch. An evil chuckle reverberated in the surroundings as Dainsleif joined the fray. The Beast King smiled fearlessly as he exchanged blows with Ethan's ancient Wendigo. His fists had started to itch as he watched his son-in-law deal with the surprise welcome he had prepared for his arrival. He thought that the warriors of his clan would be able to subdue the young man easily if they worked together. But contrary to his expectations, Ethan handled them quite easily. He even had the capacity to hold back on Nicole and Lyall, who were fighting him in close combat. Seth knew that when Ethan fought, he would immediately summon his sea god's trident. However, the weapon he was wielding right now was Lightbringer, which was a spear meant to fight against specters and unholy enemies. This meant that Ethan still had enough leeway to fight against Nicole and Lyall. Knowing this, the Beast King wanted to exchange blows with him. For that to happen, he needed to defeat the ancient Wendigo in front of him first. However, his opponent wasn't an easy monster to defeat, so Seth had no choice but to take his opponent a little more seriously than he originally intended. "Let's take this somewhere else," Dainsleif spoke directly into Seth's head using telepathy. "We might wreck your place if we're not careful." The ancient Wendigo rose up towards the sky, making a come-over-here gesture with his finger, which made Seth sneer. Stepping onto air, the Beast King shot towards the sky like a cannonball in order to beat some sense to the monster, who thought that it could do whatever he wished. Once Seth was within his range, Dainsleif spread his arms wide and chanted, "Gravity domain." As soon as these words were spoken, The ancient Wendigo and the Beast King disappeared from everyone's sights. Ethan, who was left to deal with Nicole and Lyall, smiled faintly because he noticed that the teamwork of the two was nearly flawless. This could only be achieved if two people knew each other's fighting style and habits, allowing them to synchronize their attacks to complement each other. Unfortunately, Ethan was no longer the same Ethan that they knew several months ago. He was not only stronger, but had gained new abilities, which allowed him to stand his ground against the two powerful ladies, whose attacks were increasing in speed and ferocity. While this was happening, Catherine took the opportunity to approach Lily and her mother, Lee. "Good day to the two of you," Catherine said. "I am Ethan's mother, Catherine. My son has said many things about you, Lily, and I'm very happy to have finally met you." Lily, who had already been told by Ethan that he would be coming with his mother and sister, smiled at the beautiful lady, whom she was seeing for the first time. "I'm also very happy to meet you, Mother," Lily replied. "I'm glad that you were able to come here to our ancestral lands." "Yes, it is an honor to be here," Catherine nodded. "By the way, this is my daughter, Joanne. She has many things to say to you." Lily shifted her gaze to the beautiful girl, who resembled her mother very much. "It's an honor to meet you, Lily." Joanne made a curtsy like a proper noble lady. "My name is Joanne Valentin, and I have been given the opportunity to become best friends with Ramona, who is your disciple back in the Magdar Kingdom." When Lily heard Ramona's name, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Since Joanne had met with her disciple, it only meant one thing, and one thing only. "You were sent back to the past?" Lily asked with a serious expression on her face. "Did you enter a nexus by accident?" "No," Joanne shook her head. "I was dragged to the river of Okanos during my brother's coming-of-age ceremony and was sent back to the past with him." "Ethan returned to the lands of Alester with you." Lily glanced briefly at the young man, who was fighting against Nicole and Lyall at the same time before shifting her attention back to the girl in front of her. "Yes," Joanne answered. "Ramona wished to pass you a message. Do you want to hear it?" Lily nodded. Although she was surprised by Joanne's revelation, she also wanted to hear the message of her disciple, whom she had left in the past. "Congratulations on your upcoming marriage, Master," Joanne said, while trying to imitate her best friend's way of speaking. "I hope that you and Ethan have a happy life together. Have lots of bobbies together, and may the two of you live long and fruitful lives." Lily couldn't help but cover her lips as her eyes started to tear up. Ramona was her first disciple, and she had spent several months teaching her magic. She also knew that the girl was in love with Ethan, which she had confessed to him. Ethan gently and kindly rejected her confession because it was not meant to be. They may live in the same world, but they do not belong in the same era. Lily could still remember how Ramona clung to her that night and cried due to heartbreak. She begged them to stay and live with her in the palace of the Magdar Kingdom. However, Lily told her that they needed to return to their own time because their loved ones were waiting for their return. Before their departure, Ramona went to see them one last time and thanked them for everything that they had taught and done for her. That was the last time that Lily saw the young princess and thought that there would not be a second time where their paths would cross again. "How was she?" Lily asked after wiping the tears that threatened to fall from her eyes. "Still a crybaby," Joanne replied, "but a stronger crybaby." Ethan's sister almost teared up when she remembered her best friend, who had hugged her tightly the night before their departure. She also became the saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer, and even made a giant statue of me and her together, Joanne added, which made Lily chuckle because she thought that Joanne was just joking with her. "Did she now?" Lily asked back with a smile. "Is she so in love with Ethan that she founded a religion around him?" "Yes," Joanne replied. "She did. Ramona had united the lands of Alester through her Order of the Tidebringer and only stepped down after finding a successor to become the next saintess. After that, she went on a journey and was never heard from again." Finally realizing that Joanne wasn't joking, Lily's expression became solemn and asked her for more information about the missing princess, who was her one and only disciple in the world. While all of this was happening, a shock wave erupted around Ethan as Nicole and Lyall unleashed their combination attack that forced the young man to get a little serious in fighting them. Since Nicole wasn't using magic, and Lyall still hadn't done a full transformation, Ethan was simply using his Lightbringer and wand to block, deflect, and parry their attacks. This display of expertise made the Beastkins, who were watching the battle from afar, nod their heads in satisfaction. When their king told them that her daughter's future mate was coming, those who were pursuing Lily decided to test whether or not he was deserving of her. They were the Beastkins that attacked Ethan earlier and were sent flying by the young man, who wasn't even fighting them seriously. After a few more exchanges, Ethan distanced himself from the two and lowered his trident and wand, taking a normal stance. "I think that's enough sparring, don't you think so?" Ethan asked the two beautiful ladies, who were looking at him with faint smiles on their faces. "That was just a warm-up," Nicole replied. "The real thing starts now, okay? Let's see if you can still be composed after we fight seriously." Lyall smirked as her hands and feet underwent a partial transformation. Ethan sighed as he looked at the two battle junkies who wouldn't be satisfied unless they landed a solid hit on his body. Seeing how determined they were, Ethan was very tempted to give the two of them a good spanking. However, he knew that he couldn't do that, especially since many people were watching their battle. At most, he would just have to show them that no matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to defeat him, which would make them give up after understanding the difference in their fighting prowess. Within Dainsleif's gravity domain, the sound of thunderous blows reverberated in the surroundings. The Beast King and the ancient Wendigo were trading blows like there was no tomorrow, and the two were sneering as if telling each other, "Is that the best that you've got?" After exchanging blows for the umpteenth time, the two distanced themselves from each other and engaged in casual conversation. "You summoned a domain, and yet you're not using it to boost your abilities," Seth stated. "Are you giving me a handicap?" "A handicap?" Dainsleif chuckled. "Of course not. I just summoned the domain because I don't want others seeing what I am capable of doing. Besides, it is easier to maintain it if I don't use its abilities." "Ho, are you my son-in-law's trump card or something like that?" "Correction, I'm just one of your son-in-law's trump cards." Seth smirked. "Good, that will keep him alive long enough for Lily to give birth to his child." Dainsleif chuckled because Seth had no idea what kind of existence his master was. However, since it was not his place to say, he decided to just test his strength against one of the most powerful existences in Southshire. But just as he was about to attack the Beast King, Seth raised his hand, stopping the Wendigo from advancing forward. "Hey, Wendigo, I have a question," Seth stated. "You absorbed those Fomorians, right?" "That's right," Dainsleif replied. "They were quite tasty, by the way." "Then, you're now very powerful, right?" "Indeed, but I have no one to test this power on. How about you do the honors for me, Seth laughed before transforming into his Beast King form. He found the ancient Wendigo's words quite amusing. A golden werewolf that was 3 meters tall roared, making the domain tremble as his power exploded outwards. Dainsleif wasn't fazed by Seth's display of power. Instead, it only made the glow of its malevolent eyes brighter, as it also raised its power to the next level. Black shadowy wisps swirled around the ancient Wendigo, directly colliding with the Beast King's golden radiance. It was like a battle between light and darkness. Seth only transformed because no one would be able to see him fight to the fullest while they were inside Dainsleif's domain. After staring at each other for nearly half a minute, both combatants disappeared from where they stood and clashed repeatedly, creating shock waves whenever their blows landed against each other. "Is that all you got, Wendigo? I can do this all day." "Are you really the Beast King? Why do your blows feel like the scratch of a kitten?" Not only did the two trade blows, they also traded words, taunting each other as they increased their speed and the force of their attacks. Right now, the two were fighting using around 50% of their total combat power, which would have been enough to destroy a good portion of North Lake Forest. If anyone could see their battle now, the Beastkins would realize that the retainer of the Beast King's son-in-law was a very powerful and dangerous creature. After 10 minutes of non-stop fighting, Seth distanced himself from the ancient Wendigo and looked at his fists, which were oozing with white smoke. "Now, this is interesting," Seth said with a smile. "When did a monster like you gain the power of faith?" "This power belongs to my master," Daneslafe replied. "Since I am his direct retainer, I am also benefiting from his power." "Ethan is blessed by the power of faith." "Yes, aren't you and your family lucky? Your in-law is being worshipped as a deity." "As expected of my daughter, she has good eyes for men, just like her mother." "Well, you're not wrong about that." After that short break, the two once again clashed. This time, they had gotten more serious, unleashing a strength that would have one-sidedly beaten the crap out of the Fomorians, who had arrived in the Shire continent in search for the Stone of Destiny. Small cracks were starting to appear in the sky and in the ground of the gravity domain, as Seth and Daneslafe continued to trade blows with each other. Even in the heat of battle, both of them understood that they shouldn't elevate their powers past 80%, or they would enter the point of no return. Their blows were already strong enough to shatter the bones of their opponents if they managed to land a solid hit on their bodies. Raising that strength further would lead to fatal injuries, which was something that the two wished to avoid. As the cracks in the sky continued to expand, the two fought to their heart's content until they could no longer do it. Perhaps, reaching its limit, the sky of the domain shattered, forcing the two combatants to distance themselves from each other. "You're not bad, Wendigo. I now understand why you are the Beast King." The two once again sneered at each other before Seth undid his transformation. The swirling black mist around Daneslafe also disappeared, reverting him to his usual state. The ancient Wendigo then waved his hand, and the domain became completely undone, making both of them appear in the real world once again. But just as they were about to look at the ground to see the outcome of Ethan's, Nicole's, and Lily's battle, a loud explosion reached their ears. Dozens of trees were uprooted from the ground and rose towards the sky as Lyall transformed fully, unleashing a deadly blow at point-blank range. To everyone's surprise, Ethan didn't block her attack with his silver trident or erected a barrier using his magic. His fist met Lyall's fist, which created a powerful destructive force, blowing away the trees around them and creating a crater on the ground. Lyall paused momentarily because she didn't expect that the young man would use his bare fists to fight her, making her body subconsciously shudder. "Ego Tilda, what have you done? Ethan, my boy." Sebastian facepalmed from inside the teenage boy's sea of consciousness. "Are you trying to make that crazy lady fall for you even more?" Ethan's other half was also shaking his head, because he didn't expect that Ethan would want to test his physical strength against Lyall, who had now taken on her full transformation. Seth, Lyall's brothers and sisters, as well as the Beastkins, couldn't help but do a double take because a mere human used brute force to receive the blow of one of the strongest Beastkins within the Beast King's family. But what surprised them more was that Ethan didn't break his hand or arm in the process. Ethan didn't waste the opportunity, while Lyall was still in a daze. He didn't hesitate to unleash 2 quick jabs on the werewolf's jaw to rattle her brain and make her collapse to the ground, returning to her human form. "Do you still want to fight?" Ethan asked as she turned around to look at Nicole, who had already lowered her weapon. "Yes," Nicole replied. "You are going to be my bed warmer tonight." The young man almost choked after hearing his best friend's words, which she purposely said to create a misunderstanding in front of everyone. Lily shook her head helplessly as she walked towards Ethan. The young man didn't hesitate to walk towards his lover as well and give the young lady a hug. After being hugged for half a minute, Lily stood on tiptoe to give Ethan a kiss on the cheek, which the latter returned in kind. Soon, cheers, whistles, and applause spread in the surroundings as the surprise welcome of the Beastkins finally came to an end. Inside the Beast King's residence, Ethan and Lily sat together with the young lady sitting on Ethan's lap with her head resting on his shoulder. The battle ended an hour ago, and everyone was being served refreshments before they started to talk about something very important. Lily's mother, Lee, looked at her husband with a solemn expression. However, Seth held her hand and gave it a light squeeze. "It's fine," Seth said before shifting his gaze to his soon-to-be son-in-law. Gilbert had the same expression as Lee, especially after he heard Joanne's introduction to her in-laws. "My name is Joanne Valentin." The family name, Valentin, was something that not many people dared to use because it was a name that had caused people many hardships in the past. Even those who were born with that family name chose to change it, so that they wouldn't be implicated by the notoriety that it carried. "Aren't you feeling anxious that your sister divulged your origin to us?" Seth asked with a smile. "What if we call off the marriage?" "What's the problem?" Ethan inquired. "The last time I checked, my family name was Gremory." Nice try, boy," Seth replied. "To think that my daughter's chosen mate is also the grandson of that person. The world is indeed full of surprises." Catherine sipped her tea calmly as she listened to the exchange between Ethan and Seth. At first, she told Ethan that it might not be a good idea to let his in-laws know about his true origin. She was afraid that they would call off the wedding if they knew that her son was related to the person who once made the entire world tremble, just by having someone speak his name. However, Ethan wasn't too bothered by it. He said that the Beastkins liked to carry grudges, and not telling them the truth was akin to betrayal. Even if they agreed to let Lily marry him, they would not forget the betrayal and would carry it for generations to come. Ethan also believed that Seth wasn't someone who would be intimidated by his background. He was a person who sought the strong and powerful. A person like him would only recognize the strong, and Ethan's grandfather was the embodiment of the word strong. Seth then glanced at Gilbert and smirked. "Well, let's set aside the matter of your biological family for now," Seth stated. "When you marry Lily, what surname will she be using?" "Gremory," Ethan replied. "She will become Lily Gremory." Agnes and Benjamin glanced at each other and smiled. The two old people held each other's hand and gave the child they raised a thumbs up in their hearts. By allowing his wives to carry the Gremory name, it meant that their family name would prosper for years to come. Catherine didn't look bothered by Ethan's answer. In fact, she believed that this was a good choice. She didn't want Ethan to be persecuted because of a family that he had only reunited with recently. She and her husband, Lou, weren't so petty as to find fault in Ethan's decision. As long as their bloodline would continue, they were more than happy to let him use the Gremory name, especially if it meant that he would remain safe from harm. Gilbert, on the other hand, sighed in relief because by having Ethan choose this route, then Lillian wouldn't have to suffer. On their way to Southshire, he had weighed the pros and cons of supporting his granddaughter becoming Ethan's lover. Of course, if the old man knew that his granddaughter and Ethan had already done the deed, he would definitely tell the teenage boy to take responsibility or else. But since he didn't know, he was still on the fence whether to support Lillian and Ethan's relationship or not, especially after learning Ethan's true origin. However, the temptation of the legacy resonance was too hard to ignore. With it, Easter could remain safe from harm as long as Ethan and Lillian would continue to grow more powerful as they grew older. Also, the Valentin family had hidden themselves from the secular world and no longer meddled with its affairs. Gilbert believed that as long as those who knew didn't say anything, the secret would remain a secret within their circle. "I feel like I've suddenly become an accomplice to a crime I didn't do," Gilbert thought before glancing at his granddaughter, who was looking at Lily with an envious gaze. A glance was more than enough to tell him that Lillian really loved Ethan, and he was afraid that if their family got in her way, she would break all ties with them and elope with the young man. She had already done something similar to that when she transferred to Brynhilder Academy without permission. Since it already happened once, It was bound to happen again, should they not support her relationship with the man she loved. "We have already prepared the necessary arrangements for the wedding," Seth stated. "But, as is our custom, you are required to look for the gem that will be used for the ring." The Beast King then glanced at Ethan's other lovers and smirked. "Take note that we can make more than one ring as long as the gem you find provides sufficient material," Seth added. "We Beastkins also have the promise ceremony, which is similar to having an engagement ceremony in the human kingdoms. If you are committed to marrying these ladies, then I'll allow you to perform it on the same day as Lily's wedding. Although it is not the same as getting married, it is equivalent to making a promise to the Earth Goddess that you also plan to fulfill your oath on becoming their future mate. Are you and your lovers fine with this arrangement?" Ethan glanced at Luna, Chloe, Emma, Lilith, and Lillian before nodding his head. He completely ignored Lyall, who was pointing at herself, while trying to get Ethan's attention. After hearing the young man's reply, the ladies suddenly felt excited about the promise ceremony. Although they weren't saying anything out loud, it didn't change the fact that they were envious of Lily's marriage with Ethan. The promise ceremony was the closest thing they could have, so they were more than happy to participate in this event. "Did you hear that?" Lyall whispered in Nicole's ears. "Ethan will definitely give me a ring of promise." Nicole couldn't help but giggle because she saw how Ethan had ignored Lyall, who tried to catch his attention earlier. Still, she was quite happy to see that the young man was able to ease the worries of his other lovers, and sincerely wished that all of them would find happiness in their decision to tie their destiny with the young man who had the power to warm up her frozen heart. "Crystal Tribe lives in that canyon," Seth said with his arms crossed over his chest. "They are the allies of the Beastkin. Because of this arrangement, whenever one of our people is about to get married, they visit the Crystal Canyon to look for a gem that will then be used to make the ring for their mate. So go, the sooner you manage to get your crystal, the sooner we can start this wedding. Don't make my daughter wait for weeks, okay?" Ethan nodded. "I'll find the best gems that I can find." "That's what we all say," Seth smirked. "But there is no such thing as the best gem. The gem that you need is the gem that resonates most with your feelings. When you feel that sensation, you know that you have found the gem for you." After being given a few more tips on where to find good crystal deposits, Ethan flew towards the canyon. The crystal people who lived there looked like regular humans. The only difference was that they had gems embedded in their foreheads, their hands, and their chests. Ethan greeted them politely and told them their reason for his visit. "We already knew that you were coming, so feel free to explore our crystal caves," the village head of the crystal people said. "Just one piece of advice: beware the crystal beast. It is one of the monsters that preys upon our people, and they can be found at the deepest part of the crystal cavern." "Can I kill them if they attack me?" Ethan inquired. "Please do," the village head replied. "They are birthed from the excess energy of the crystals underground, so even if you kill them all, it will be only a matter of time before new crystal monsters are born again." Ethan nodded in understanding and thanked the village chief. He planned to find the best crystal that he could find, so all of his lovers would have the same crystal in their rings. 10 minutes after Ethan entered the cave, he immediately found his first crystal deposits. After taking a good look at the green crystals, he didn't sense anything special about them, so he headed deeper in the caverns. As he went deeper, he suddenly felt the faint crystal energy that the crystal people were talking about. It was similar to magical power, but it was crude and untamed. "I have a feeling that I can use this excess energy to empower my cards with rune magic," Ethan thought. However, he didn't do such a thing because he didn't know what the consequences of draining the crystals of their energy might be. The young man observed the crystal clusters that he saw along his journey and deemed that there was no special attraction that he felt upon seeing them. Seth told him that when he found the crystal that he was looking for, he would know it instantly because his body would have a strong reaction to it. Using that as his guide, Ethan continued to head deeper and deeper until the energy in his surroundings became too thick to ignore. It was as if he was wading through a muddy swamp, and his movements were being restricted by the thick energy coming from the crystals. Suddenly, he saw something move at the corner of his eye, which made him instinctively summon his sea god's trident. As the power surged inside his body, Ethan came face to face with a crystal dragon, whose jaws were already wide, ready to unleash a crystal breath that would turn him into a block of crystal. But before the crystal dragon could even unleash its deadly attack, Ethan had already closed the distance between them and swung his trident upwards. The trident hit the bottom of the dragon's chin and sent its head crashing into the ceiling of the cavern. The sound of countless crystals breaking spread in the surroundings as the crystal dragon collapsed on the ground. Although it was seriously injured, the dragon didn't plan to give up and roared at Ethan angrily. "Dainsleif, can you eat this?" Ethan asked as he summoned the ancient Wendigo. "I can try," Dainsleif replied before reappearing beside the enraged crystal dragon. The ancient Wendigo smashed his fist at the side of the crystal dragon's face, making it cry out in pain as its body slammed on the wall of the cavern. After his battle with Seth, Dainsleif gained a better understanding of his martial ability, so he decided to test it on the crystal dragon, which was known for its extraordinary defenses. Unfortunately, its extraordinary defenses weren't a match for Ethan, who was already strong to begin with. However, after touching the sea god's trident, his strength once again rose, making even the hardest of the crystal dragon's scales not a match for his superhuman strength. Dainsleif, who was also able to use the power of faith through his master, didn't have a problem in pummeling the crystal dragon with a barrage of punches. Only the sound of its pain-filled roar echoed inside the cavern, making all the other crystal monsters run away because of the threat that Ethan and the ancient Wendigo posed to them. When the crystal dragon uttered its dying roar, Dainsleif turned into a black mist and covered its entire body, consuming it completely. Ethan sat cross-legged on the ground as he waited for his servant to finish its absorption. 20 minutes later, Dainsleif had finally finished absorbing the dragon. "Master, take a look at this," Dainsleif said as he held a blue teardrop crystal which was as big as a basketball. It was the crystal dragon's core. Dainsleif knew that his master was looking for special crystals, so he didn't absorb the core and presented it to the young man first. If Ethan didn't need it, he would consume it right away. The young man took the crystal from the ancient Wendigo's hands and gave it a closer look. As he stared at its crystal-clear surface, he suddenly felt as if he was being pulled towards it. When Ethan regained his senses, he found himself staring at what seemed to be a world made up of crystal. But to his surprise, he wasn't alone. There, he saw a familiar demon who was looking at him with a mischievous smile on his face. "Ashmedai, why are you here?" Ethan asked. "I was just bored, so I decided to talk to you for a bit," Ashmedai replied. "Do you have time right now?" Ethan wanted to say that he was busy, but he was sure that even if he did that, Ashmedai would still do what he wanted. "What is it?" Ethan asked. For some reason, he wasn't liking the smile on the demon's face because it was making him feel that the progenitor was up to no good. "Don't be like that, Ethan." Ashmedai wagged his finger left and right with his devilish smile plastered on his face. "I came here to tell you where the crystal you are looking for is located. This is the least that I can do for you as your patron, so will you listen to my advice?" Ethan nodded, because he just wanted his talk with Ashmedai to end as soon as possible. At the deepest part of this cavern lay a sleeping monster that has been sleeping for over 1,000 years, Ashmedai stated. "It is a beast that the current you cannot defeat. However, the crystal that you are looking for is located on its forehead. You can try to get it, but if, for some reason, the monster wakes up, make sure to run as fast as you can. Strong as you may be, there are still some creatures in this world that you shouldn't face no matter what." "What kind of monster is it?" Ethan asked, finally feeling curious about this monster that the progenitor was telling him. "The pet of the crystal colossi, Zodres," Ashmedai answered. "A monster that is as strong as the Dragon King and as hard as ancient crystals. If you are going to approach it, do approach it with great care. And no matter what happens, don't fight it if you accidentally wake it up. All you need to do is run. It is a gentle beast by nature, but when enraged, it is akin to a calamity. You don't want people dying because of your desire to find the best crystal for your lovers, right? Ashmedai was paying close attention to Ethan, so the moment he entered the cave, he immediately understood that he must warn the boy of the danger that lurked within it before it was too late. After promising Ashmedai that he would be careful, Ethan headed deeper into the underground caverns in search of the ideal crystal that would adorn the rings he would give his lovers. He only hoped that he wouldn't come across the location where the pet of the crystal colossi was sleeping. Although the demonic progenitor was a fickle patron, he could tell that he was genuinely concerned about his pet's safety. "Stop here, Ethan," Sebastian said, making the young man stop moving. "What's wrong, Sebastian?" Ethan asked. "I can sense a powerful presence 1,000 meters away from us," Sebastian answered. "That must be the monster your progenitor was talking about." Ethan extended his senses, but unlike Sebastian, he didn't manage to sense anything out of place in the distance. However, even if he didn't sense anything, he trusted Sebastian and his other half very much. "I'll be careful," Ethan said as he slowly advanced forward. Ashmedai said that the monster was a gentle beast by nature, so as long as he didn't make any move to harm it, he would be safe. After nearly 5 minutes of walking, Ethan finally sensed it. He didn't know whether he was sensing the monster or the crystal that he was looking for, or both. But it made him feel that what he was looking for lay beyond the darkness in the distance. After Ethan gained the blessings of Ashmedai, he gained a few extra abilities, one of which was dark vision, allowing him to see in the dark. He kept his eyes open, looking for the monster, but he couldn't seem to find it. Because of this, he just followed the sensation he was feeling until he arrived at what seemed to be a small altar in the darkness. There, he saw a small creature that was only as big as his hand. It had blue fur, and it was sleeping with its white underbelly exposed, strongly tempting Ethan to give it a nice rub. But a glance was enough for him to identify this creature, and it was none other than a flying squirrel. It was very cute, so he could somehow understand why anyone would want to have it as a pet. "Hey, Sebastian." "Don't be deceived, Ethan. This little one is the one giving off that strong presence. Be careful." Ethan nodded and looked at the surroundings. He could also feel that the crystals that he was looking for were very close, so he glanced around to find their location. "Over there," Ethan's other half said, urging Ethan to look at the rightmost corner of the small cavern where the flying squirrel was sleeping. There, a pile of small glowing orbs that looked like blue-colored marbles could be seen. The young man picked up one of them and knew then and there that it was the crystal that he was looking for. Although there was a small pile of them, he only intended to bring a few with him to be used for his wedding rings. Ethan carefully took a dozen of these small blue-colored marbles because he didn't know how many crystals the jewel smiths would need. There were still dozens more of the crystal left, but he didn't dare to take more than what he currently possessed. After storing them inside his storage ring, he decided to leave the place peacefully. However, when he turned around, he saw a pair of small blue eyes looking at him from the small altar earlier. Ethan's body stiffened. Although he felt no hostility from the little guy, he didn't dare act rashly. Any move of his might unintentionally provoke the pet of the crystal colossi. The young man and the flying squirrel stared at each other for an entire minute before the cute creature stood on its hind legs and spread its arms wide. It was as if it was planning to lunge at Ethan, forcing the young man to decide if he should run away or continue standing still. Suddenly, in an unexpected move, the flying squirrel bowed down on all fours and pleaded. "Please don't eat me." The flying squirrel, who sounded like a little boy, begged for its life. "I don't taste good." "The crystal dragon who tried to eat me died because of food poisoning. It's the truth." Ethan, who had made up his mind to run away, couldn't help but pause due to the sudden turn of events. A minute later, Ethan finally regained his composure, but he still didn't let his guard down. The thought of the beast just trying to act submissive and weak might be one of its strategies to lower the guard of its opponent before going for the kill. But since he wanted to believe that communication was possible between them, he decided to give it a try. "My name is Ethan," Ethan said. "Don't worry, I have no plans on eating you. Do you have a name?" The ears of the flying squirrel twitched after hearing Ethan's reply. It then raised its head and introduced itself as Colt. After the two exchanged introductions, Ethan bid it goodbye so that he could return to the surface. However, Colt jumped up and flew towards the young man's shoulder, apparently intending to hitch a free ride. "The path is littered with crystal monsters, and they are all very scary," Colt said as it sat on Ethan's shoulder. "I wanted to leave many times, but whenever I tried, I'd always chance upon them, so I had no choice but to turn back." "Can't you fight them?" Ethan inquired. "I have the impression that you're very strong." "Violence is not always the answer," Colt stated. "My master, Zodres, is a gentle soul. However, when pushed to a corner, she will lash out and attack whoever was bullying her." The flying squirrel then paused for a while before continuing his explanation. "You say that I'm strong, and maybe I am," Colt said. "However, I cannot bring out this power unless my life is on the line. In that sense, Zodres and I are the same. Unless we are left with no choice but to fight, we will still try to defuse the threat through peaceful means." The more Colt talked, the more Ethan realized that the cute squirrel might have caused the deaths of countless monsters because it looked harmless. Usually, monsters like to hunt easy prey, and the flying squirrel fit that bill perfectly. Unfortunately for them, when push comes to shove, Colt would unleash his power and turn the tables on those who planned to eat him. But in his current state, Colt really looked like a harmless flying squirrel whom even kids would like to cuddle and play with. His fur was so fluffy and soft to the touch. His voice was also very adorable and sounded pleasant to the ears. Ethan and Colt continued to talk happily as they made their way back to the surface. There were some crystal monsters that attacked them along the way, but Ethan made short work of them, making Colt feel relieved that he had hitched a ride to get out of the cavern with the teenage boy. The flying squirrel was a great storyteller and told Ethan about his adventures with his master. When the young man asked where Colt's master was, the flying squirrel lowered its head and looked very sad. Seeing that he might have asked the wrong question, Ethan apologized and told Colt that he didn't need to answer the question. Colt nodded, but the happy mood it had earlier was dampened. Because of this, the two traveled silently back to the surface, where everyone was waiting for his return. Joanne, who was having a private talk with Lily, raised her head when she sensed that her brother was about to come out of the cavern. Lily, who had also sensed Ethan's presence, glanced at the entrance of the cave and smiled when the young man finally walked out of it. Joanne ran towards her brother, hoping that he had brought out some souvenirs for her. And the moment her eyes landed on the cute flying squirrel seated on her brother's shoulder, she immediately asked if she could pet it. "Let me introduce the two of you first," Ethan said with a smile. "Colt, this is my sister, Joanne. Joanne, this is Colt." "Hello, Colt." Joanne looked at the cute squirrel with sparkling eyes. "Can I pet you?" "Only if you are gentle," Colt replied. "Okay." Joanne nodded and happily reached out her hand and stood on tiptoe so that Colt would be able to crawl onto her palm. Colt also sensed that the little girl didn't mean him any harm, so he crawled onto Joanne's soft hand and stood on it. "You're so cute and fluffy," Joanne exclaimed as she started to pet Colt's head and back. She even playfully rubbed the flying squirrel's white belly, making Colt squirm because it felt very ticklish for him. Seeing that his sister was happy to meet a new friend, Ethan decided to leave Colt in her care and walked toward Lily, who was waiting for him to emerge from the cave with Joanne. "Can I see it?" Lily asked. "I want to know what kind of crystal you picked inside the crystal cavern." "Of course," Ethan replied and showed Lily the blue crystal marbles he had placed in a small pouch. The young lady picked one of them and gave it a closer look. "Weird," Lily commented. "For some reason, I feel as if this crystal is giving off your presence. Touching it is like touching you." Ethan, who didn't expect Lily would have that kind of reaction, picked up one of the blue crystal marbles and took a closer look at it. He let it roll on the palm of his hand, but the only thing he could feel was his strong connection to it. "That crystal is called Lover's Wish," Colt said, while his head was being petted by Joanne. "It takes on the qualities of the first person who touched it, so it's normal for you to feel Ethan's presence in them. They're made from the tears of my master, the crystal colossi, Zodres. They have many amazing properties and abilities, including allowing you to talk to each other even though you are miles apart from each other. Also, each crystal resonates with each other, so no matter where you are, you will be able to trace those who possess the same crystal that you do. It also has a calming effect, which helps against anxiety, nervousness, and excessive fear. It also promotes good dreams and good rest. Last but not the least, it's a very amazing crystal because it came from my master, you know." Colt puffed up his chest and gave it a light pat. Joanne giggled before lightly rubbing the flying squirrel's belly, making Colt giggle as well. Soon, the giggles of the two kids spread in the surroundings, making Ethan and Lily smile at each other. "Let's deliver these gems to the crystal people," Ethan said. "They already know what to do with them." Lily nodded and walked hand in hand with Ethan. Joanne set Colt on her shoulder and then ran after them so she could also hold her brother's hand. She then used her free hand to pet Colt's head, who seemed to have hit it off with Ethan's sister. When they arrived at the house of the village chief of the Crystal People, they were quite surprised to see the quality, as well as the radiance, of the crystals Ethan handed to them. "This will make fine gems for your rings," the village head declared. "By the way, Seth asked us to create rings, but how many should we make?" 6 rings, Ethan replied. "Are you sure you only need 6 rings?" The village head smiled faintly. Suddenly, Ethan remembered a certain mermaid princess who held grudges. 7. Only 7. Yes. The village head chuckled before nodding his head. "Very well, 7 rings, the village head stated. "But we'll keep the remaining crystals, just in case you will need more rings in the future." Ethan didn't know how to feel about the village head's words, implying that the young man might have more wives in the future. Lily, on the other hand, only shook her head helplessly because he had a feeling that the village head might be right. However, her lover had told her about the matter with the progenitors, so she planned to protect Ethan from girls who might trigger the worst-case scenario to happen. The funny thing was that the one that was on top of the list was none other than her sister, Lyall. She had to ensure that Lyall wouldn't be able to make her move on Ethan because if she did, her lover would be facing some troublesome foes. Foes that not even her family might be able to handle due to the disparity in numbers and strength. "I'll talk to my sister later and explain it to her properly," Lily said. "I'm sure that she will listen probably." Ethan lightly scratched his head because he could only hope that Lily would be able to convince her sister to leave him alone. "Also, make sure to spend some time with Nicole later," Lily stated. "Her body feels so cold, like a block of ice. She acts as if it's not affecting her, but as someone who uses ice magic, I can tell that she's just acting tough but hurting inside. You're able to fix her condition, right? Make sure to see her after we return to the residence." Ethan's expression became solemn after hearing Lily's words. This wouldn't be his first time helping Nicole with her condition, so he was already familiar with how low the temperature her body could reach. "I'll see her later," Ethan replied. "Good," Lily nodded. "Back then, I thought that she was just joking when she said that you were her bed warmer. It seems that you really need to warm her up so that she can sleep properly tonight." Lily's tone was playful, but for some reason, it held a tinge of sadness. She wasn't sad because Ethan would be spending time with his best friend. She was sad because the one whom she considered a close friend and rival was suffering from a disease that was slowly, but surely eating her life away. 2 days had passed, since Ethan returned with the crystals that would be used to craft the rings for his lovers. Everyone was in a festive mood, and Seth made sure that the preparations for his daughter's wedding were perfect. In the past, there were Beastkins who were dissatisfied with Ethan's marriage with the Beast King's daughter, but now there were none. Ethan's performance during the surprise battle, when he arrived, showed everyone that Seth's son-in-law wasn't a pushover. And perhaps, with his bloodline mixing with that of the Beast King's daughter, a new era for their clan would come to fruition. Joanne and Colt had become inseparable and were always together. The flying squirrel liked Joanne's bold and strong personality because these were the traits it lacked. Colt also became Joanne's talkative companion, given that he was more than happy to tell her stories about the time when it was still traveling the Shire continent with its previous master. Ethan had a private talk with Joanne and told her not to mention anything about the crystal colossi, Zodras, because it would make Colt sad. Not wanting to see the cute little squirrel unhappy, Joanne did her best to not ask questions about Colt's master and simply allowed the little guy to tell his tales, which she found quite exciting to hear. Ethan didn't tell his sister that Colt was actually a very powerful beast whose strength was on par with that of the Dragon King. The main reason why he didn't tell her was because he didn't know how Joanne would react to this information. In his sister's eyes, Colt was just a cute and adorable creature that needed to be protected. Also, he had a feeling that Colt didn't want anyone to know about its powers. Even in its stories, the flying squirrel never mentioned anything about fighting against powerful creatures. It simply highlighted the crystal colossi's strength to its new friend. "The wedding will happen in 10 days, Seth said to his future son-in-law. "I have sent word to the other clans about my daughter's wedding, and I expect them to arrive before the day of your marriage." "Understood, father," Ethan replied. Seth nodded his head in satisfaction, before whispering something in Ethan's ear. "I don't know how Gilbert will react after learning about your background," Seth whispered. "And frankly, I don't really care. However, it will be best if you talk to him in private because it might cause trouble for your lover, Lillian." Seth then patted the young man's shoulder and smirked. "No matter what happens, we are now family," Seth stated. "Don't hesitate to ask for my help when you need it. If you need to elope with Lillian, or with any of your lovers for that matter, know that Southshire will always be open to you." "Thank you, father," Ethan smiled. "I just hope things will not come to that." At that moment, the village head of the Crystal People approached Ethan and Seth. He first gave the Beast King a respectful bow, before shifting his attention to Ethan and repeating the gesture. "The rings will be completed in 5 days," the village head said. "However, the 3 bracelets you asked to be made are finished." The village head opened the ornate box in his hands and showed Ethan 3 bracelets with a blue marble at its center. The design was beautiful, which he believed would also impress Agnes, Joanne, and Catherine, to whom he planned to gift the bracelets made by the Crystal People. "Thank you very much," Ethan said as he accepted the ornate box with both hands. "I'm sure my family will love them." "You're welcome," the village head replied. "It's a pleasure crafting these things with the crystal you have brought back. It's been a while since we accepted a challenge like this." After having a short chat with the village head, Ethan went to find his grandmother, who was busy chatting with Lily's mother, Lee. Catherine was also with them, and the 3 ladies seemed to be in a happy mood. Because of this, Ethan decided to not disturb them and turned to look for his sister. Since Daneslafe was tasked to watch over her, Ethan easily found her playing with Colt in the forest, near the lake. When Ethan presented the bracelet to Joanne, the young lady fondly held it in her hands, and yet she looked at it with a sad expression on her face. "Brother, did you know? In the Magdar Kingdom, it's customary for men to give a bracelet to the girl that they want to marry," Joanne said as she traced the ornate design of the bracelet with her fingertip. "It was their token of love, and if the girl accepted, that meant that she accepted the marriage proposal." "It's my first time hearing that," Ethan replied. But at that exact moment, he remembered something that made him almost break into cold sweat. There was a time when his sister was pestering him to buy Princess Ramona a bracelet. However, the princess started to become flustered and even covered Joanne's lips, stopping her from saying more. Is that why you wanted me to buy Ramona a bracelet that badly back then? Ethan asked his sister in disbelief. Joanne, on the other hand, only stuck out her tongue. Too bad you didn't buy her one until the very end, Joanne commented. It would have been something she'd cherish all her life. It would have also been a shackle that kept her from being happy, Ethan sighed. Joanne didn't agree or disagree with Ethan's words. She simply handed the bracelet back to him and asked him to put it on her wrist. Ethan obediently complied, seeing that his sister was looking a bit sad after the bracelet reminded her of her best friend. With a resounding click, the bracelet changed its size to perfectly fit Joanne's small wrist. At that exact moment, a refreshing feeling washed over her body, making her sigh in contentment. This bracelet sure is nice, Joanne commented. It feels like you're always with me, brother. Isn't that good? Ethan arched an eyebrow. I guess you can say that, Joanne smiled before giving Ethan a hug. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Ethan hugged his sister back and patted her head. What Joanne didn't know was that Ethan had given Ramona a bracelet in secret. At that time, Joanne was taking a nap. He wasn't aware that the Magdar Kingdom had this kind of tradition, and thought that it wouldn't be bad to give the princess a gift before they left. The princess had thanked him back then, with a reddened face. However, instead of wearing the bracelet, Princess Ramona stored it properly and treated it as one of her most important treasures. Perhaps the princess had known that Joanne would tease her if she noticed that her best friend was wearing a bracelet. To prevent that from happening, Princess Ramona only wore the bracelet after Ethan and Joanne returned to the future. It was also because of that same bracelet that the followers of the Order of the Tidebringer treated her as not only their deity's saintess, but also his lover. The bracelet also deterred any would-be suitors from asking her hand for marriage. Since their deity had already claimed her as his woman, even the king of the Magdar Kingdom didn't dare to matchmake Princess Ramona to the princes of other royal families, and allowed her to do whatever she pleased as the saintess of the Order of the Tidebringer. Right after dinner, Ethan went to look for his grandmother to give her the bracelet he had asked to be made for her. He had already given Joanne and his mother the bracelets that had been crafted for them, which made both ladies very happy. This was especially true for Catherine, who wouldn't be able to stay with Ethan for a long time because she still had to return to the lands of Sarakale. She really liked the bracelet because this was Ethan's first gift to her, and she promised to treasure it well. The young man was also happy to see how much his mother liked the gift he had prepared for her. However, when it was time for him to give the bracelet to Agnes, the old lady just chuckled and returned the bracelet to her grandson. Ethan, I'm already old, so jewelry doesn't really fit my style, Agnes said. So why don't you give this one to your best friend as a gift? I don't know if she will like it, but I have a feeling that she will accept it. Give it to Nicole, Ethan blinked. She doesn't wear accessories. Actually, I've never even seen her wearing earrings, necklaces, or bracelets. The only time she wore them was when we were in the Palace of Wisteria to receive our titles as honorary knights. Ethan could still remember how gorgeous Nicole was back then. She was already beautiful, but the moment she put on a dress, styled her hair, and added some accessories, her innate beauty was highlighted, making almost every single young man at the royal party look in her direction. It doesn't matter if she doesn't like wearing accessories, Agnes chuckled. Nicole is still a girl, so I'm sure that she will like this gift from you. There was a glint in Agnes' eyes that Ethan failed to notice. The old lady really liked Nicole because she was a strong-willed lady and cared for her son, though as a good friend. They claimed that they didn't have any romantic feelings for each other. Despite that, she believed that the young lady would always help her grandson in his time of need. Since that was the case, a gift like the bracelet would prove how much Ethan cared for her. Agnes didn't know if the two teenagers would go beyond being friends, but if it was possible. She wanted to give the two a little push and this bracelet was a good way to keep the ball rolling. Ethan, who had no idea what his grandma was plotting, nodded and went to look for his best friend. After asking Lily if she saw Nicole, the young lady told Ethan that Nicole had gone straight to her room after dinner. "She seemed quite pale when she went to her room," Lily said. "I think you should check up on her. You were so busy finding those crystals and helping with the preparations for our wedding that you forgot to warm her up." "You're right," Ethan scratched his head. "I forgot." Lily smiled before standing on tiptoe to give Ethan a quick peck on the lips. "Go," Lily said, "before you forget again." The young man nodded and also gave Lily a quick peck on the lips before climbing up the stairs to go to the second floor, where Nicole's room was located. "Nicole, it's me," Ethan said as he knocked on the door. Just as he was about to knock a third time, the door opened and he felt a strong sucking force pulling him inside the room. The moment Ethan was dragged inside the room, the door closed and locked itself firmly on its own. When Ethan regained his senses, he found himself lying on the soft bed with a young lady hugging him tightly. Although there was no light inside the room, his senses picked up Nicole's familiar scent and the sudden cold that washed over his body like a raging tide. Ethan subconsciously shuddered, for Nicole's body was as cold as ice. However, this wasn't the first time he experienced something like this, so he knew what to do, and he did just that. He gave his best friend a tight hug. He also placed his hand on Nicole's head and pulled her closer to him until he felt her cold breath tickling his neck. The young lady's body trembled from time to time, which made Ethan hold her tighter. "I'm sorry," Ethan said. "I should have warned you sooner." If Ethan had known that Nicole's condition was this bad, he would have helped her sooner, but it was too late for regrets now. The only thing that he could do was to hold onto her tightly until her body stopped trembling. Nearly an hour later, Ethan finally realized something. Nicole wasn't wearing anything, and he was holding onto her naked body. He didn't notice this right away, because the only thing he felt at the beginning was her icy cold skin that felt like ice. It didn't feel like a normal human body, which would have felt warm to the touch. But with this realization, calmness also washed over his body. Nicole trusted him enough to allow him to hold her like this, without feeling bothered that he was a young man and that she was a young lady. "Stay with me for the night," Nicole said weakly, as if she finally found the strength to speak. "I will," Ethan promised. "I'll warm you up until you stop shaking completely." "You're not hot enough," Nicole said. "Take off your robe." Ethan didn't say anything and simply took off his robe, as well as his shirt. He kept his pants on and used his naked upper body to press on Nicole's body, making her sigh in pleasure as his body heat transferred to her through skinship. Their chests were pressing against each other, so Ethan could feel Nicole's beating heart. She could feel the same, and the pleasant feeling made her feel drowsy. Soon, she fell asleep in Ethan's arms. The young lady had been enduring the cold for several days and hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in all that time. She didn't try asking Ethan for help, knowing that he was busy with the wedding preparations. So the moment she felt her body warming up, all the worries in her heart disappeared, making her exhaustion rise to the surface. This caused her to fall asleep, leaving herself open to Ethan's mercy. Summoning a thick blanket, Ethan covered the two of them and closed his eyes to sleep as well. Nicole was special to him, and he would not do anything to break the trust that she had given him. Soon, he also fell asleep, and the powers inside his body churned, flowing toward the young lady's body and calming the deity that had started living inside Nicole's frozen heart. When Ethan realized that he had ridden the wrong train, which brought him to Brynhildr Magic Academy, it had already been too late. One thing had led to another, and before he knew it, he was already in the Plaza of Beginnings, being recognized as one of the pillars of the first years. After that nerve-wracking ceremony, he was forced to participate in the initiation ceremony, which was a yearly tradition of the academy to give the first years a grand welcome to the academy. Though fighting against zombies wasn't really something Ethan would consider a grand welcome. Fortunately, he had reunited with Chloe at that time. With the two of them working together, they managed to survive and reach the door of the boss room alongside a weakened Alice. Ethan would never forget the moment Nicole appeared in front of them. She was beautiful, charismatic, and most of all, oozing with confidence. Even for someone like Ethan, who had been inexperienced in fighting monsters, a glance was enough to figure that Nicole hadn't suffered the way they did against the zombies. Her clothes were clean, and she was very composed, indicating that the initiation ceremony didn't pose any challenge to her. When she entered the boss room, her battle ended before Ethan, Chloe, and Alice could even relax after their tense encounter. This cemented her status as the strongest pillar among the first years in the academy. That was also when Ethan had first felt deep inside his heart that he wanted to be like her. Someone strong. Someone who could face the dangers in front of him with a confident smile. Someone who could protect those whom he held important in his life. As a dud, Ethan knew that this was simply a pipe dream. Nicole was a talented witch, as well as a knight. She had it all. At least, that was what he thought in the beginning. He wasn't aware of the hardships that she had suffered in the past. She became strong because she had no other choice but to become strong. The Astaf family wasn't a place where weakness was tolerated. They only wanted the strongest witches and wizards in their family. Nicole had been stripped of her freedom to live a happy childhood due to her family circumstances. If there was someone Ethan wished to surpass in the academy, it was none other than the beautiful young lady who was currently in his embrace. The young man looked at Nicole's face and felt an ache in his heart when he saw how pale and exhausted she looked. Despite the darkness in the room, his dark vision allowed him to see her current state, a sight of which made him hold her tighter. He brushed away the hair, covering her beautiful face, and tucked it behind her ear. Her slow breaths, which were no longer as cold as ice, gave Ethan some peace of mind. Her body, although still a little cold, was better compared to how it was many hours ago. And her face, although still pale, had regained a bit of its color. The young lady, whom Ethan wanted to defeat in a fair duel, felt very fragile in his embrace. She was like a vase that would break any moment at the slightest mishandling. Nicole had always been one of the anchors that made him strive to get stronger in a world where strength was needed to survive. Perhaps due to the fact that he wanted to make sure that nothing unexpected would happen, Ethan continued to watch over her until the skies slowly brightened outside. When morning came, her body temperature finally returned to normal, making Ethan finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that exact moment, Nicole slowly opened her eyes and sleepily looked at the young man, who was looking at her with concern. Their gazes met, and after a few seconds, recognition and realization appeared in Nicole's eyes. "Thank you," Nicole said softly before planting a kiss on Ethan's forehead. "I'm feeling much better thanks to you." "You're welcome," Ethan replied as he lightly patted her head. "Did you take advantage of me while I was sleeping?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone. "I will never do that to you," Ethan answered in a heartbeat. Nicole giggled because she knew that Ethan would never take advantage of her, even in her moment of weakness. Even so, she still felt mischievous, so she stared directly into his eyes while her hands moved to caress Ethan's chest, feeling his strong and lithe body under the blankets. "It's your loss," Nicole replied. "You should have copped a feel when you had the chance. Many teenage boys in the academy would die to switch positions with you. Do you know that?" "They won't get the chance," Ethan smirked. "Because if they try to cop a feel, you will turn them into ice statues." "True," Nicole smiled before burying her head into Ethan's chest and closing her eyes. "Can we stay like this for 15 more minutes?" "Okay," Ethan answered as he continued to hug the young lady in his arms. But it didn't take long before he realized that agreeing was a mistake. Now that he was certain that his best friend had finally recovered, his concern faded and was uncontrollably replaced by the sensation of Nicole's naked body. He didn't have the chance to process this sensation earlier because he wasn't thinking about sensual thoughts as he stood vigil until morning came. Her soft curves pressing on his bare chest, her calloused hands touching his back, her fragrance making his heart beat wildly inside his chest, which he believed was also sensed by the young lady in his arms. Ethan wouldn't admit it, but Nicole was totally his type of woman. Strong, beautiful, and strong-willed, with a great figure. But the thing that made him painfully aware of all of this was the fact that little Ethan was starting to react, making him almost want to slap the little guy for not choosing the appropriate time and place to stand tall and proud. Suddenly, a giggle escaped Nicole's lips, which soon broke out into a chuckle. "I'm relieved that you still think of me as an attractive lady," Nicole said. "For a moment, my confidence took a blow since you didn't seem interested in having a beauty like me in your arms." "How can I possibly not find you attractive?" Ethan asked. "Okay, your 15 minutes are up. Time to go." Stingy," Nicole complained, which Ethan ignored completely. The young man slid out of bed while making sure that Nicole's body was covered properly by the blanket. He pulled on his robes with his back facing her, making the young lady giggle a second time. Before I forget, I want you to have this." Ethan turned around and handed a bracelet to Nicole. "What's this?" Nicole asked as she looked closely at the gem at the center of her bracelet. Suddenly, she felt something warm over her body as the gem on the bracelet glowed faintly. "It's a bracelet made from one of the gems that I picked up in the crystal cavern to be used for the rings that are being created by the crystal people," Ethan replied. "I asked them to make 3 bracelets. I gave one to my mother, one to my sister, and the last to my grandma. But grandma declined it and said that I should just give it to you because she's already old and doesn't like to wear accessories." "But I also don't like to wear accessories," Nicole asked as she gazed at Ethan with a mischievous smile on her face. "You don't want it?" Ethan asked before placing his hands on his waist. "If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." "I didn't say I didn't want it," Nicole commented. "But since you have given it to me, I guess I'll accept it as a token of our friendship. Quick, help me wear it. I'm too lazy to do it myself." Ethan shook his head helplessly before taking the bracelet from Nicole's hand. "You're hopeless." Ethan eyed his best friend before casually putting the bracelet on her right wrist. The moment the bracelet was on her wrist, it shrank to fit Nicole perfectly. "So I didn't just imagine it," Nicole thought as she felt the warmth spreading into her body from the blue crystal that was embedded in her bracelet. Ethan, who had no idea what the bracelet was doing to Nicole, bid his best friend goodbye, but not before getting another kiss on the cheek as her thank you for the gift. After leaving the room, the 2 beings in his peanut gallery began teasing Ethan, saying that he should have copped a feel when he still had a chance. This made the young man's face redden as he headed back towards his room to wash away the traces of his intimate night with Nicole, who was now laying on her bed and looking at the bracelet that was given to her as a gift by the young man whom she trusted the most in the world. The days passed swiftly, and before Ethan and Lily knew it, it was already the day of their wedding. The young man stood on a raised platform beside an altar with a very anxious expression, which made his grandpa Benjamin, who was standing beside him, chuckle. "I understand what you're feeling right now, Ethan." Benjamin rested his hand on his grandson's shoulder. "I was also like that when I married your grandma. It was truly a nerve-wracking experience for me." Ethan smiled, because Benjamin had always been one of his staunchest supporters. The old man would back him up anywhere and anytime, though he would mysteriously disappear whenever Agnes would show up to discipline Ethan for being mischievous. "Grandpa, what is it like to get married?" Ethan asked out of curiosity. "What does it take to live a happy married life just like you and Grandma?" "Getting married is more than just living together under one roof," Benjamin replied. "It also gives you a feeling of comfort and security, knowing that you will not be alone when it comes to facing the hardships of the world. I was lucky with your grandma because she was a very wonderful wife. We had our share of quarrels and arguments, but as you can see, we are still together now, which proves that our feelings for each other are very strong. Communication is very important because your partner is not a mind reader. Sometimes, talking to sort things out is a much better solution than keeping your silence. In a relationship, silence can cause misunderstandings, so you should talk a lot with Lily. That way, you will understand what's on her mind. The old man gave his grandson more life advice that he had accumulated over many years. As Ethan listened to his grandpa seriously, he momentarily forgot his anxiety. Suddenly, the sound of lyres and flutes reached his ears, making him look in the direction where a procession of young ladies and their escorts were making their way towards the altar. Ethan felt as if all the air in his lungs disappeared when his gaze landed on Lily, who was wearing a white ceremonial dress exclusive to the Beastkins. Behind her were 5 other ladies who were wearing white veils that covered their faces. Just like Lily, they were also wearing the ceremonial dresses of the Beastkin, making Benjamin chuckle and nudge his grandson to break free from his trance. No matter from what angle one looked at it, the scene seemed like Ethan was going to marry 6 young ladies. Lily had insisted that her sisters also wear the same dress she'd be donning on her wedding day. Because of this, the seamstress of the Beastkins worked hard to finish 5 more dresses just in time for the wedding ceremony. They didn't have to do much since there were already ready-made dresses in their inventory, and all they needed to do was add the finishing touches to them. Lily walked down the aisle, escorted by Seth. When they reached the altar, Seth handed his daughter to Ethan and gave him a smirk. "Take good care of my daughter, Ethan," Seth said. "If not, I'll make you regret it." "I will, Father," Ethan replied. "Thank you for giving us your blessings." Seth nodded before walking toward his seat of honor. 2 meters behind Lily, 5 other ladies stood side by side and looked at Ethan with expectations. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was thundering inside his chest due to the overflowing feelings of love and affection that he felt towards his lovers. An old Beastkin wearing a simple robe stood in front of the altar and smiled at the young man and women who were about to take the next step in their relationship. Raising his hands, the Beastkin priest addressed everyone who had come to witness this special event. "Welcome, friends and family, to this sacred celebration of love and unity. We gather here today under the watchful eyes of the Earth Goddess, whose blessings nourish our lands and spirits." The Beastkin priest's words were calm yet firm, resounding across the venue and reaching the ears of one and all. Today, we join Lily Langley and Ethan Gremery in the sacred bond of marriage. The priest then picked up the scepter lying on the altar and used it to tap Ethan's and Lily's shoulders once. In the heart of nature, we find the essence of love, for it is the Earth Goddess who teaches us that love is the root from which all life grows. As the trees reach for the sky and the rivers carve their path, so too does love guide us and shape our destinies. Agnes, who was watching from the front, started to tear up because she never expected that her grandson would be marrying so soon. "I just hope I will see my grandkids before I kick the bucket," Agnes said softly, making Benjamin hug her and give her a kiss on the cheek. "Of course you will see them," Benjamin replied. "We still have many years ahead of us, so make sure to not rush Ethan into having kids. They should take time to nurture their feelings for each other." "I know," Agnes nodded. The priest continued the ceremony, binding Ethan's and Lily's hands with a special vine native to the North Lake Forest. "Ethan Gremery, Lily Langley, you stand before us today to declare your love and commitment. As you pledge your hearts to one another, remember that your union is blessed by the Earth Goddess and that your journey together is part of the eternal dance of nature." The priest then picked up a small bell and rang it. "With the strength of the mountains and the patience of the trees, do you, Ethan Gremery, vow to protect Lily Langley and cherish her for the rest of your life?" "I do," Ethan replied. "Do you, Lily Langley, promise to honor Ethan Gremery with every breath that you take and share the joys and sorrows together as a married couple?" "I do," Lily answered. The priest nodded and once again rang the bell in his hand. "By the light of all that is good in this world, and under the watchful eyes of the Norns, do you, Ethan Gremory, recognize Chloe Gremory, Luna Oswald, Emma Harper, Lilith Offred, and Lillian Raylight as your future brides, becoming their shield in times of strife and comfort in times of sorrow? I do, Ethan nodded. Do you, Chloe Gremory, Luna Oswald, Emma Harper, Lilith Offred, and Lillian Raylight recognize Ethan Gremory as your future husband, to honor and cherish through all the seasons of life, just as the Earth Goddess supports and nurtures all living things? I do. The priest smiled and raised his hand. Bring the rings, the priest ordered. Joanne approached the altar holding an ornate box, where the rings crafted by the crystal people lay, sparkling in the sunlight. Colt was riding her shoulder, and the little flying squirrel gave Ethan a wink as soon Joanne reached the altar. These rings are a symbol of eternity, a circle unbroken, just as your love is enduring, the priest said as he placed his hand over the rings, as if blessing them with the power of the Earth Goddess. As you exchange these rings, may they serve as a reminder of the vows you have taken here today. As Yggdrasil connects the 9 worlds, so shall your love connect your hearts and souls. The priest then made a gesture for Ethan to take one of the rings to give to Lily. I pledge my heart to you, Ethan said softly as he slid the ring on Lily's ring finger. From this day forth, I am yours, and you are my beloved now and always. Lily then took one of the rings from the box and gently slid it onto Ethan's finger while saying her own vows. I promise to be your strength in times of weakness, Lily said. Your shelter in times of storm. From this day forward, I am yours. The priest then gestured for Ethan to give the other rings to his promised ones, which was the reason for the promise ceremony. Together, we shall write our saga, filled with valor, love, and endless adventures, Ethan said with a smile, for that was what he truly wished to happen. From this day until the end of days, I am yours. As he slid the rings into Chloe's, Luna's, Emma's, Lilith's, and Lillian's fingers, he felt as if the hidden shackles in his heart were undone one by one. His lovers, who had accepted the rings of promise, looked at their lover with smiles on their faces. When he was done, Ethan once again stood beside Lily and faced the priest who was smiling back at him. By the power vested in me by the Earth Goddess, and under the sacred sky, I now pronounce you husband and wife, the priest declared. May your love be as enduring as the ancient forests, as nurturing as the fertile soil, and as boundless as the open sky. United in love and blessed by the Earth Goddess, you may now kiss the bride. Ethan lifted Lily's veil and gave her a kiss, making everyone cheer. Of course, the priest also asked him to kiss the rest of his lovers, which made the cheering even louder. Agnes clapped her hands as her tears fell like rain. She was already counting the number of grandchildren that she'd be having in the future, the mere thought of which made her feel giddy inside. Catherine, who was also getting emotional, wiped the tears in her eyes. She was very happy that her son was loved by many, and she believed that there would come a time when she, too, would be able to hold her grandkids and give them the love that she was unable to give her son during the time when he needed her the most. After the wedding ceremony ended, a great feast followed. Ethan sat at a table with his newly wedded wife and his lovers, surrounded by everyone cheering for their happiness. Father, I think we're still too young to drink alcohol, Ethan said in an attempt to refuse the glass of wine Seth had just handed to him. It's fine as long as you drink in moderation, Seth replied. Wallace brought this wine for this celebration, so you should at least taste it. He even brought champagne for the ladies, so we should take this opportunity to unwind a bit. Ethan glanced at his lovers, who were also holding glasses of champagne, and sighed in his heart. Fine, Ethan replied, but only one glass. Good, Seth laughed. It's not every day that you get to marry, so you should at least have a glass to celebrate. Only after Ethan had drank his wine did Seth leave to talk to the other guests, who had come to witness his daughter's marriage. Go on, drink one more glass, Lyle said as she refilled Lily's glass with champagne. Sister, one is enough, Lily replied. I don't want to get drunk. Nonsense, just drink one more, okay? Lyell replied. After that, I won't give you more. Fine. Lily could only smile bitterly because her sister was very pushy. I'll listen to you this once. Good, Lyell nodded. Lily knew that her sister was a bit upset that she wasn't included in the promised ceremony, which meant that Ethan didn't recognize her as one of his fiancés. Because of this, she decided to just drink to her heart's content alongside her brothers and sisters. I didn't expect champagne to taste this good, Chloe commented. It's sweeter than I imagined. Right, Luna agreed. My family doesn't really buy alcohol, so this is also a first for me. Make sure to not drink too much, Emma commented, especially since you don't know your tolerance level. Have you drank alcohol before, Emma? Lillian, who was seated beside Ethan's promised one, asked. Yes, Emma replied. Raising our alcohol tolerance is part of our training. We often drink wine and other alcoholic drinks with the dwarves, so we can hold our own when it comes to drinking alcohol. Lilith, who was the oldest among Ethan's lovers, sipped her glass of champagne and observed her sisters quietly. She never thought that Ethan would declare her to be one of his future wives. She would have been fine even if she were just a mistress, or even a bed warmer. For her, that was enough, so being part of this event was like a dream for her. In fact, she was wondering if everything that happened was just a dream, and if she would wake up to reality after she closed her eyes tonight. Her hand shook a bit as this thought passed through her mind. If this is really a dream, then I want to dream a little longer, Lilith thought as she shifted her gaze towards Ethan, who was seated beside Lily. Both of them truly looked happy together, which made her feel something warm spread inside her chest. As someone who had been trained to assassinate those who would harm the young man, her master, she never thought that she would feel this happy just by being by his side. Having sensed Lilith's gaze on him, Ethan glanced in her direction and smiled. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, long enough for the young man to pass a message to her, making her face redden. I hate those progenitors, Lilith thought as she remembered Ethan's story. Because of them, Lilith wouldn't be able to feel what it was like to become one with her master, whom she had fallen in love with. It was not only Lilith who was feeling helpless about the situation. Even Emma, who was Ethan's promised one, wished that she could burn those progenitors in a bonfire and wipe them all from the face of the world. Unfortunately, she and Lilith didn't have the power to do that, so they would have to settle for other means, like Ethan's dream walking magic, which they still hadn't experienced. However, when they asked Chloe about it, she said that it felt so real that she thought that she was really making love with Ethan in reality. Because of this, Emma and Lilith were looking forward to experiencing the same. They also wanted to embrace the young man they loved, even if it was only in their dreams. The party lasted until sunset before Ethan and his lovers decided to retire for the night. Chloe, Luna, Emma, Lilith, and Lillian stayed in the residence of the Beastkin, while Ethan and Lily went to a different residence, which Seph's family used during the summer. It was a 2-story house near the peak of the mountain, where Seph's main residence was located. It was a house that overlooked the entirety of the North Lake Forest, and also the place with the most scenic view within the Beastkin territory. This was where Ethan and Lily would spend their honeymoon. Getting there wasn't a problem since they could fly. Though that was currently not true for Lily, whose face was flushed after drinking too much champagne due to Lyell's urging. She was currently riding with Ethan on his wind dancer. When they arrived at the villa, Ethan placed Lily on the bed so that she could rest. Rest, Ethan said softly before kissing Lily's lips. We will be staying here for 3 days, so there's no rush. No, Lily replied as she wrapped her arms around Ethan's neck. I want you now. Seeing his drunk wife acting spoiled made Ethan chuckle, so he decided to kiss her repeatedly due to how cute she was. Perhaps feeling loved and appreciated, Lily finally relaxed. Before long, she fell asleep, still wearing her wedding dress. Ethan dutifully took off her dress so that his wife could sleep more comfortably on the bed. It wasn't his first time seeing Lily's naked body, because he had made love with her more than he had made love with his other lovers combined. Even so, he still felt his body heating up as he gazed at her defenseless state. Lily was his first woman, and both of them stepped onto the staircase of adulthood together. He had long wanted to spend his lifetime with her, and even now that they were married, his feelings remained the same. Ethan covered her body so that she wouldn't feel cold, then went to the balcony to look at the stars and the moon, which were bathing the mountains and forests with their faint light. After spending several minutes observing the beautiful night sky, he saw something move within the darkness. It was fast and headed in the direction of their villa. "Looks like trouble," Sebastian said with an amused look on his face. "Big trouble," Ethan's other half nodded. Ethan narrowed his gaze and prepared himself to beat the crap out of the creature who dared to intrude on his honeymoon with his wife. But just as Ethan was about to deal with the intruder who suddenly trespassed on the mountain that exclusively belonged to Seth's family, he caught sight of the red fur covering the werewolf's body. A sigh escaped Ethan's lips. He recognized the werewolf who had decided to drop by on this quiet night. He knew that something wasn't right during the party, and her appearance confirmed that his wife being dead drunk was all part of her plan. When the werewolf saw Ethan on the balcony, it increased its speed before jumping high up in the air and landing deftly a few meters away from Ethan. "Let me guess, Lily has passed out due to alcohol, right?" Lyall, who was still in her werewolf form, asked in a teasing tone. "Why am I not surprised to see you here, Lyall?" Ethan shook his head helplessly. "You planned this, didn't you? You made sure that Lily would get drunk on our first night together." "Well, you're not wrong," Lyall chuckled. "I just didn't expect her alcohol tolerance to be that weak. She only drank 4 glasses of champagne." "And how many did you drink?" "Just 2. I know how to drink in moderation, you know." Ethan crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at the red werewolf who walked up to him. "Since my sister is out for the count, why don't I take her place?" Lyall inquired. "Are you still mad because I didn't add you to the promised ceremony?" Ethan inquired. "Not really," Lyall shrugged. "I've been thinking a lot since our date, and I realized that love is a complicated thing. Wild beasts don't think about love. They only follow their natural instincts telling them to reproduce and ensure that the next generation will prosper." "But you're not a wild beast, Lyall," Ethan commented. "You have something they don't." "Well, you're not wrong." Lyall nodded before she undid her transformation. Ethan's eyes widened in shock because Lyall was wearing a nearly transparent nightgown, revealing her everything to the young man in front of her. She then walked seductively towards her brother-in-law and rested her hands on his chest before looking straight into his eyes. "How about it?" Lyall asked. "Won't you give me a night to remember? I promise that I will no longer pester you if you agree to my request." Ethan gazed at Lily's sister before gently prying her hands off his chest and taking a step back. "Sorry, Lyall," Ethan replied. "I can't give you what you want." A sigh escaped Lyall's lips before closing her eyes. "Fine," Lyall said. "I thought that I could seduce you while my sister was down for the count, but it seems that you have more self-control than I imagined. I will leave quietly tonight in respect to my sister, but tomorrow is another." "Look, Lyall, I've heard about the progenitors, Ethan. My sister already told me about it." The young man was surprised because he didn't expect that Lily would be the one to tell Lyall about the threat that was hanging over his head. He knew that he had to have a private talk with Lily's sister sometime soon because she was the most dangerous person around him at the moment. "Truth be told, I'm not a very smart person," Lyall stated. "But that was the first time Lily and I had a serious talk. When she told me about it, I wanted to think that she was just joking. However, Lily never jokes about things related to you. Actually, if you had said yes earlier, I would have kicked your balls. If you had agreed despite the fact that you're in danger, that would mean that you're thinking with your lower head. Fortunately, you're not that drunk and able to think properly." The corner of Sebastian's and Ethan's other half's lips twitched because of what Lyall had stated. "Crazy girl." "Yep, definitely crazy." Lyle chuckled before looking at the moon in the sky. Hey, Ethan, do you think that if I met you first, I would have been the one married to you instead of my sister? Lyle asked. No, Ethan replied in a heartbeat. There are no what-ifs in this world. Even if you had met me before Lily, you would have completely ignored and even despised me because I was weak and stupid. Lily has seen me at my worst, so now she rightfully has me at my best. This is why I love her very much. I didn't think that I was capable of loving someone so much until I met your sister. Oh, Lyle turned around to look at the young man with a smile. Does that mean that you love my sister more than you love Chloe and Luna? Love is love, Lyle, Ethan answered. There's no point in putting a ranking on it. I love Chloe and Luna, and although my feelings for them may not be as strong as the feelings I have for your sister, it doesn't change the fact that I love them very much. Fair, Lyle commented. Lily said that because you love the two of them, you decided not to marry her when the two of you were still in the lands of Alaster, even though both of you felt like doing it. Ethan nodded. That's right. Ha Tilda, you're right, Ethan. Lyle once again looked at the moon in the sky. I think I would have completely ignored you if we met in the past. I hate weaklings just as much as I hate stupid people. A faint smile appeared on Lyle's lips as she once again transformed into her werewolf form. Make my sister happy, or else I will pin you down, take your seed, and let the progenitors finish you off, Lyle stated. Don't worry. If that happens, I promise to raise our child well. You can go to the afterlife knowing that I will ensure that your bloodline will continue. After saying those words, Lyle finally left, making Ethan look at her retreating back with a complicated look on his face. A few minutes later, a pair of hands hugged him from behind. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Ethan asked as he slowly turned around to look at his drunk wife, who was looking up at him with a smile. I knew that my sister was up to something, so I decided to just play along, Lily replied. But I didn't expect my alcohol tolerance to be so low. Did you hear everything? Yes. Lily cupped Ethan's face and stood on tiptoe to kiss his lips. Her body was only covered by a blanket, but for some reason, it ignited the desire that Ethan had forcefully extinguished earlier. You know, I used to be like my sister, Lily said. I hated weaklings and stupid people, and you were both weak and stupid back then. What changed your mind? Ethan asked as he pulled his wife closer to him. Your stupidity rubbed off on me, Lily replied, making Ethan smile bitterly. I see, so you fell in love because I'm stupid. Mayhaps, but I don't regret it. Being with you right here, right now, makes me very happy. I'm glad that I chose you to become my mate. The young lady rested her head on Ethan's chest, feeling his heartbeat. Let's go inside, Lily said before pulling Ethan back to the bedroom. The night is still young, and I want you to make me feel good. Are you up to that challenge? Challenge accepted. Ethan smiled as he allowed his wife to guide him to the bed. A few minutes later, the two consummated their marriage and pledged their love to each other once more. It was a night filled with wonderful memories, and both of them hoped that in the future, their love would bear fruit, allowing them to have children, which was something that both of them wished for from the bottom of their hearts. Lily woke up to the smell of bacon and eggs as Ethan entered the room carrying a tray of food, which he set down on the table. The young man then approached the bed from where his lover was looking at him with a sleepy gaze and lightly poked her nose. Good morning, Ethan greeted before planting a kiss on Lily's cheek. You can sleep more if you like. Lily didn't say anything back and answered with actions, simply wrapping her arms around Ethan's neck and slowly pulling him closer to her. She then gave him 3 pecks on the lips before removing the blanket that covered her naked body. Faint marks could be seen on her neck, collarbones, breasts, waist, abdomen, and thigh, the sight of which made Ethan arch an eyebrow. Is this an invitation? Ethan asked in a teasing tone. MMM, Lily hummed, which made Ethan chuckle. Wanting to humor her, he decided to play along, lowering his head to kiss and suckle on her right breast like a baby, making Lily giggle. She once again wrapped her arms around her husband's head and lightly patted it, as if encouraging him to continue what he was doing. Their little play lasted for 5 minutes before Ethan reluctantly pulled back and playfully pinched his wife's cheek. "Let's eat before I decide to have you for breakfast," Ethan said. "I like the sound of that," Lily replied. "We did it until dawn, and you still want more." Ethan shook his head helplessly. "Did you miss me that much?" "I did. I was very lonely without you." "We can still do it again tonight. For now, let's eat." MMM. Lily raised both of her hands, wanting Ethan to spoil her. Of course, the young man was more than happy to oblige, especially since he was seeing a side of Lily she didn't show to other people. After helping his wife put on a nightgown, he picked her up in a princess carry and brought her to one of the chairs beside the table. "This really makes me feel like we're newlyweds," Lily said with a smile. "We are newlyweds," Ethan commented. "Do you think that our wedding yesterday was just a dream?" "It feels like a dream," Lily answered. "You never struck me as a Prince Charming at the beginning, but look at you now. My father recognizes your strength, and even my sister wants to be your mate. I say, Ethan Gremory, you have truly climbed up in the world." "That wouldn't have been possible if not for you, Lily Gremory." Ethan emphasized his family name, making his wife giggle. "You helped me become who I am now. I am very happy to be your husband." "I, too, am happy to be your wife," Lily replied. "Are you ready to face the anger of my fans back in the academy?" "I am," Ethan replied with a smile. Lily smirked. Fortunately, Luna and Lillian don't have the name Gremory as their surname yet. If they did, you'd be fighting not only the second years, but the third and fourth years as well. "Why did you exclude Emma and Lilith?" Ethan asked out of curiosity. "Why should I add them?" Lily blinked innocently. "Emma goes out of her way to make herself look like a boring assistant librarian in the academy. She only dresses up in front of you. Lilith, on the other hand, is always in your shadow or in cat form. No one has seen her in the academy. As for Chloe, she's already a Gremory. There's no need for her to change her surname, which is pretty convenient for her." Ethan nodded because what Lily said was true. If the teenage boys in Brynhildr Academy only knew how gorgeous Emma was, she would definitely have a lot of admirers. Lilith, who was also a very sexy and beautiful lady, was always in his shadow or took the form of a black cat whenever she was exploring the academy. "Well, you don't have to worry too much," Lily said as she took a bite of bacon. "You will be marrying them in the future, so there's no rush. Now, let's talk about when we will return to the academy. When do you plan to return?" Ethan pondered a bit before giving his reply. "The others still need to prepare their things for this next school year, so they need to return to their families soon," Ethan answered. "Father said that he will escort Luna and Chloe back to their families after our honeymoon ends. Lillian has her grandpa, and she will leave the same day that Chloe and Luna leave." Lily smirked because she knew something that Ethan didn't know. She had asked her sisters to join them today at lunchtime and stay in the villa until their honeymoon ended. Although she had now officially become Ethan's wife, she also wanted the other girls to spend some quality time with him as well. It was just a bit unfortunate that Chloe, Emma, and Lilith wouldn't be able to go all the way with him due to the restriction he had been imposed. Even so, Lily believed that as long as they were careful, the three of them would still be able to enjoy their time with their lover. After breakfast, the two of them took a bath together. Of course, Lily didn't miss the opportunity to tease Ethan, which made them stay in the bathroom an hour longer than necessary. At lunchtime, all the girls came to visit them, including Nicole and Lyall. The two ladies didn't hold back in teasing the two newlyweds, and even asked Lily about her husband's performance. Lily then pointed at the exposed kiss marks on her neck and collarbone, which the two ladies had noticed when they arrived. "There are more marks in places you can't see," Lily replied, "and I have to say, it was the best night ever." "Tell me all the details," Lyall said seriously. "Make sure not to leave out anything, including the number of times he attempted to make you pregnant." Ethan almost spat the water he was drinking because of Lyall's choice of words. Seeing how flustered Ethan looked, the other ladies couldn't help but chuckle. It was very rare for him to show such an expression, so they didn't hesitate to tease him at that moment. When night came, after Nicole and Lyall had returned to the main residence to rest for the night, Ethan made sure to punish his lovers, who made fun of him earlier in the day. Soon, only their sweet sighs and seductive moans echoed inside the bedroom, which lasted until they lay on the bed exhausted, falling asleep in each other's embrace. As for Chloe, Emma, and Lilith, the three of them weren't able to escape his punishment. They had their time through their dreams, which was the only place where Ethan could make love to them without worrying about the consequences of his actions. As much as Ethan wished that time would stop so that he could enjoy more of his peaceful life with his lovers, time didn't wait for anyone. Their 3-day honeymoon came to an end, which his lovers also found regretful. "I'll see the three of you in the academy," Ethan said before hugging and kissing Chloe, Luna, and Lillian. "You will," Luna replied after she kissed Ethan. "Make sure you're not late, okay?" "Luna is right. Don't be late for the entrance ceremony," Chloe said after she was kissed by the young man. "Also, make sure that you don't ride the wrong train again." "I won't be taking any trains this time, so you don't have to worry about that," Ethan replied before sharing a sweet and passionate kiss with Lillian, which made Gilbert sigh in his heart. "Hey, why is there a difference in treatment?" Chloe pouted. "You treat Luna and me too gently." "Because she likes to be kissed that way," Ethan said. "If you have a preference on how to be kissed, I am open to suggestions." "Then kiss me like that too," Chloe stated. "Me too," Luna added. Ethan smiled faintly before giving his two lovers the same kind of kiss he gave Lillian. When the two girls were finally sated, they climbed into Wallace's flying ship and waved at the young man to bid their farewell. Agnes and Benjamin had already boarded and were looking at their grandson with smiles on their faces. "I can already see myself holding my grandchild," Agnes said. "Same," Benjamin nodded. "I'm looking forward to seeing our family grow." Ethan's grandparents hoped that both of them would be able to live long enough to see that happen, for that was their greatest wish at his point in time. "Are you going to give me a goodbye kiss as well?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone. "You're not leaving, so why should I give you a goodbye kiss?" Ethan asked with a smirk. "But if you insist, I can give you a kiss as well." "Maybe when I'm about to kick the bucket, I'll consider it," Nicole replied playfully. "You're too young to kick the bucket." Ethan found himself frowning after hearing Nicole's words. He could tell that she was joking, but something inside him was making him feel uncomfortable with her words. "I'll be seeing you very soon, Ethan," Gilbert said in a solemn tone. "You are more troublesome than I thought." "Have a safe journey, Mr. Gilbert," Ethan replied. "I look forward to having a talk with you and the rest of Lillian's family very soon." "You better not regret those words, young man," Gilbert commented. "You might come to regret it." Without another word, the old man boarded the flying ship, feeling very worried about sharing the news about the young man's identity with Lillian's parents. "Have a safe trip, everyone." Ethan waved his hand to bid everyone goodbye. Wallace tipped his hat toward his son before the flying ship took off to the skis. He watched as it disappeared on the horizon, feeling sad that he wouldn't see them until Brynhildr Academy opened its doors once again. "Ethan, we will be leaving too," Catherine said sadly. "I don't know when we can see each other again, but don't hesitate to visit Caerwhitian when you have time." "I will, Mother," Ethan replied as he kissed his mother's cheek and gave her a hug. "Thank you for meeting my family as well as my lovers." "You're welcome." Catherine lightly patted her son's back. "Make sure to inform us when you're going to marry your other lovers. I'll drag your father along even if I have to tie him up." Joanne, who was standing beside her mother, giggled after hearing her statement. Her father was very powerful, but she had a feeling that even he would be helpless when her mother decided to drag him with her to her brother's wedding. Ethan looked at his sister before crouching down to kiss her cheek. "Make sure to not make things difficult for anyone back at the castle, okay?" Ethan said seriously. "Also, stop throwing tantrums just because you don't get your way." Joanne smirked before planting a kiss on Ethan's cheek. "See you soon, brother." "See you soon," Ethan replied before lightly patting her head. After the brother and sister pair spent half a year in the Magdar Kingdom, their relationship had gotten better, and they were now very close to each other. "Young master, we will be accompanying Lady Catherine and the young miss for the time being," Enzo stated. "Please, don't get into trouble while I am away." "Enzo, you make it sound like I go look for trouble as a hobby," Ethan said bitterly. The old catkin chuckled before giving Lilith a brief nod. Lilith nodded back. Enzo had talked to her an hour ago, so there were no longer any words that needed to be said between them. Fortuna hugged her daughter and kissed her forehead. As much as she wanted to stay, she had an important role to play back in Caerwhitian. "Make sure to keep yourself and the young master safe." Fortuna rested her hand on Emma's shoulder. "If anything unexpected happens, don't hesitate to send a letter." "Yes, Mother," Emma nodded. "I'll keep in touch." After the people from Caerwhitian boarded the ship, they bid everyone goodbye before it, too, rose slowly toward the sky. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon, making Ethan sigh in his heart. Perhaps, sensing his sadness, Lily, Emma, and Lilith went to hug him. However, there was one more lady who joined them, which made the corner of Ethan's lips twitch. Lyall hugged Ethan from behind and didn't hesitate to give Ethan's backside a squeeze, which made Nicole, who was watching from the side, chuckle due to the young man's expression. "Feel free to use the villa until you decide to return to the academy," Seth said. "Also, I don't mind getting a grandchild within the year. You can even leave them here while you go to school. I promise that we will raise them properly." "Thank you, Father," Lyall replied. "I'll do my best." "Please don't do your best," Ethan said bitterly. "I don't want trouble coming my way, at least not now." Seth, who had no idea that Ethan was in danger of being chased by progenitors if ever Lyall succeeded in having his child, only laughed because of his daughter's antics. More or less, he understood that Ethan had no interest in Lyall, but since this was their business, he decided to not intervene in it. While the young man was feeling helpless by Lyall's attitude, the entourage from Caerwhitian was discussing something important as they headed east. "Joanne, are you sure about this?" Catherine asked as she held her daughter tightly. "Yes, Mother," Joanne replied. "I have already decided." "Very well. I'm sure your father will also approve of this." "MMM." The beautiful lady then shifted his attention to the old catkin, whom she trusted very much. "Enzo, I'll leave everything in your hands," Catherine said as she gave Joanne a tight hug. "Make sure to keep them safe." "I will, my lady," Enzo replied before respectfully bowing his head. "I pledge my life to it." The members of the Protector clans, who were on the ship, also bowed as they made their own pledge to carry Catherine's instruction without fail. Their patron had already warned them of the dangers that the Shire continent would be facing soon. Unfortunately, Catherine and Lou had their hands full in the lands of Saracale. Because of this, they could only rely on the Protector clans to move in their stead and keep their children safe and happy to the best of their abilities. The 2 weeks Ethan had spent in the villa up in the mountain with Lily, Emma, and Lilith was the longest time he had spent with any of his lovers. Their time together was well spent, and he truly felt happy being with them. This was also the time when Ethan truly felt that he was about to start his own family, which he would love and cherish all his life. Lily even commented that if she weren't taking contraceptive potions, Ethan might have successfully made her pregnant with how many rounds they were doing every night. Of course, Emma and Lilith were also there to spice things up, helping Lily handle Ethan in reality by being embraced by him in their dreams. "He's a big baby, right?" Lily said softly as she lightly patted Ethan's head, which was currently buried in Emma's chest. "When we were still in the lands of Alastair, he would usually sleep while suckling on my breast like a baby." They had just finished making love with each other an hour ago, and for some reason, Ethan fell asleep before them. However, in his sleep, he moved to face Emma, who was lying on his right side, and began to suckle her breast like a baby. Emma didn't mind and even found this side of her master quite endearing. There were only a few occasions where Ethan showed his vulnerable side to them. "Maybe it's because he didn't grow up with a mother," Emma commented as she held onto the young man tighter. "This might be something that he didn't get to experience when he was a baby." "Perhaps you're right." Lilith had experienced the same when she slept beside Ethan in her catkin form. "What time will we leave tomorrow?" "Around noon," Lily replied. "If we travel quickly, we will arrive 2 days before the entrance ceremony starts. In those 2 days, we can buy the school supplies we need in Limburg town. We can also stay in the inn before going to the academy," Emma proposed. "I don't mind," Lily replied. "I'm fine with anything," Lilith commented before looking at the balcony of their room. "I'm just glad that I can be by his side." Lily looked at Emma and Lilith, who were part of the Protector clans, whose main role was to ensure Ethan's safety. Emma was Ethan's promised one, and the two of them shared a special connection, which Emma explained was a bloodline power that bound them together. While she couldn't explain their connection in great detail, Emma said that she was able to know Ethan's exact location, no matter how far away he was from her. She also had the ability to use astral projection and go to where he was currently at. Ethan also had the power to share Emma's senses, allowing him to see what she was seeing, hear what she was hearing, and feel what she was feeling. There were other things that their connection could do, but she was unable to share them because it was part of the bloodline secret of the Valentin family. "You know, there's something that has been on my mind," Lilith said. "Since Ethan is now married to you, it is safe to say that he now has the Beast King as his backer, am I right?" Lily nodded. "You're right. So let's just say that if there comes a time when Ethan's origin is exposed to the world, will the Beast King stand by his side and protect him?" Lilith inquired. "Even if it means that your father will be going against the kingdoms of Westshire, Northshire, and Eastshire." Lily wanted to say yes, but she held her tongue. Her father was the Beast King, and it was his responsibility to protect their people. Although she was certain that Seth would side with Ethan through thick and thin, he would still need to consider the safety of the clans, who recognized him as their king. "I don't know," Lily replied after careful consideration, "but I'm very sure that Ethan will be the least of everyone's worries when the Fomorians make their move. Right now, the north, south, east, and west of the Shire continent are preparing for the upcoming war against them. The elves have also reached out to the Furbolgs who live in their domain. They have bad blood with the Fomorians and will definitely share their expertise when it comes to fighting against them." Father added that the Fomorians are looking for a treasure called the Stone of Destiny. It's an artifact that will help them find their true king. According to him, once the Fomorians have a king to command them, they will be 10 times more deadly because they will be fighting under a single banner. Emma looked at her master, who was sleeping peacefully in her arms. "I'm sure that Master will also fight against them when the time comes," Emma said softly. "It will not only be him," Lily commented. "According to my father, there's a chance that the battle will take place at Brynhildr Academy. Of course, this is not yet confirmed, but the possibility exists." The three ladies didn't say anything for a few minutes, because this was a topic that they didn't want to continue to discuss. They simply looked at the young man, who was now sleeping peacefully beside them. If Ethan chose to fight, all of them would follow suit and join him, because they had made a vow to spend the rest of their lives with him. "Let's sleep," Lily proposed. "We will have a long journey starting tomorrow." Emma and Lilith nodded. Lily hugged Ethan from behind, while Lilith merged with Ethan's shadow. Although their special time together was finally coming to an end, they believed that they would have more opportunities to stay like this forever in the future. Meanwhile, as the three of them slept, Lyall and Nicole were laying on top of the roof of Seth's residence, looking at the stars in the sky. "So you guys will be leaving tomorrow, right?" Lyall asked. "Yes," Nicole replied. "Did you have fun staying here in Southshire?" "I did. I had a great time, so thank you for your family's hospitality." Lyall grinned because she had gotten along well with Nicole during the time that they had been together. "Do you not feel cold anymore?" Lyall inquired. "No," Nicole answered. "I think I'll be good for a while." "You really should find an expert who could help with your condition. I'm really worried about you." "Thank you, but I already found a way to cure my condition." Lyall arched an eyebrow as she glanced at the young lady beside her. "You did?" Nicole replied. "So don't worry too much about me. I'll be fine." "Well, if you say so," Lyall shrugged. "I'll come and visit you and Ethan from time to time." "I look forward to it." Nicole smiled faintly. "But I have a feeling that this year will be more special than the last." "Why do you feel that way?" "Women's intuition. I'm also a woman, you know." Nicole smiled faintly as she continued to look at the stars in the sky. She didn't know why she was feeling this way, but deep inside her icy heart, she believed that something interesting would soon happen in the academy. As to what it was, she really didn't know. However, as someone who wished to live her life to the fullest, she was hoping that she'd see something exciting before her heart was completely covered by ice and finally stopped beating. "Come visit us again when you have the time." Seth patted Ethan's shoulder. "You are always welcome here." "Thank you, Father," Ethan replied. "I'll visit when I have time." "Ethan, please take care of Lily," Lee said. "I trust you." "I will, Mother, I promise," Ethan nodded. "I'll do my best to make her happy." After Ethan said his goodbyes, Lily stepped forward to hug her father and mother. The Beast King's family were all there to send them off, and even Lyall was acting normally in front of her family. "Make sure to kill those progenitors soon," Lyall said as she whispered seductively in Ethan's ears. "If you do, I'll give you a reward." Ethan ignored Lily's sister. Although she said it was a reward, it was very suspicious if it came from her. Even so, he didn't mind her hugging him from behind as he bid goodbye to Kanal and Lily's other brothers and sisters. Half an hour later, the group of 4 flew towards the sky riding their flying brooms. Lily was riding on Ethan's Wind Rider, while Emma and Nicole flanked his left and right sides. It would take them a week to reach the academy, according to their calculations. They didn't intend to rush their journey and decided to travel at a decent pace. Since Ethan could embed his magic treehouse into any tree, they didn't have to worry about their lodgings and accommodations. Because of this, they didn't have to worry about camping outside or exposing themselves to the elements. Traveling as a group also removed the boredom of the journey, allowing them to enjoy it more. After a few days of flying, they finally passed the border of Southshire and entered the lands of Eastshire. Since there were teleportation gates available in the major cities, Ethan and his entourage took advantage of that to speed up their travel time. Everything was going smoothly until something unexpected happened on the 5th day of their journey. Their group encountered an elder dragon who decided that it would eat them for lunch. "This dragon looks familiar," Ethan said as he looked at the dragon headed in their direction. "What do we do?" Emma asked. "Should we avoid or fight it?" "We'll fight it, of course," Nicole smiled evilly. "I haven't fought a dragon in a while." Without even waiting for anyone else's opinion, Nicole charged ahead and raised her hand. "Come out, Snowflake," Nicole ordered. A magic circle appeared above her head, and her ice dragon descended from it. Seeing that one of its kind had appeared to fight it, the red dragon roared in anger and unleashed a dragon's breath towards the smaller ice dragon. Snowflake dodged it before unleashing her own icy breath at her opponent, who had given her a warm greeting. The elder dragon was a veteran in battles, so it easily evaded Snowflake's attack. Nicole and Emma bombarded the elder dragon with elemental spells, but their attacks did very little, if there was even any, damage to its dragon scales. Ethan didn't join the fight and simply observed the battle. He had already recognized the elder dragon as the same dragon that flew beside the Brynhilder Express when Ethan left his hometown for the first time. "Are you sure you're not going to help them?" Lily asked. "Dragons are very resistant to magic and physical attacks." "There's no need for that," Ethan replied. "Emma and Nicole can handle it." This was Emma's first time fighting against an elder dragon, so Ethan wanted to give her a chance to experience it firsthand. Nicole had already defeated an elder ice dragon, so he was confident that she would be able to defeat the elder red dragon again, but this time with the help of her ice dragon, Snowflake. Seeing that her offensive spells weren't working, Emma shifted to using debuffs against the elder dragon and buffing Nicole and Snowflake, acting as their support. Nicole, on the other hand, continued to use her ice spells, infuriating the red dragon very much. Snowflake might not be an elder dragon, but she had great potential. In terms of battle experience, she wouldn't be able to hold a candle against their enemy. However, she wasn't fighting alone. Her master, Nicole, was with her, and together, they were able to push back the elder red dragon as they bombarded it with countless icicles. With Emma's support, they were slowly but surely dealing significant injury to their target. Ethan sensed several witches and wizards, perhaps attracted by the commotion, flying in their direction to spectate the battle. Some of them were of the same age as them, which made Ethan believe that they were also students of Brynhildr Academy who were also traveling to the academy. The few adults who had come to see what was going on stared in shock as the two young ladies and the ice dragon tag-teamed to fight the local bully of Eastshire. As the battle went on, the red elder dragon was getting more and more pissed, making it roar in anger. "Someone is pissed," Lily chuckled. "You might not believe this, but Nicole hasn't used her full powers yet," Ethan commented. "Emma is also holding back her trump cards." Since Emma was his promised one, Ethan knew full well what she was capable of doing. Nicole, on the other hand, had frozen an elder ice dragon, who was supposed to be nearly immune to ice magic. In his eyes, the two ladies and the ice dragon were just playing with the elder red dragon, which was getting grumpier as time went on. Perhaps knowing that fighting against the three would end in its defeat, the elder red dragon turned around and retreated as fast as it could. But Nicole had no intentions of letting it escape. "Let's go, Snowflake." "Yes." The two sped away to catch up to the red elder dragon, and Emma followed behind them. It was very rare for her to fight against something, so she was in the mood to show her skills to her master. "Let's follow them," Lily suggested. "Of course we'll follow them," Ethan replied, and urged his wind dancer to catch up to the two ladies, who were adamant to finish the battle that the dragon started. The red elder dragon was one of the local overlords of Eastshire. There were very few wizards who dared to challenge it, and even fewer monsters who could match its strength. Aside from the annoying white raven, whom it had attempted to eat in the past, there was no other monster who had beaten it in combat. Since then, whenever the elder red dragon saw the white raven delivering letters, it made sure to stay clear of its path, not wanting to get hurt a second time. However, it seemed that it had also targeted the wrong people this time. Originally, it only planned to scare Ethan's entourage for an ego boost. The main reason why it still hadn't been hunted down was due to the fact that it had made a deal with the authorities of Eastshire. It would not eat any humans, and in exchange, they would allow it to freely wander Eastshire without being hunted down. The elder red dragon wasn't expecting that the two witches who were traveling with the young man would engage it in combat. Of course, the dragon believed that the two witches weren't its match. Unfortunately, it was wrong. One of the witches summoned an ice dragon, and to make matters worse, both of them used the ice element. Although the dragon was young, it was a very talented individual, and its synergy with the witch that summoned it was very good. The other witch, on the other hand, was also super annoying. She would cast spells that always targeted the elder red dragon's eyes, forcing it to divide its attention between its two opponents, greatly impacting its offensive abilities. Due to the agreement it made with Professor Reinhardt and Wallace, promising that it wouldn't kill any humans, the dragon did the only thing that it could do, and that was to make a hasty retreat. "Oi, time out," The Elder Red Dragon had no choice but to use telepathy to talk to the two witches in order to defuse the situation. "Hey, I was just joking earlier. If you continue to attack me, I will get angry." "Then get angry," Nicole smirked. "It's your fault that you attacked us first." Unlike Ethan, Lily, and Emma, Nicole knew that the Elder Red Dragon had a special agreement with the officials of Eastshire. It was also because of this reason that she decided to engage it in a battle to teach it a lesson. "You brats!" The Elder Red Dragon finally had enough and decided to fight seriously. "You'll regret this." It unleashed Dragon's fear, making the Ice Dragon, Nicole, and Emma momentarily feel as though an invisible wall slammed into them, making them stagger mid-flight. Seeing that the three annoying flies had finally been repelled, the Elder Red Dragon then circled before charging in their direction. Using draconic magic, it unleashed countless fire bullets at its enemies, forcing them to go on the defensive. "You humans don't know when to compromise, huh?" the Elder Red Dragon roared. "This will teach you to not mess with me again." With a roar filled with fury, the Elder Dragon unleashed a dragon's breath, targeting the Ice Dragon, Snowflake. Since the Ice Dragon was using its body to protect Nicole from the fire bullets, it was unable to raise its defenses fast enough to protect itself from the dragon's breath. But at that exact moment, a blazing spear flew past the Ice Dragon and collided with the Elder Red Dragon's attack, resulting in an explosion in the sky. The breath attack was dispelled, and the flaming spear returned to Ethan's hand. "Okay, that's enough," Ethan said. "Let's stop here before someone gets seriously hurt." The dragon narrowed its eyes as it looked at the young man, who was now hovering between it and its enemies. After this brief standoff, the dragon scoffed before flying away. The young man was giving the same vibe as the white raven that had beaten it up in the past, so the Elder Dragon decided to trust its instincts and leave with its dignity intact. "Are the three of you all right?" Ethan asked. "Yeah," Nicole replied. "I got carried away playing with Redneck." "That's that dragon's name?" Ethan inquired. Nicole nodded. "It's famous around these parts. It is one of the 3 Elder Red Dragons of Eastshire. It is also the only one among the 3 who doesn't eat and kills humans." "How did you know that it was Redneck instead of one of the other 2 dragons?" Lily asked out of curiosity. "The 2 other dragons have a faint white line on their necks," Nicole answered. "Only Redneck doesn't have this mark, so he was given the name Redneck to differentiate him from the other 2. The young lady then lightly patted the Ice Dragon's neck. "I missed you, Snowflake," Nicole said. "I missed you too, Nicole," Snowflake replied. "Are you going back to the academy?" "Yes, we'll be back in 2 days at most." "Then, should I travel with you?" Nicole shook her head. "No need, just wait for me in the academy." "Understood," Snowflake nodded. "I'm going back to the academy." Nicole then waved her wand and created a magic circle that would teleport the Ice Dragon back to the academy. She had asked Professor Barrett to help her with this matter so that she could summon the Ice Dragon to her side whenever she was within the territory of Eastshire. Ever since Snowflake had been acknowledged as one of the guardians of Brihilder Academy, she had been receiving special treatment from Professor Reinhardt, allowing her to have her own personal place at the back of the academy. Her usual playmates were the water fairies who lived in the lake, forming a mutual friendship with them. "Well then, shall we continue our journey?" Ethan asked before giving the spectators who had followed them a sidelong glance. "Let's," Nicole nodded before following Ethan's lead. Since some of the spectators were also students from the academy, they decided to join Ethan's entourage so that they would be safer on their return trip. The young man didn't mind having dozens of wizards and witches flying behind them as they headed toward the academy, a place where they would spend another year learning magic, facing challenges, and building relationships with their schoolmates in the most prestigious magical academy in Eastshire. After the encounter with the Elder Red Dragon, their return trip did not meet with any other mishaps. After 2 more days of traveling, they finally arrived in Limburg town. Ethan's entourage went down and spent a few hours buying the things that they would need for the start of the new school year. Just as expected, there were many students from Brynhildr Academy in the town doing the same thing. They met a couple of familiar faces and even bumped into George and Sabrina, who seemed to be on a date. To their surprise, the two were also staying at an inn and were planning to only return to the academy the next day. Since they all decided to stay at the same inn, they decided to have an early dinner together and talk about their vacation. "You should have seen the faces of my family members when I introduced Sabrina to them," George said with a smug smile on his face as he told Ethan and the girls about Sabrina's visit to his home. "George's family are wonderful people," Sabrina smiled. "They remind me of my family. For a brief moment, I even thought that they were my family members and were just wearing disguises." "I felt the same when I visited your family, Sabrina," George commented. "Our families are like two peas in a pod." Sabrina nodded. The group listened to George's story as they ate together, finding the series of events quite amusing. "My father even went as far as to tell me that he will disown me if I break up with Sabrina," George chuckled. "Joke's on him. I'm not letting my sweetheart go. Isn't that right, my sweet mandrake?" "Yes, my beloved stinkhorn fungus," Sabrina smiled sweetly. The two stared at each other lovingly, making Ethan, who had many lovers, feel like he was about to vomit sugar due to how sweet the two were. After nearly 2 hours of talking and eating, everyone retired to their rooms to rest for the night. Ethan's group rented 2 rooms, so Nicole could have her own room. But instead of going to his room, Ethan went to Nicole's room to check her current condition. After seeing her previous state back in Southshire, the young man decided to pay closer attention to his best friend's body temperature. If possible, he didn't want the same thing to happen again. The sight of her in that situation made him feel very anxious. Nicole, who understood that Ethan was worrying about her, didn't say anything and allowed him to enter her room. The two of them sat on the couch, and Nicole raised her hand so that Ethan could hold it. "As usual, your hand is very cold," Ethan frowned. "You might not believe me, but this is already my default body temperature," Nicole replied. "In this state, I am similar to someone who has a very strong affinity to ice magic. Although our body is colder than others, it doesn't really hurt us. When you touch Lily, isn't it the same?" Ethan reluctantly nodded his head because Nicole was right. His wife was gifted with the Ice Wolf's lineage, so she had a high affinity with ice magic. Nicole's current body temperature was about the same as Lily's body temperature. The only time that Lily's body would become warm was whenever she and Ethan were embracing each other. Only in those moments would her body radiate heat like that of a normal person. Nicole smiled faintly after seeing the young man breathe a sigh of relief. "See, there's nothing to worry about," Nicole said. "But if you are still worried, you can give me a hug so that I'll be nice and toasty tonight before I sleep." "Okay," Ethan replied, and hugged one of the people who served as a pillar of support in his life. Ethan would be lying if he said that the thought of Nicole becoming his lover had never crossed his mind. However, their relationship was truly that of best friends, and as time went on, his feelings for Nicole had stopped to that of a best friend whom he could count on any time he needed her. Nicole, who didn't have many friends to begin with, used to think of Ethan as her disciple when it came to martial arts. She had taught him how to fight and made sure that he would build his foundations properly, allowing him to pull his own weight in battle. But that was when Ethan was still a powerless dud and only relied on his strong willpower. Now, Ethan had already surpassed her in both martial arts and magic, and she was aware of it. She could feel it with his touch. She could sense it with her magic. Her instincts that were honed in battle told her that she was safer whenever he was around. And just like Ethan, she never saw him as a romantic partner. For her, he was her best friend. Perhaps even her only friend that she trusted with her life. The two hugged each other for nearly half an hour before Nicole reluctantly pulled back. She then playfully raised her hand to cup Ethan's cheeks and stared at him in the eye. "So how is it?" Nicole asked. "Warm and toasty," Ethan replied. "Good, now it's time for you to warm up your wife and your lovers in the other room," Nicole winked. "We will return to the academy tomorrow, so this is your last chance to you-know-what." Ethan chuckled before shaking his head helplessly. "See you tomorrow, Nicole," Ethan said as he stood up to walk toward the door. "See you tomorrow, Ethan," Nicole nodded. After closing his best friend's door, Ethan went to his room, where Lily, Emma, and Lilith were waiting for him. George and Sabrina, who were also inside their room, were already lying on the bed and holding each other. "I feel like I'm forgetting something important," George said. "Do you know what I forgot, Sabrina?" "You forget a lot of things, George," Sabrina replied. "And you forget important things the most." George scratched his head as he tried to recall what he had forgotten. However, no matter how he tried to dig into his memory, he just couldn't remember what it was. "Maybe a kiss will help me remember," George said with a smile. "Can you kiss me, princess?" "If I kiss you, it will not end in just a kiss," Sabrina replied as a tinge of red crept on her face. "You know it won't end with just a kiss." "I know," George replied before lowering his head to give his lover a long and sweet kiss. Soon, the sound rustling of clothes echoed inside the room as George momentarily set aside the thing that he was supposed to say to Ethan earlier in the day. For now, he indulged himself in kissing Sabrina's sensuous body, which for him was as sweet as honey. "It feels good to be back here in the academy," George said as he looked at Dud Manor with a smile. "I never thought that I'd miss this place. After all, Henry is no longer around." Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Although their dependable head prefect had already graduated, he couldn't help but miss Dud Manor, which had played a major role in his life. The entrance ceremony would take place tomorrow, but Ethan and the others decided to return to the academy a day early so that they could organize their belongings in their rooms. The moment George and Ethan entered the manor, they were immediately greeted by the sight of familiar faces who were also glad to see them. "Did you enjoy your vacation, Ethan?" The handsome silver-haired boy, Noah, asked with a smile. Noah was now a third-year student in the academy, and Ethan couldn't help but feel like his friend seemed to have matured a bit since he had last seen him. His voice was now deeper, and his eyes looked more confident, making Ethan smile faintly. "Yes, I enjoyed it very much," Ethan replied. "I got sent back to the past again, fought against the avatar of a progenitor, stayed there for half a year, then returned to the present to get married." While the people in the common room looked at Ethan with amusement, George and Noah looked at the young man with their mouths hanging wide open. "That's a joke, right?" George asked. "You're just pranking us, right, Ethan?" "But this is Ethan we are talking about," Noah commented. "He must be telling us the truth." Although the silver-haired boy also felt like what Ethan told them was rather unbelievable, he knew that his friend was someone who rarely told a lie. "It's the truth," Ethan replied. "Well then, I'll just drop off my stuff in my room. I'll be back after I'm done." The young man didn't even wait for his friend's reply before walking up the stairs to head to his room. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he immediately saw a chubby cat sleeping on his bed. Lilith immediately jumped out of Ethan's shadow and confronted the Chessmeyer cat, demanding that it move its chubby body off of her master's bed. "Do you mind shutting up, woman?" Chessie grumbled before opening its eyes lazily. "I was here first." "What are you talking about?" Lilith scoffed. "This is Master's room." "Lilith, it's fine," Ethan said before arranging his belongings inside the room. "Chessie is a friend, so don't be too hard on him." "As you wish, Master." Lilith nodded before shifting her attention back to the chubby cat, who was stretching its body. After he was done arranging his things, Ethan sat on the bed and patted the chubby cat's body. "Oh, you sure have grown a backbone since the day you started here in the academy," Chessie said in an amused tone as he allowed the young man to pat him. "Back then, you screamed like a little girl when you first saw me." "Did I?" Ethan smirked, I can't remember. Happy. The two smirked at each other, as if they were longtime friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. So what have you been up to, Chessie? Ethan asked. Nothing much, Chessie replied. Just visiting Furbolg villages here and there, informing them that the Fomorians are coming, and that they should either hide or run for the hills if they don't want to be hunted down. I've also been gathering a few artifacts for a certain fox lady, who is busy bolstering the defenses of the Great Eagle Forest. Aside from that, everything has been peachy. Ethan nodded. You've been busy. Tell me about it, Chessie grumbled. I'll be staying in the academy to rest for a month or two so that I can get to know the new first years. I do it every year, you know. You were one of the first years who had caught my eye, so I made sure to introduce myself to you. Do you think we'll have some interesting first years this year? Ethan inquired. My whiskers are telling me that we will, Chessie replied. Well, I just hope that they're not as troublesome as you. After chatting with the chubby cat for a while, the Cheshire cat disappeared to make its rounds in the academy, leaving Ethan alone with Lilith. This is an interesting feeling, Ethan said as he patted the black cat, who had curled up into his lap. Last year, I was standing at the podium and being addressed as one of the pillars of the first years. This year, it's my turn to look at them. It's quite unfortunate that I wasn't here when that happened, Lilith replied. I'm sure that seeing an anxious and naive young master would have been an interesting sight. Ethan chuckled before shaking his head. I was panicking back then, Ethan stated. I was afraid that if they discovered that I was not a wizard, they would treat me as a guinea pig for their spells. Fortunately, I was saved by a stranger I met back then. Ethan's other half had told him that when he was still a powerless individual, the black bracelet given by that auntie, which was still on his wrist, allowed him to pass as a dud in the academy. Knowing that, he kept the bracelet as a memento to mark the turning point in his life, which allowed him to bask in the happiness that he was feeling at the present. While he was thinking about nostalgic times, he heard a knock on his door, which snapped him back to reality. Come in, Ethan replied. It's not locked. A second later, the door opened, and someone whom he didn't expect appeared in front of him. Cedric! Ethan frowned because he didn't expect that Lillian's brother would visit him in the academy, and in his room, no less. What are you doing here? I just came here to inform you that I will be enrolling here in Brynhildr Academy this year, Cedric said. Also, don't worry, I'm not here to pursue Luna, so you can rest easy. I'm not going to steal your lover from you. Ethan was very tempted to say that he wouldn't be able to steal Luna away from him, even if he tried. But since he didn't want to make things awkward for the two of them, he decided to just nod his head and offer Lillian's brother a chair to sit on. So, what are you here for? Ethan inquired. I came here for 3 things, Cedric replied. The first one is to help defend this place just in case the Fomorian decide to march here. I won't be able to sit still in Nightfall Academy, knowing that my sister might be in danger. Ethan nodded, because Cedric's concern was valid. The second reason is that I believe that I will grow faster as an individual if I enroll here in Brynhildr Academy, Cedric added. The last reason has something to do with my personal life, so I can't tell you about it. Cedric then glanced at the young man who had forced him to train harder, so that he would be able to reach the same level as him. Seeing his intense gaze, Ethan couldn't help but smile because he could sense Cedric's competitive spirit. He was the same back then, when he was still trying to run after Nicole and Lily, who were considered the 2 strongest first years in the academy back then. I will not stay long, but before I go, I just want to tell you this. Cedric reached out his hand for a handshake. Look after my sister. I swear that if you harm her in any way, I will go all out and out of my way to make you pay. Understood, Ethan shook Cedric's hand. If that were to really happen, I would not resist even if you beat me up. Don't go back on your word. I won't. The 2 teenage boys, who had become love rivals for a short period of time, decided to start anew and foster a closer relationship with each other. Cedric had recognized Ethan's strength and supported his sister's decision to pursue him, after they had a heart-to-heart talk with each other. In short, Cedric would never hand his sister to someone whom he didn't recognize. Since Ethan was someone he recognized, he would respect his sister's decision and make sure that no other men would get in the way of her love. Although they started on the wrong foot, the two teenagers had matured enough to let bygones be bygones. Because of this, Ethan's impression of Cedric changed a bit, and he decided to have closer ties with his future brother-in-law, who supported his relationship with Lillian. Ethan stood with his manor mates in the Plaza of Beginnings, where his adventures in Brynhildr Academy started. Luna and Lillian were standing beside him and holding his hand. They had arrived last night and were too tired from their journey to do anything but sleep. However, the two looked energized and very excited as they chatted with Ethan and George about the possibility of having a new member in Dud Manor this year. While it's not impossible, there are times when Dud Manor doesn't receive any new students at the start of a new school term, George explained. Not all Duds have the guts to apply to an academy of magic because of discrimination. Fortunately, that mentality has changed a bit, especially after Ethan joined us last year, but he's an exception. I think unless someone from Dud Manor becomes the next Fortis Dud, our future members will still face dark and difficult times. Ethan and the other members of the Dud Manor all nodded their heads at the same time. Lillian wasn't supposed to be part of Dud Manor, but because she was poached by Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, she was given preferential treatment and was allowed to stay in the manor of her choosing. At that time, the young lady was pursuing Ethan, so she didn't bat an eye and picked Dud Manor even though she wasn't a dud but a very talented witch. Still, I wonder what the pillars will be like, Luna commented. Only powerful witches and wizards are allowed to become the pillars of the academy. Each slot is gained through a recommendation, and there are only 5 of them every year. George nodded. That's right. Last year, it was the professors who performed well in the academy that were allowed to choose the 5 pillars. Professor Ophelia was one of them, but this year, she won't be participating because she already participated last year. The chattering of the students around them quieted down quite a bit when they saw the professors walk onto the stage in the plaza one by one. When Ethan's gaze landed on Professor Reinhardt, he was once again reminded of the time when he accidentally rode the wrong train and appeared in Brynhildr Academy. Welcome to the start of another enchanting school year at Brynhildr Magical Academy. Professor Reinhardt's magnified voice spread throughout the entire plaza. It is with great excitement and pride that I stand before you today, ready to embark on a new journey filled with wonder, discovery, and the art of magic. To our returning students, welcome back. Your presence is the lifeblood of our academy, and your continued growth and achievements are a testament to your dedication and the spirit of magic that thrives within these walls. To our new students, we extend a warm welcome. You are about to join a world where the impossible becomes possible, and where your unique talents and aspirations will find a home. This year promises to be a spectacular one, with new spells to learn, ancient mysteries to unravel, and boundless opportunities for magical mastery. Our esteemed professors have prepared an array of courses that will challenge your minds, ignite your imaginations, and hone your magical abilities. Magic is not just about wielding power. It is about understanding the delicate balance of the world around us, the importance of intent, and the strength of character. As you delve into your studies, remember that true magic comes from within. It is the courage to try, the wisdom to learn from mistakes, and the heart to use your powers for good. As we begin this new school year, let us embrace the magic that lies within each of us. Let us be bold in our pursuits, kind in our actions, and united in our quest for knowledge and mastery. Here's to a year filled with wonder, growth, and magical achievements. Welcome back, and may your journey be as magical as your dreams. Professor Reinhardt then raised his wand and pointed it at the sky. Ethan, who already knew what was going to happen next, summoned his wand and pointed it at the sky with the rest of the students in the academy. May the flames of magic burn forevermore, Professor Reinhardt declared. Lux Principium. A lux principium. Everyone in the academy, including some of the first years, shouted alongside each other with their wands pointing at the sky. Soon, countless rays of light with different colors burst forth from the tips of their wands and shot to the sky. A fireworks display that resulted in a magical aurora appeared in the sky of the academy, making everyone smile, happy to experience this yearly tradition. As the magical aurora continued to dance in the sky, Professor Reinhardt's voice once again reached everyone's ears. "We will now start the sorting of the first years," Professor Reinhardt announced. "However, we will first introduce the 5 pillars of the first years, who will usher in a new era in this academy." Professor Reinhardt smiled mischievously as he waved a wand, creating a magical door beside the appraisal stone, which would tell the new students what manor they would be staying at in the academy. A young man with black hair and green eyes emerged from the portal and faced the student body with a confidence that exceeded his years. "E/N, it seems that 13 has crossed worlds." "Heath Wykers," Heath said, "it's a pleasure to be here." After giving his introduction, he moved to the side to allow the next first year to pass through the magical door. This time, a red-headed teenage boy with blue eyes emerged from the door. "Lennox Sparks," Lennox stated, "the strongest pillar of the first years." Lennox's declaration made everyone look at him with great curiosity, but he ignored everyone and stood beside Heath, whom he ignored completely. "We got some fiery ones this year, eh?" George chuckled. "Strongest pillar of the first years," Noah smirked. "This guy just painted a big red X mark on his forehead. It seems that his year will truly be an interesting year." The magical door glowed faintly, and another boy emerged from it. He had short blonde hair and gray eyes that stared at everyone with an anxious expression on his face. "M. Marvin Nightstalker," Marvin stuttered before bowing his head. He then hurriedly stood beside Heath because Lennox scared him. Once again, the magical door glowed faintly, and another person came out of it. A beautiful girl with long blue hair and blue eyes faced everyone with a faint smile on her face. Although she was only 12 years old, perhaps the youngest student in the history of Brynhildr Academy, everyone at the scene believed that she would grow up to be a beauty who would cause the downfall of nations. A little flying squirrel sat on her shoulder, waving at everyone in the surroundings. While the guys were enamored with the girl's beauty, the girls were charmed by the adorable squirrel who looked extremely fluffy. "Joanne Gremory," Joanne said with a confident smile on her face. "I look forward to spending a year with everyone here in the academy." A resounding cheer reverberated in the surroundings after Joanne introduced herself. Heath and Marvin both looked at her with reddened faces, while Lennox rubbed his chin and gazed at Joanne with great interest. Ethan, on the other hand, blinked once then twice as he looked at his sister, who noticed his gaze and winked back at him, making all the guys look at Ethan, whom they didn't know had an extremely cute little sister. "Did you know about this?" Luna asked with an amused smile on her face. "No," Ethan replied. "I thought that she returned to Caerwhitian with Mother." Ethan knew that this was not the right time to ask his sister anything, so he simply watched as she stood beside Marvin, which made the poor boy's face turn a shade redder. Suddenly, the magical door shone one last time, and a young lady stepped out of it, which made everyone freeze after seeing her. The enchanting young lady with long brown hair, hazel eyes, and a smile that seemed to captivate everyone's hearts bowed to everyone in greeting. "Hecate Magdar," Hecate said, making Ethan and Joanne feel as if something was tugging into their heartstrings as they stared at the unfamiliar lady, who somehow felt very familiar to them. It was as if they were looking at someone very precious, who had crossed time and space just to be with them one last time. "It's nice to be here. I hope that we all get along." Hecate's gaze briefly landed on Ethan for a split second before she walked toward the other pillars of the first years. She didn't know that, at that exact moment, a certain princess visage overlapped with her face for a brief moment, making Ethan's heart suddenly skip a beat. When Hecate stood beside Joanne, The young lady smiled at the younger girl, making the latter look at her closely. Joanne eyed the other party's face and tried to find traces of her friend, whom she thought they would never see again. Although there were a few facial similarities, she could confirm that Hecate was also different from the princess that she knew. It was just like how Joanne had similarities with her mother and Ethan, but that was where the similarities ended. But for some reason, standing next to the beautiful lady beside her, Joanne couldn't stop her heart from beating wildly inside her chest. It was as if she had met a long-lost friend, whom she had left 300 years in the past. As she continued to observe Hecate, Joanne noticed that her ear was slightly pointier than that of a normal human. However, the pointiness wasn't as obvious as it was in the ears of elves, whom she had seen all her life in Caerwhitian. "Half-elf," Joanne muttered, making Hecate smile and nod her head, confirming the younger girl's statement. "Yes," Hecate replied. "I am a half-elf. Nice to meet you, Joanne." "And nice to meet you too, Hecate," Joanne stuttered after having muttered her thoughts accidentally. At that moment, Professor Reinhardt's voice once again reverberated in the surroundings. "I know that everyone is excited to know where they will be staying this year, so without further delay, may I call upon the pillars of the first years to place their hands on the appraisal stone," Professor Reinhardt said. "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first." Lennox stepped forward and confidently placed his hand over the appraisal stone. A moment later, powerful golden flames surged out from the appraisal stone, making the smug smile on Lennox's face widen. "Not bad," George said as he rubbed his chin. "He has strong magical power, and he does deserve his status as one of the pillars." Ethan nodded in agreement. As the flames slowly faded, they formed words in the air, stating what manor Lennox would be going to. Equus Manor. The members of the Equus Manor cheered, glad to see another promising individual join their ranks. The next one who placed his hand on the appraisal stone was Heath. After placing her hand on the stone, the image of a giant white tiger emerged from it, unleashing a roar that made Joanne and Hecate cover their ears due to how loud it was. A moment later, the words Jaeger Manor appeared above the tiger's head, which didn't come as a surprise due to the nature of Heath's magic. The third one to touch the appraisal stone was Marvin, and things got a bit interesting afterward. The projection of a treant, standing over 20 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. But that wasn't all. On the body of the treant, several green wisps were circling happily, making the members of the Terra Manor look fondly upon the blonde-haired boy who looked very timid. "Terra Manor," Professor Reinhardt chuckled as he patted Marvin's shoulder. "Don't worry, Marvin. You will have many big sisters who will take good care of you." The headmaster, who was responsible for Marvin's enrollment in Brynhildr Academy, winked at the teenage boy, making the latter smile faintly. Just like what happened with Lennox and Heath, a round of applause spread in the surroundings as everyone encouraged Marvin to feel more confident about himself. "I'll go first," Joanne said to Hecate. "Okay," Hecate nodded before giving Joanne a thumbs up. "Good luck." Joanne took a deep breath before stepping forward. Everyone looked at the adorable girl as she placed her small, delicate hand on the appraisal stone. Suddenly, a surge of black magic exploded outwards like a tide, making some of the students standing in front of the plaza subconsciously take a step back. The magic fluctuation was so strong that Professor Reinhardt waved his wand to create a barrier to protect the students from being affected by the sudden surge of power from the appraisal stone. A second later, countless shadow figures flew in the surroundings like specters before merging together to form the words Schwartz Manor. Joanne then took a step back and looked smugly at her brother, as if she was proud to show everyone how strong her magical power was. Ethan didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his sister's competitiveness, especially after seeing what the other pillars were capable of. Finally, all gaze once again landed on Hecate, whose beauty wouldn't lose to Joanne in the slightest. When her hand touched the appraisal stone, nothing happened at first. This made everyone think that Joanne had accidentally broken the appraisal stone during her performance earlier. However, just as everyone was thinking like that, something unexpected happened. A tornado made up of flames shot up toward the sky, reaching dozens of meters high in the air. A second later, a similar tornado of water, wind, earth, and ice shot up toward the sky and formed giant golems. If the apparition that appeared during Joanne's turn could be called mind-blowing, the phenomenon created by Hecate was considered mind-boggling. The 5 elemental golems then merged together, and the words that no one expected to see flashed before everyone's eyes. Dud Manor. The entire student body, including the professors, with the exception of Professor Barrett, looked at Hecate in disbelief. Hecate, on the other hand, blushed faintly as she timidly walked back to her place and stood beside Joanne. Did the appraisal stone break?" Marvin asked, waking everyone up from their trance. They still couldn't believe that someone who possessed extremely powerful magic powers would go to Dud Manor, which was the last place that they thought Hecate should be. Professor Reinhardt inspected the appraisal stone to check if it was indeed broken, which made Professor Barrett chuckle. "Reinhardt, it's not broken," Professor Barrett said. "Hecate's magic is a bit special. You will understand a little later." Professor Reinhardt was still half in doubt, but since Professor Barrett was the one who gave Hecate the slot to become a pillar of the first year, he decided to trust his words for the time being. Ethan, George, and the rest of Dud Manor were still in shock, because none of them were expecting to get a talented witch like Hecate among their ranks. When Hecate stood beside Joanne, the young lady smiled at the younger girl, making the latter look at her closely. Joanne eyed the other party's face and tried to find traces of her friend, whom she thought they would never see again. Although there were a few facial similarities, she could confirm that Hecate was also different from the princess that she knew. It was just like how Joanne had similarities with her mother and Ethan, but that was where the similarities ended. But for some reason, standing next to the beautiful lady beside her, Joanne couldn't stop her heart from beating wildly inside her chest. It was as if she had met a long-lost friend whom she had left 300 years in the past. As she continued to observe Hecate, Joanne noticed that her ear was slightly pointier than that of a normal human. However, the pointiness wasn't as obvious as it was in the ears of elves, whom she had seen all her life in Caerwhitian. "Half-elf," Joanne muttered, making Hecate smile and nod her head, confirming the younger girl's statement. "Yes," Hecate replied. "I am a half-elf. Nice to meet you, Joanne." "And nice to meet you too, Hecate," Joanne stuttered after having muttered her thoughts accidentally. At that moment, Professor Reinhardt's voice once again reverberated in the surroundings. "I know that everyone is excited to know where they will be staying this year, so without further delay, may I call upon the pillars of the first years to place their hands on the appraisal stone," Professor Reinhardt said. "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first." Lennox stepped forward and confidently placed his hand over the appraisal stone. A moment later, powerful golden flames surged out from the appraisal stone, making the smug smile on Lennox's face widen. "Not bad," George said as he rubbed his chin. "He has strong magical power, and he does deserve his status as one of the pillars." Ethan nodded in agreement. As the flames slowly faded, they formed words in the air, stating what manor Lennox would be going to. Equus Manor. The members of the Equus Manor cheered, glad to see another promising individual join their ranks. The next one who placed his hand on the appraisal stone was Heath. After placing her hand on the stone, the image of a giant white tiger emerged from it, unleashing a roar that made Joanne and Hecate cover their ears due to how loud it was. A moment later, the words Jaeger Manor appeared above the tiger's head, which didn't come as a surprise due to the nature of Heath's magic. The third one to touch the appraisal stone was Marvin, and things got a bit interesting afterward. The projection of a treant, standing over 20 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. But that wasn't all. On the body of the treant, several green wisps were circling happily, making the members of the Terra Manor look fondly upon the blonde-haired boy who looked very timid. Terra Manor, Professor Reinhardt chuckled as he patted Marvin's shoulder. Don't worry, Marvin. You will have many big sisters who will take good care of you. The headmaster, who was responsible for Marvin's enrollment in Brynhildr Academy, winked at the teenage boy, making the latter smile faintly. Just like what happened with Lennox and Heath, a round of applause spread in the surroundings as everyone encouraged Marvin to feel more confident about himself. I'll go first, Joanne said to Hecate. Okay, Hecate nodded before giving Joanne a thumbs up. Good luck. Joanne took a deep breath before stepping forward. Everyone looked at the adorable girl as she placed her small, delicate hand on the appraisal stone. Suddenly, a surge of black magic exploded outwards like a tide, making some of the students standing in front of the plaza subconsciously take a step back. The magic fluctuation was so strong that Professor Reinhardt waved his wand to create a barrier to protect the students from being affected by the sudden surge of power from the appraisal stone. A second later, countless shadow figures flew in the surroundings like specters before merging together to form the words Schwartz Manor. Joanne then took a step back and looked smugly at her brother, as if she was proud to show everyone how strong her magical power was. Ethan didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his sister's competitiveness, especially after seeing what the other pillars were capable of. Finally, all gaze once again landed on Hecate, whose beauty wouldn't lose to Joanne in the slightest. When her hand touched the appraisal stone, nothing happened at first. This made everyone think that Joanne had accidentally broken the appraisal stone during her performance earlier. However, just as everyone was thinking like that, something unexpected happened. A tornado made up of flames shot up toward the sky, reaching dozens of meters high in the air. A second later, a similar tornado of water, wind, earth, and ice shot up toward the sky and formed giant golems. If the apparition that appeared during Joanne's turn could be called mind-blowing, the phenomenon created by Hecate was considered mind-boggling. The 5 elemental golems then merged together, and the words that no one expected to see flashed before everyone's eyes. Dud Manor. The entire student body, including the professors, with the exception of Professor Barrett, looked at Hecate in disbelief. Hecate, on the other hand, blushed faintly as she timidly walked back to her place and stood beside Joanne. Did the appraisal stone break? Marvin asked, waking everyone up from their trance. They still couldn't believe that someone who possessed extremely powerful magic powers would go to Dud Manor, which was the last place that they thought Hecate should be. Professor Reinhardt inspected the appraisal stone to check if it was indeed broken, which made Professor Barrett chuckle. Reinhardt, it's not broken, Professor Barrett said. Hecate's magic is a bit special. You will understand a little later. Professor Reinhardt was still half in doubt, but since Professor Barrett was the one who gave Hecate the slot to become a pillar of the first year, he decided to trust his words for the time being. Ethan, George, and the rest of Dud Manor were still in shock, because none of them were expecting to get a talented witch like Hecate among their ranks. After the 5 pillars were tested for their respective manners, the rest of the appraisal ceremony flowed smoothly. When all the first years were done with their placement, it was time to do the same for the students who transferred to the academy. Just like Ethan had expected, the appraisal stone also went bonkers when it was Cedric's turn to have his talent appraised. Countless swords made of light danced in the surroundings, making the young ladies look at Lillian's handsome brother with great interest. When the sorting was finally finished, Professor Reinhardt raised his hand, making everyone look at him with expectations. I'm sure that the second years, third years, and fourth years are already aware of what is going to happen next, Professor Reinhardt said in a mischievous tone. It is none other than our yearly tradition of welcoming our first years. But before that, I decided to make some changes this year to make things more exciting. Instead of having your professors prepare this special event, we decided that it would be more fun for the senior students themselves to prepare the challenge for this year's initiation ceremony. So, without further delay, let me call upon the head prefect of Dud Manor, George Marshall, to climb up here on stage and tell everyone the special event that he prepared for our first years. Every member of Dud Manor glanced at their head prefect in surprise because they didn't know that there was a special event like this. The initiation ceremony was an important part of the Academy's tradition, and this heavy responsibility was now placed on their shoulders. None of them were informed that such a thing was happening, so they looked at the only person who could give them some explanation, and it was none other than their not-so-dependable head prefect, George Marshall. OSH*T, George facepalmed. Now I remember what it was that I forgot. The members of Dud Manor also wanted to facepalm after hearing their head prefect say such a thing, making all of them feel like they wanted to dig a hole and hide from everyone's gazes. However, after muttering those words, George coughed lightly before fixing his robe and walking towards the stage, as if he had everything under his control. When he arrived at the stage, he faced the student body and smiled. "Everyone, I would like to make an announcement," George said with a serious expression on his face. The students of the Academy looked at the head prefect of Dud Manor with bated breath as they waited for his announcement. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before hearing his explosive announcement. "I, George Marshall, are no longer single," George declared, making the members of Dud Manor avert their gazes, pretending that they didn't know the foolish guy that was giving them second-hand embarrassment. But to their surprise, someone spoke up from the second years, making even George look in her direction in disbelief. "Yes, George Marshall and I are now a couple," a young lady with light brown hair shouted. To Ethan's surprise, the young lady that shouted just now was not Sabrina, whom George had introduced to them as his fiancée. Sabrina blinked once and twice as she gazed at the second year, who had just declared that she and her boyfriend were a couple. But before George could ask the girl who she was, he suddenly felt a hand rest on his shoulder, holding him in place in a vice grip. "George, while I am happy that you are now in a relationship, you should choose the time and place to announce it, okay?" Professor Reinhardt said with a smile that wasn't a smile, making George cough lightly. "Everyone, it is my greatest honor to give the first years an experience that they will never forget," George said with determination, doing his best to remain calm despite the fact that he wanted to run away from the stage as fast as he could. The students of Dud Manor have prepared something special that will be written down as the greatest initiation ceremony in the history of the Brynhildr Academy. Once again, the members of Dud Manor glanced at each other and shook their heads because this was the first time they were hearing such a thing. This year's initiation ceremony is really simple, yet challenging at the same time. George desperately glanced at his manor mates as his brain tried to think of a way to get out of this mess. When his gaze landed on Ethan, a thought appeared in his head, which made George feel as if he had a eureka moment. "Ladies and gentlemen, this year, I would like to let everyone see the prowess of the Dud Manor." George's voice sounded more confident than it was a while ago as he faced the 5 pillars of the first years of the Academy with a mischievous smile on his face. This year's initiation ceremony will be a battle royale between the former strongest pillar of the first years, Ethan Gremory, and the entirety of the first years, George declared. "This is the special event that Dud Manor has prepared for all of you this year, so let us all go to the arena and get his party started." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing George's declaration. He was certain that their head prefect had made an impromptu event on the spot and used him as a way to liven up the mood. But since his sister had enrolled in the academy, Ethan decided to play along and make Joanne's initiation ceremony a memorable experience. Waving his wand, Ethan conjured fairy wings on his back and flew several meters above the ground. "I am Ethan Gremory, and I challenge all the first years to a magical duel," Ethan said with a smile. "If you manage to defeat me, I will give you 3 things. The first thing that you will get are these 2 pillar badges in my hand. Last year, I was a double pillar holder, and having these 2 badges will signify that you have beaten the former strongest pillar of the first years. Just so you know, I was also one of the champions of last year's Clash of Manners. If you want to have some bragging rights, then getting these badges will make the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years recognize your strength. Lennox, who had declared himself as the strongest pillar of the first years, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 2 pillar badges in Ethan's hand. Joanne, who wanted a rematch with her brother, was also feeling excited because she wanted to show him how much she had grown during the time that they were together. Ethan then raised another finger to announce the 2nd reward that he would be giving to the winner. Whoever defeats me will not only get these 2 badges, but will also receive the title of the strongest first year of the academy. This means that even if you are not a pillar, you will be recognized as one of them. I will personally give you triple the monthly stipend that the academy gives the pillar holders. The other first years, who were looking for fame and glory, were very enticed by Ethan's offer. Some of them didn't come from well-off families, so if they happened to land a lucky hit and defeated him, they would gain something that surpassed what the pillars received from the academy. Last but not the least, I will grant you a wish, Ethan declared. As long as I am able to grant it, I will definitely grant it without fail. This time, a faint smile appeared on Hecate's face, and a glint of determination stirred in the depths of her eyes. Well then, let's head to the Colosseum and get this party started, Ethan said before glancing at Professor Reinhardt. The headmaster nodded his head in understanding and waved his wand, creating a portal that would directly send anyone who passed through it to the Colosseum of Brynhildr Academy. Ethan was the first one to pass through the portal, followed by Lennox and the other pillars of the first years. Soon, all the first years entered the portal, looking very excited. They thought that since they were only fighting against a 2nd year, they would have a high chance of defeating him if they all worked together. But those who knew Ethan, especially those who were present for Lily's wedding, shook their heads helplessly because the first years would get first-hand experience for what it was like to face an anomaly, whose powers had drastically increased since the last time they saw him. Ethan stood at the eastern edge of the Colosseum's arena, while all the first years stood on the western side. This was the first time that an initiation ceremony was done in this manner, and George was grinning ear to ear because he thought that this was a genius move. Of course, whether Ethan would be able to overcome this challenge was something that even he wasn't able to predict. The stands were filled with the rest of the students and professors, most of whom were thinking that Dud Manor might have bitten more than they could chew. While they recognized that Ethan was indeed powerful, he was but a single man about to face off against 150 students on his own. Also, while he was indeed a 2nd year in the academy, many believed that the 1-year difference wouldn't be enough for him to be able to overcome the situation. However, there were individuals who were looking forward to seeing just how much he had grown during his vacation away from the academy. Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, and Professor Ophelia were among the people on the faculty who were quite excited to see this battle. They had already placed the protection charms within the arena, so anyone who died in it would immediately be teleported to a safe location. Just like the zombie dungeon that Ethan had participated in the past, there were safety measures put in place in order to ensure that the students wouldn't get seriously injured, or worse, killed in this event. I'll tell you this now. None of you should even think about underestimating my brother, Joanne said with a faint smile on her face. If you're going to fight him, you must fight with everything you have, or else you'll be defeated. Then, if I defeat him, will you give me a reward? Lennox asked in a confident tone. Joanne chuckled before nodding her head. Why not? If it's something that I can give, then I agree to this condition. Wait, I'd like to join this agreement as well, Heath commented. Me too, Marvin said cautiously. Can I join? Joanne smirked. Everyone can join. Anyone who defeats my brother will get a reward from me. All the first years, especially the guys, became more motivated after the beautiful girl's declaration. Everyone was raring to go as they looked at the young man, who was the strongest pillar of the first years a year ago. Ethan, who had also heard Joanne's declaration, couldn't help but sigh internally. "Your sister is a real troublemaker," Sebastian commented. "But she only said those words because she's confident that you won't be defeated that easily. You better ensure that you meet her expectations," Ethan's other half commented. "That way, no one would try to do anything to her. After all, they know that they will get clobbered by you if they try to do anything funny to your sister." Ethan smiled faintly as he raised his hand to summon his wand. His action made Sebastian and his other half arch an eyebrow. Usually, whenever Ethan fought, he made it a point to always summon his sea god's trident first. The two weren't the only ones surprised by his action. Nicole smiled faintly after seeing this, recalling the time she sparred with Ethan in secret back when they were still in Southshire. They deliberately went somewhere a good distance away from North Lake Forest to ensure that no one would be able to see their battle. And during that time, Ethan didn't use any of his tridents against her. He only used his wand. "Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to this year's initiation ceremony," George shouted. "Today is a very exciting day because the new will be fighting against the old. Who will win? Last year's strongest pillar of the first years or the new blood of the academy? Since all of you are very excited to know the answer, let's no longer delay this tradition and start the battle." George raised his hand before swinging it to the side. "Duel start." As soon as the signal was given, Lennox immediately pointed his wand at the second-year student whom he wanted to defeat and cast one of his strongest spells. Magna Fragor. A giant fireball the size of a car materialized at the tip of Lennox's wand and flew toward Ethan's direction. Ethan stood still and made a slashing motion of his wand. A crescent blade of water sliced the giant fireball in half, making it explode dozens of meters away from where he stood. Lennox smirked. His first attack was only an opener spell, allowing him to gauge his opponent's abilities. The other first years, on the other hand, no longer hesitated and collectively unleashed hundreds of spells in Ethan's direction. Ignis, Glacies, Ventus, Spiritus, Tellus. Rays of different colors all flew in Ethan's direction, making the latter smile faintly. Taking a step forward, the young man evaded the first spell that was about to hit him by casually stepping to the side. He repeated the same process and moved as if he was dancing, making Joanne smirk. Ethan dodged what he could and blocked what he couldn't. The faint smile on his face made Lily shake her head, and Luna sigh helplessly. "This guy is enjoying himself," Lily said. "Right," Luna commented. "I just hope he doesn't take his top off like last time." Lillian narrowed his eyes. "We don't want the girls from the first years to fawn over him too." The three ladies both nodded their heads at the same time. This was indeed something they didn't want to happen. Meanwhile, there was another young lady watching Ethan's every move with a critical gaze. Alice, who had inherited the fighting prowess of Eilefer Equus, whom many considered to be the strongest magical weapon master of Eastshire, couldn't help but be surprised at the young man's drastic improvements during the time that she hadn't seen him. She had seen Ethan fight in the past, and his fighting skills weren't really that great, especially his footwork. In her opinion, he only managed to win in the past because he was overwhelming his opponents with his partial resonance, which gave him an edge in battles. But now, she could no longer say such a thing. A glance was enough to tell her that Ethan was no longer the same person he was a year ago. "He has improved a lot, hasn't he?" The ghost of the boy, Lyle, appeared beside Alice with his arms crossed over his chest. "Yes," Alice replied. "Did you teach him how to fight too?" "Of course not. As much as I wanted to teach him my fighting style, the founders of the academy made a vow that they would only choose one inheritor to acquire their treasures. But you cheated and appointed me and Nicole as your inheritors, though." Lyle coughed lightly and pretended that he didn't hear the young lady's words. What he did was not considered cheating in his book because, at most, he only gave Nicole the promise of the Dragon King, while he gave Alice his legacy. "Just continue watching him," Lyle stated. "Things are about to get very interesting. It's now, actually." At that exact moment, the first years had encircled Ethan and unleashed an array of spells that were nearly impossible to dodge. The pillars didn't move and only observed the second year. They wanted to know more about Ethan's fighting style first so that they could strategize on how to defeat him. After seeing his movements, all of them knew that unless they could trap him, like the other first years were doing, they would be unable to land a direct hit on their opponent. As the spells congregated with Ethan at its center, he pointed his wand in front of him and chanted a spell with confidence. Contigo. A blue barrier surrounded him and tanked all the spells that flew in his direction. Seeing this scene, Lennox didn't hesitate and also unleashed a continuous barrage of giant fireballs, thinking that it would overpower Ethan's barrier and destroy it. Heath and Marvin joined in as well, thinking that there was no better opportunity to defeat Joanne's brother than now. Joanne and Hecate, on the other hand, didn't move and simply stared at the countless explosions that came from the location where Ethan stood. The first years were relentless and didn't stop attacking, casting one spell after the other. Finally, after 2 minutes of non-stop bombardment, everyone stopped firing their spells and looked at the dust cloud in front of them. Lennox waved his wand and dispersed the dust cloud, wanting to see Ethan's sorry state. However, when the visibility returned, the ladies' faces reddened. Ethan was standing without his shirt on again and was casually tying his long hair up with a wolf hairpin in order to fix it in place. His wand was between his lips, treating it like a rose from those scenes in dramas and theatrical plays. This scene, which was overflowing with masculinity, made the girls among the first years blush, infatuated with the handsome senior in front of them. At that moment, Joanne heard a sigh beside her, making her glance at Hecate, who had an annoyed expression on her face. "What a sinful guy," Hecate muttered. "He shouldn't show off his body like that to everyone, especially around girls." It was not only Hecate who was having the same thoughts. Luna, Lily, Chloe, Lillian, Emma, and Lilith all sighed at the same time. Their lover was now in a situation they had hoped wouldn't happen again. Even Cedric couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. Because of Ethan, he made sure to properly train his body so that he would develop a good physique, just like the person who defeated him. However, although he had made great improvements in that matter, he had to admit that he was still far from getting that godly physique that would make any lady look at Ethan as if he was something delicious to eat. "Damn it," George shouted angrily. "Hey, you brats, what are you doing? Kill him already. Don't let him show off in front of the ladies. Sabrina, make sure to not look at Ethan. Compared to me, he looks like a vegetable." It was not only George who got triggered after seeing Ethan go topless once again. Almost all the guys started booing at him while vigorously cheering for the first years. Some of them even wanted to jump down into the arena to fight Ethan to the death. Sebastian, who had advised Ethan to go topless, chuckled because his plan worked. "See," Sebastian asked, "I told you this would rile them up." "Yep, they're mad all right," Ethan's other half chuckled. "But for a different reason." Soon, even George started to chant, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." And all the other guys started chanting as well. The head prefect of Dud Manor no longer cared if Ethan lost in front of everyone. He just wanted him to stop showing off to the girls, especially to his girlfriend, Sabrina. Sabrina, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit interested in Ethan. However, she found George's jealousy really cute. While the audience was shouting, "Kill him, kill him, kill him," repeatedly, all the first years couldn't help but look at their opponent as if he was a monster. His shield didn't even have a crack, Marvin stuttered after seeing the crater where Ethan was standing. Everything around him was destroyed, but he remained unscathed. The worst part was that he even had the leeway to tie up his hair, while he was being bombarded by spells left, right, and center. After Ethan finished whatever he was doing, He once again held his wand in his right hand and rested his left hand on his waist. "Are you guys done?" Ethan asked. Seeing that none of the first years was answering, he nodded his head and pointed it at the ground in front of him. Aqua Anguis. Ethan had used this spell many times in the past, and those who had seen his battles plenty enough already knew that he would be summoning dozens of water snakes to attack his opponents. However, what they were expecting and what happened in reality were two different things. 3 gigantic snakes that were as long and big as trains emerged from the ground and started to attack the first years that encircled him. The first years aimed their spells at the water snakes, but their attacks didn't do any damage to their targets. "Ennuwu," a first year shouted before he was swallowed whole by the water snake, instantly teleporting him to the floating platform above the stands. One after the other, the helpless first years, who were unable to put a dent in their attackers, perished one by one. While this was happening, Ethan stood completely still and eyed the 5 pillars, who had yet to step in to help their schoolmates. He didn't order the water snakes to attack them, and only made them clear out the first years who charged at him earlier. A few minutes later, only Ethan and the 5 pillars remained in the arena, with everyone else eliminated from battle. "That's my student right there," Professor Barrett said with a satisfied look on his face, squinting at Ethan proudly. He acted like a grandfather who had raised the young man since he was a baby, making Professor Reinhardt chuckle. "Well done, Barrett," Professor Reinhardt commented. "You have trained him well." "But of course," Professor Barrett replied, "I taught him everything I know." While the 2 professors were chatting, Joanne took a few steps forward and stood in front of the other pillars with a sweet smile on her face. "It's our turn, so do your best to not become extra baggage, okay?" Joanne said. "That's right," Lennox commented, as he also took a step forward, passing Joanne and acting like the leader of their group. "None of you should become extra baggage." Joanne didn't mind Lennox's attempt to act as their leader, because she knew that her brother wouldn't target her first. Besides, she would likely be the last one standing, so was more than happy to let the arrogant first year say whatever he wanted to say. "Are you done with your strategy meeting?" Ethan asked. "We are," Lennox replied. "Time to bring you down." "Is that so?" Ethan nodded. "Good, then let's start round 2. Without warning, the 3 giant water snakes charged forward. Joanne didn't hesitate and summoned 2 shadowy wings on her back and flew away from the group. Hecate took a step to her right and momentarily disappeared from where she stood, reappearing dozens of meters away. Since there were exactly 3 targets in front of them, the 3 water snakes targeted Lennox, Heath, and Marvin, forcing the 3 to use their trump cards. "Ignis Draco Dominus!" Lennox roared and summoned a fire dragon, who then clashed against the water snake headed in the young man's direction. Marvin summoned his giant treant and hid behind its back, letting it face the water snake that was aiming for him. Heath, on the other hand, transformed into a 4-meter-tall white tiger and roared angrily. He then clashed against the water snake, pushing the latter back in their first exchange. The professors and the students, who were watching this battle, all cheered as they watched the pillars show off their abilities against Ethan. This was also part of Ethan's plan. He wanted to know just how strong the new pillars of the academy were and how they compared to his generation. The fire dragon and the water snake clashed repeatedly until both dispersed in a powerful explosion. The treant, who was very resistant to the water element, was able to overpower the water snake and destroy it after a minute. The white tiger, who surpassed the water snake in speed and raw power, also defeated the water snake with relative ease, making it roar as if asking Ethan if that was all that he got. Ethan, who had seen the effort of the 3 boys, clapped his hands together. "Good job dealing with a basic-level spell," Ethan replied. "Now it's time for me to raise the notch a bit, right?" Lennox, Heath, and Marvin almost cursed after hearing Ethan's words. They wanted to tell him that summoning 3 giant snakes wasn't a basic spell. However, After remembering what kind of spell the second year had cast, the three of their faces immediately turned grim. Aqua Anguis was a spell that could be considered a pseudo-intermediate spell. The number of water snakes that one could summon using this spell depended on the caster's magical power. Since Ethan had managed to create 3 giant snakes using this spell, it only meant one thing. Mommy, Marvin muttered when the realization finally hit him. Ethan chuckled evilly like a villain before raising his wand. Aqua Anguis. This time, instead of 3, Ethan created a dozen giant water snakes, which made even Lennox take a step back. The level of difficulty of the battle they were about to face had just increased drastically. Joanne, who knew that things would be extremely difficult if she lost the 3 guys in their group, shouted, "Just focus on defending. I will attack, so make sure you survive until then." Without saying anything else, Joanne summoned countless shadow specters, who all charged at Ethan like a swarm of bats. Right now, her only chance at defeating her brother was to use swarm tactics against him, since he had already defeated her in the past. While this was happening, Hecate stood completely still as she entered a trance-like state. A moment later, her eyes glowed golden before taking a step forward and disappearing from where she stood. She was of the same opinion as Joanne. They could only beat Ethan if the 5 of them worked together. Since that was the case, she would cooperate with Joanne in attacking Ethan, allowing the 3 boys to deal with the water snakes, who were all charging in their direction. Ethan smiled faintly before waving his wand to create a purple tornado, with him at its center. This tornado was made from fairy fire, which vaporized the shadowy specters that tried to attack the young man from every direction. Due to the suction power of this tornado, none of the specters were able to escape, and they all died like moths attracted to flame. Joanne had already expected this to happen and merely used the shadow specters as a distraction. Right after she had attacked Ethan, she started to chant a powerful spell, which she believed would be able to bypass her brother's defenses. Tempestus obscura, vocem meme audi. Umbras irrumper, omnis furiant. Fulmen nigrum, atroxet splendidum. Nox me, extend noctum. A giant black lightning erupted from the tip of her wand and instantly obliterated the fire tornado Ethan had created. When the tornado dispersed, the young man was nowhere to be seen. However, a second later, a shockwave erupted near the center of the Colosseum as the young man, whom everyone thought had been hit by Joanne's attack, skidded on the ground after getting hit by Hecate's kick. Ethan had just dodged his sister's attack when he felt a presence only a meter away from him. Fortunately, his body reacted on time. He reflexively crossed his arms over his chest, successfully blocking the surprise attack from Hecate. Knowing that she might not get another chance, the young lady unleashed a series of punches and kicks, preventing Ethan from regaining his stance and forcing him to go on the defensive. Sebastian and Ethan's other half were surprised to see that their boy couldn't dodge Hecate's attacks. It was as if she was able to predict where he would go, forcing Ethan to block her attacks with his arms. Each of her attacks was very heavy, creating shockwaves every time her blow landed. The crowd started cheering, and the loudest of them all was George, who was encouraging Hecate to not relent in her attacks and obliterate Ethan with her punches. But just as the young lady thought that she finally had Ethan cornered, the young man's body split into 3, and 2 of those clones held a card in their hand, unleashing a gust of wind that blew Hecate away. Ethan, who had just managed to get a breather, dodged to the side, barely evading Joanne's sword of darkness. The young lady then unleashed a flurry of thrusts like a fencer, making the crowd cheer for her just like they did for Hecate. "I didn't know that you also specialize in fencing," Ethan commented as he continued to dodge his sister's attacks. Joanne didn't bother to reply because she knew that this was her brother's way of trying to break her concentration. She had seen how Hecate was able to push her brother into a corner, so she decided to do the same. Ethan's sister believed that if she and Hecate worked together, they would be able to overwhelm him with their skills. Unfortunately, Hecate wasn't able to help her right away. She had her hands full on Ethan's two clones, who were fighting her with cards imbued with rune magic. Suddenly, as Joanne was about to use another one of her trump cards, Ethan suddenly shrank, making her follow-up attack miss. The young man had transformed into a rat, evading Joanne's decisive blow before transforming back to his human form. Repello. Ethan pointed his wand at his sister's back, sending a blast of wind that sent Joanne flying to the protective barrier of the Colosseum. Due to how sudden the attack was, the young lady wasn't able to dodge. She was pushed back by Ethan's powerful spell, almost slamming into the barrier without mercy. But at the last minute, Joanne's body dispersed like a shadowy mist as she hit the protective barrier. "He's merciless even to his own sister," George shouted. "From this moment onwards, I disown you. You're no longer a member of my manor." Ethan ignored George completely, before deciding that enough was enough. He glanced at the three boys, who were desperately fending off the 12 giant water snakes. It seems that they were nearing their limits. "Leviticus," Ethan chanted as he pointed his wand at Marvin and made a tugging motion. The boy, who was hiding behind his giant treant, felt a strong tug pulling him to the jaws of one of the giant snakes that had disengaged from attacking his giant treant. The only thing he could do was scream before being swallowed whole by the giant water snake. A moment later, the treant disappeared in a shower of green lights, which indicated that Marvin had been eliminated. Ethan wanted to focus on fighting against his sister and Hecate, so he decided to eliminate the three other boys. That way, they couldn't launch a sneak attack from behind. The moment Marvin and his treant disappeared, the delicate balance that the three teenage boys had created instantly crumbled. One of the giant snakes attacked Lennox from behind and bit on his arm, making him scream in pain. A second later, another water snake swallowed him whole, eliminating him completely. As a last-ditch effort, Heath decided to charge in Ethan's direction, intending to take the blue-haired young man down with him. At the same time, Joanne and Hecate launched a pincer attack, attacking Ethan from the back and on his right side. Ethan didn't move and stood completely still, allowing Heath's claws to smack his head, Joanne's black sword to pierce his back, and Hecate's fist to slam on the side of his body. When these three attacks connected, Ethan's body turned into a puddle of water, taking the three teenagers by surprise. Joanne, who had an idea about what happened, immediately looked around her, trying to find Ethan's clones. Hecate and Heath did the same, but they didn't see anyone, which only meant one thing. The three simultaneously looked above them, just in time to see Ethan making a slashing gesture with his wand. A giant water blade that was over 8 meters long descended upon the three new bloods. Naturally, their first reaction was to run away, but it was already too late when they realized that they couldn't move from their spot because the puddle under their feet had completely frozen, holding them in place. A loud explosion reverberated across the Colosseum as Ethan's giant water blade descended upon the three teenagers before exploding in a torrent of water. By the time Joanne and Heath regained their senses, they found themselves standing on the special platform where the eliminated first years were all sent. Ethan's last attack had taken them completely by surprise. It had been perfectly executed, giving them no time to dodge. However, just as everyone thought that the battle was over, a young lady appeared in their vision. Her dress, drenched with water, stuck to her skin, showing off the curves of her body. But Hecate seemed to not mind her current condition as she stared at the young man in front of her with a conflicted look on her face. As if making a hard decision, Hecate summoned her wand and pointed it at Ethan. Professor Barrett, who recommended Hecate to become one of the pillars of the first years, frowned after seeing the young lady take out her wand. "Reinhardt, just in case something unexpected happens, help me protect the students," Professor Barrett said as he summoned his wand. Knowing that his best friend wasn't someone who joked around when it came to the safety of their students, Professor Reinhardt also summoned his wand and stood at the ready. "Summon," Hecate said as she raised her wand, pointing to the sky. A moment later, the earth rose from the ground and created a 10-meter-tall greater earth elemental. Screams of fear and panic erupted from the stands. A greater elemental was the fourth strongest form out of the 6 elemental classes. Each elemental was classified into small elemental, medium elemental, large elemental, greater elemental, elder elemental, and ancient elemental. A greater earth elemental was strong enough to destroy an entire city, if not dealt with right away. After being summoned, the greater earth elemental attacked, but instead of attacking Ethan, it attacked Hecate instead. I knew it! Professor Barrett couldn't help but facepalm after seeing the elemental monster attack its own summoner. Hecate, who had been expecting this to happen, dodged the attack. However, the punch of the greater earth elemental caused the ground to shake, sending stone projectiles in a wide range. "Let's go, Reinhardt," Professor Barrett said. "Let's deal with this before it spirals out of control." The headmaster nodded, but before the 2 professors could join the battle, they saw something in the corner of their vision. A beautiful mermaid princess appeared above Ethan's head as the young man unleashed his resonance. "Sing with me, Illumina." Ethan roared, and the mermaid princess started to sing. A tornado of water materialized in the center of the stadium, catching the greater earth elemental's attention. A few seconds later, an elder water elemental appeared, which was double the size of the greater earth elemental. The elder water elemental, which looked like a giant serpentine sea dragon, coiled its body around the greater earth elemental and raised the other's body from the ground, preventing it from using its earth-based abilities. The professors, who were about to take action, froze in their tracks. They didn't expect to see something like this on the opening day of the academy. The body of the greater earth elemental crumbled, turning into mud as it dropped on the Colosseum. While everyone's attention was on the battle between the greater earth elemental and the elder water elemental, Hecate appeared beside Ethan and unleashed a surprise attack at point-blank range. But to her surprise, she found herself locked inside a dome of water, trapping her in place. "What a feisty girl," Illumina commented before she snapped her finger, making the dome of water explode. Just like everyone who had been eliminated, Hecate found herself on the floating platform. She failed to notice that all the first years, with the exceptions of the other pillars, took a step away from her, not wanting to be near her at all costs. With its summoner defeated, the greater earth elemental finally disappeared, leaving only the elder water elemental behind. Illumina unsummoned the giant monster so that the other students would stop feeling anxious. "Thank you, Illumina," Ethan said as she looked at the mermaid princess with gratitude. "You're welcome," Illumina replied before shifting her gaze to Hecate. The mermaid princess playfully stuck out her tongue at the young lady before disappearing completely. "Such a troublesome mermaid," Hecate clicked her tongue. "I'll get you next time." George, who finally regained his composure, cleared his throat and returned to being a commentator. "That's my boy, Ethan," George said with a smug smile on his face. "I taught him everything he knows." It seems that the shameless head prefect had completely forgotten that he had disowned the young man earlier as he began to proceed with the closing remarks. "Thank you to the first years for giving our dud manor a good fight," George stated. "Don't feel down that you lost. Ethan wasn't referred to as the strongest pillar of the previous year for nothing. I hope that this battle will help you understand that there is always someone stronger than you. The wizarding world is vast, and as you grow older, you will meet more people who will touch your lives in more ways than one. I pray that during your stay here in the academy, you will form strong bonds with your classmates, your manor mates, as well as your other schoolmates. Whatever the reason that brought you here to Brynhildr Academy, know that you will not be alone on your journey. We are one big happy family, so make sure to treat everyone with respect and let the flames of magic burn brightly forevermore." George raised his fist as if he was the one who single-handedly fought against all the first years, making the members of Dud Manor avert their gaze, and pretend that they didn't know him. Professor Reinhardt, who found George's antics a good icebreaker, clapped his hands. Soon, the other professors and the students followed suit, signaling the end of one of the most memorable initiation ceremonies in the history of the Academy. "Looks like we have some interesting first years this year," Ethan commented. "You're right about that." Ethan's other half nodded before shifting his gaze at the young lady from the Magdar Kingdom, who definitely left an impression on everyone. Just as Ethan was about to agree with his two supporters, he heard George's shout from the stands of the Colosseum. "The battle is over, Ethan," George shouted. "Just how long do you plan to stay topless? Have some decency, man. You're setting a bad example for our first years." Ethan looked up at the platform to gaze at the first years, before turning around to pull on his robe and finally cover his body. He then summoned a pair of fairy wings to fly towards the stands, where the members of Dud Manor were waiting. Although the initiation ceremony ended in an unexpected manner, he and the rest of his manor mates were looking forward to meeting their newest member, who had shown great prowess during the initiation ceremony. "Just so you girls know, my brother is already married, and he has several fiancés as well," Joanne said as she looked at the girls of the first years who had been charmed by Ethan's looks and abilities. Joanne understood that her brother was a fatal attraction to witches, especially once they saw how powerful he was. Her mother, Catherine, had also asked her to write to her regularly and report anything that was happening in the Academy, especially things that concerned her and her brother. While Ethan's sister was thinking of writing a letter later to tell her mother what happened during the initiation ceremony, Hecate left the floating platform to meet her seniors at Dud Manor. She had traveled far to be in this place, just to meet the young man who was being worshipped by countless people back in the lands of Alastair. "Does everyone have a glass?" George asked as he looked at his manor mates with a smile. "If you don't have one, grab one now." "Yes," Noah and the rest replied. "I'll make this short." George raised his cup with a big smile on his face. "I offer this toast to our newest member. May Dud Manor prosper this year as well. Cheers." A cheers. Everyone drank in honor of their newest member, Hecate von Magdar. George and Noah had snuck into the Academy's kitchen earlier to get some food for the private party in their manor. Originally, they thought that they wouldn't get any new students this year. After all, not many duds dared to apply to magical academies because of the potential discrimination they would face. The duds enrolled at Brynhildr Academy weren't exempted from this rule. If Henry hadn't been a part of Dud Manor and didn't hold the title the Mage Slayer, the other duds would have faced more harsh criticisms. Fortunately, someone like Ethan joined their ranks. So, even if Henry was no longer in the academy, the blue-haired young man's latest performance was enough to shut up all opposition. The members of Dud Manor believed that as long as Ethan was with them, they could hold their heads high without being afraid of being discriminated against in the academy. "I hope you enjoy your stay here in Dud Manor, Hecate," George said. "If Ethan tries to bother you, just tell me. I'll make sure to put him in his place." Everyone laughed at their head prefect's declaration, because this was something that was impossible to happen. For most of them, George's existence was just comedic relief. They didn't really think much of his ability to perform the duties of a head prefect, so they weren't expecting him to do as well as Henry in his term. "Thank you, Sir George," Hecate replied. "I am honored to be here. I also look forward to having a wonderful stay in the academy, so everyone, please take care of me." More cheers erupted as the closely knit group applauded their newest member. Ethan, who was clapping with everyone else, was paying close attention to Hecate, as if trying to look for traces of the princess whom he and Joanne had left in the past. However, no matter how much he looked at her, aside from a few facial similarities, Hecate and Princess Ramona were very different from each other. "Get a grip, Ethan," Ethan thought. "She cannot be her. They only share the same last name and a few facial features." Perhaps, knowing what he was thinking, Sebastian and Ethan's other half sighed inside his sea of consciousness and remained silent. They didn't even feel like teasing the young man at this time. knowing that it would leave a bad aftertaste afterward. "Smile, Ethan." Luna tugged the young man's robe as he gave him a smile. "This is supposed to be a happy celebration. Why do you look sad? Are you perhaps thinking of Princess Ramona?" Ethan had told all of his lovers about his adventure in the past, so all of them were familiar with the princess who had left a deep impression on their lover. "You're right, Luna," Ethan smiled. "This is a happy occasion." The young man then gave his lover a peck on the cheeks, which made George start booing in his direction. "Hecate, remember this. Ethan is already taken," George stated. "He has many lovers, so if you don't want to get heartbroken, you should stay away from him." "Isn't that normal?" Hecate inquired. "Nobles can have multiple wives, can't they?" "But he's not a noble," George commented. "Right, Ethan." "Sir George, did you forget that I've been given the title of honorary knight?" Ethan asked in a teasing tone. "Boo!" George crossed his hands, forming an X. "Although honorary knights and baronets are technically nobles, they are not regarded as such. You need to increase your rank to be considered a true noble." "I guess I'll pass then," Ethan replied. "I'm fine being an honorary knight." Ethan was tempted to tell George that his family owned a castle. But he knew that even if he did tell his head prefect about it, George wouldn't believe his words, so he didn't bother. As the party continued, Hecate found herself surrounded by the members of Dud Manor, including Luna and Lillian. The two happily chatted with her and asked more about her homeland, which was the Magdar Kingdom. Ethan, on the other hand, sat in the corner of the common room and sipped from the glass of champagne that George had snuck out of the kitchen. He was thinking about his sister, Joanne, and was wondering if Schwartz Manor was holding a similar celebration like what they were doing to honor her arrival. Schwartz Manor. Emma was paying close attention to the young lady, who was surrounded by nobles who lived in Schwartz Manor. After seeing her performance in battle earlier, they had confirmed that Joanne was an extremely powerful witch, so they wanted to form close ties with her. Even those who had mocked and treated Ethan like trash in the past said nothing but praises for the handsome young man, hoping that their flattery would pull the talented first year into their inner circle. Even Langston, who hated Ethan very much, was doing his best to act like a proper senior to Joanne, telling her to not hesitate to call him if she ever encountered any trouble in the academy. Joanne graciously accepted everyone's attention and played the role of an arrogant first year who enjoyed being praised by others. What Emma didn't know was that Joanne wasn't acting at all. After being cooped up alone in the castle of Caerwydian, this was her first time being surrounded by so many people, all of whom were flattering her because of her talents. Of course, she also understood that some of these praises were empty flattery, but that didn't change the fact that she was the center of attention, which she enjoyed. Aside from Emma, there were 4 more young ladies from the Meredith clan who also specialized in dark magic. They enrolled in the academy to become part of Joanne's entourage, protecting their young miss from those who wished to harm her. Ethan also gave Emma an order to keep an eye on his sister and to immediately report to him if she found anyone acting suspiciously around his sister in Schwartz Manor. "They're already treating her like a potential partner," Emma thought as she eyed Langston and the other guys who were giving Joanne appraising gazes. Although she was only 12 years old, Joanne was truly a beautiful girl. They were certain that by the time she graduated from the academy, she would have grown into an extremely beautiful and outstanding young lady with assets that could match their noble status. Nearly half of the students in Schwartz Manor were nobles who had come to the academy to look for future partners. Emma could only sigh in her heart. Without a doubt, if any of these rascals made a move on Ethan's sister, the young man would start throwing fists, sending them all flying in every direction. Of course, Ethan's promised one knew that her young miss wasn't a damsel in distress. Hidden behind that cute and adorable facade was a little devil who had charmed an entire kingdom for the sake of her one and only best friend. The party in Dud Manor lasted until nearly midnight before everyone decided to rest for the night. Hecate closed the door in her room as she hummed a happy tune. She didn't expect that she would be given such a warm welcome by her manor mates, making her feel very happy. Currently, the members of Dud Manor, including herself, were only a dozen. There were only 12 people inside the magical manor, which she believed could house around 300 to 400 people. Because of this, the bonds between them were quite strong, making her feel as if she had become part of a small family. The young lady took off her robe, letting it fall on the carpeted floor. She had only drunk a glass of champagne, so although her face was flushed, she was not drunk and was in full control of her senses. Feeling too tired and too lazy to wear her pajamas, she simply slid into bed and gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling above her head. So this is what it's like to be here in Dud Manor, Hecate thought. I was finally able to meet Luna and Lillian. Both of them seem to be very good girls. Well, that is to be expected of his partners. The young lady turned to her right side and took out a small frame from her storage ring. It was a picture of Ethan standing with a mischievous smile on his face, which made Hecate smile as well. "You're such a sinful man, Mr. Tidebringer," Hecate muttered before giving Ethan's picture a kiss. "But it is the Saintess' duty to forgive you, so I will turn a blind eye for now." Hecate then gently returned the picture frame to her storage ring before closing her eyes to sleep. Half a minute later, soft sleeper breaths echoed faintly inside the room as the young lady dreamed of happy dreams, which were now within her reach. Ethan slowly opened his eyes and found himself being embraced by two beautiful ladies who had decided to sleep with him after the two of them had drunk too much champagne during the party. The young man made it a rule that they would not do anything too sensual whenever they were in Dud Manor, so the most they did whenever they were together was sleep. It was a Sunday, and their classes would not start until the next day. Because of this, he decided to allow his lovers to sleep a bit more and didn't move from their embrace. Lilith, who had noticed that her master was already awake, jumped out of Ethan's shadow in her cat form. "Good morning, master," Lilith said through telepathy. "Good morning, Lilith," Ethan replied. He had tried to make the catkin just call him Ethan, but Lilith would often revert to calling him master when there were other people around. Even if these people were her sisters, who loved the same man that she did. "Do you have any plans for today?" Lilith inquired as she sat on Ethan's belly button. "No," Ethan replied. "Do you have any recommendations?" Lilith pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I have a feeling that Lily, Emma, Nicole, and the young miss will visit you today," Lilith answered. "So not making any plans might be the optimum choice." Ethan smiled faintly and asked Lilith to come closer to him. The black cat blinked once before following his master's order. He then playfully gave Lilith's lip a quick peck, making the latter wag her tail left and right. Lilith found out a bit late that her tail had unknowingly hit her sleeping sisters, making them groggily open their eyes. "My head hurts," Lillian groaned. "Is this what you call a hangover?" Luna, who had also woken up, winced as she was hit by a headache. Seeing his two suffering lovers, Ethan took a couple potions out of his storage ring and handed them to the two girls, who didn't hesitate to drink it to relieve the pain they were feeling. A minute later, a sigh of relief escaped Lillian's lips as she looked at her lover gratefully. "Feeling better?" Ethan asked with a knowing smile. "Much better," Lillian replied. "Thank you, Ethan. Just make sure to drink in moderation in the future." I'll keep that in mind." Luna, who had also recovered, also thanked Ethan before giving him a kiss on the cheek and greeted him good morning. Lilith also transformed into her catkin form to join the morning kisses, which lasted a bit longer than they anticipated. After being satisfied, Luna and Lillian left to return to their own rooms to wash up and dress properly. They would then head to the dining hall with Ethan in order to eat something for breakfast. While waiting for them, Ethan took a quick shower and pulled on his casual clothes. When he arrived in the common room, he saw his sister, Joanne, chatting with Hecate. Even from a distance, He could hear that the two of them were talking about the Magdar kingdom. I never thought that there would come a day when I would be able to meet the Saintess' best friend and co-founder of the Order of Tidebringer, Hecate said before bowing respectfully to Joanne. I greet the co-founder. Instead of telling Hecate to not be too formal, Joanne simply nodded her head and accepted her worship. How is the order right now? Joanne asked. Is everything running smoothly? Yes, Lady Joanne, Hecate replied. Everything is well. Good. If there's some trouble, don't hesitate to tell me. After all, I'm the co-founder of the Order of Tidebringer. Gladly, my lady. Originally, Ethan was planning to head back to his room because things might get awkward if he joined the conversation. Unfortunately, he was a second too late. Good morning, brother, Joanne greeted with a smile. Have you eaten breakfast? If not, why don't we have breakfast together? Hecate said that she hasn't eaten yet, so let's all go to the dining hall together. Emma showed it to me before we came here. Ethan glanced at his promised one, who was seated on the couch opposite his sister. The two of them exchanged a knowing glance before nodding their heads at the same time. Why not? Ethan replied. After this, I'll give you and Hecate a tour of the academy. Great, Joanne nodded happily. I want to see everything in this academy, so I won't get lost if I try to explore it. You'll accompany me, right, Hecate? It is my honor to accompany you, Lady Joanne, Hecate bowed respectfully. Stop bowing to me, once is enough, Joanne held Hecate's hands. And besides, from this moment onwards, the two of us are friends. Friends don't need to bow to each other, okay? Hecate smiled and nodded her head in understanding. Yes, being friends is a wonderful thing. I know, right? Joanne genuinely looked happy after telling Hecate that they were now friends. After leaving her best friend in the past, she thought that she would have a hard time making friends after she returned to the present. However, Hecate had this calming presence, which made Joanne feel as if she could trust her. Because of this, she decided to recognize her as her friend because she reminded her of Princess Ramona, who shared the same last name as Hecate. A few minutes later, Luna and Lillian finally came down the stairs. The group of 6 walked towards the dining hall together, only to see a commotion along the way. Lily, who was surrounded by her fans club, had a troubled look on her face. However, when someone noticed Ethan walking in their direction, the entire group glared at him, very clearly treating him as their public enemy number 1. Ethan, who didn't know why a group of students was glaring at him, approached Lily and asked her what was happening. They found out that we're married, Lily whispered. They approached me to confirm if it's true or if it's just a joke. According to Lily, last night, when they were giving the first years in the Jaeger Manor a welcoming party, Heath, who was one of the pillars of the first years, asked Lily for her name. Everyone familiar with her had expected to hear Lily Langley. However, when she said that her name was Lily Gremory, the second years, third years, and fourth years all looked at her in surprise. Of course, one of them immediately noticed the ring on Lily's finger, and when it was pointed out aloud, that was when all hell broke loose. The news of Lily being married to Ethan spread through the fan club network like fire, and before the married couple knew it, they were already the talk of the entire academy. Even now, some of the professors were wondering if they should ask the headmaster to talk to the two newlyweds to not openly show their affection publicly on the academy grounds to avoid conflicts. Is it true? A second year from the Jaeger Manor, who had a big crush on Lily, asked, Are the two of you really married? Yes, Ethan replied and raised his hand to show his ring. We are really married. His reply devastated Lily's fan club. They never expected that their school idol would also fall into Ethan's lecherous hands. You already have Lady Lillian, so why did you still marry Lily? Another second year asked. Can't you be satisfied with having a cute lover like her? Why must you marry Lily as well? It's because we are hopelessly in love with each other, Ethan replied. We've been together since last year, we just hid it from everyone's gazes. Ethan's answer further incensed the teenagers, whose faces were flushed after hearing his answer. Lillian, on the other hand, blushed after being called cute, making Luna, who was standing beside her, sigh in her heart. She and the rest of Ethan's lovers all decided to not wear their rings in the academy, knowing that complications worse than the one happening in front of them would arise once other people noticed that all of them were wearing the same ring. Only Lilith, who was usually in her cat form, was exempt from this decision. Of course, they also wanted to tell everyone that they were all engaged to Ethan, but after careful consideration, they also understood that this may not be a good idea. Lily and Ethan announcing their marriage was already a big deal. If the academy knew that the young man was engaged to 5 other beautiful girls, with some of them having many admirers, it might end in a bloodbath. "Well, there you have it," Lily said as she linked arms with Ethan. "I am now Mrs. Gremory. Sorry if I can no longer be the Lily that you all respect and admire." The teenage boys and a few girls still looked unwilling, but since their idol was already married, what else could they do? They left one by one, but not without glaring at Ethan. "Are you all right?" Ethan asked as he looked at Lily with concern. "I am," Lily replied. "I already know that there would be a backlash. However, since this is what we decided, let's just ride the wave and let it pass. Are you headed to the dining hall to have breakfast? If yes, mind if I eat with you? That will also help confirm the rumors that are spreading in the academy." "I think that is also a good idea," Ethan replied. "The sooner they accept, the faster they will be able to move on." After that interruption, the group once again started to walk toward the dining hall. Joanne and Hecate eyed the young man, thinking that he would have a troubled face because of what happened earlier. However, instead of a troubled expression, he looked very happy as he walked hand in hand with his wife, who was the hottest topic of the academy at the moment. Hecate's eyes softened after seeing the 2 teenagers walk in front of her. A glance was enough to know how much Ethan and Lily loved each other, and this made her feel something warm rise up her chest, putting a sweet smile on her face. When they entered the dining hall, they weren't surprised to see all eyes in their direction. Ethan, who was taking the lead and holding Lily's hand, guided her to the Dud Manor table, prompting everyone to start whispering with each other. Lily sat on Ethan's right side, while Lillian sat on his left. Since everyone already knew that these 2 girls were Ethan's women, they didn't find this arrangement surprising. Luna sat opposite Ethan, with Hecate and Joanne seated side by side. Although Joanne belonged to the Schwartz Manor, no one minded if she sat at the Dud Manor's table, knowing that she was Ethan's sister. Also, since they wanted to get close to her, they wouldn't do anything to offend her. Not paying attention to the other tables, Ethan and the rest ate happily. Since the Dud Manor table only had a few people, the atmosphere was lively compared to the rest, who were giving the newlyweds sidelong glances now and then. The professors, especially Professor Barrett and Professor Reinhardt, didn't mind that the 2 had married each other. While both of them were young, they understood that Ethan and Lily had withstood many challenges when they were sent back to the past, and even after their return to the academy. Of course, they couldn't openly give them support because they do not promote marriage at such an early age in the academy. If possible, they wanted their students to graduate first before even thinking about marrying each other. "If things really get bad, I'll ask the headmaster to make an exception to transfer you to Dud Manor," Ethan whispered in Lily's ear. "I'd love that, but there is no need to do it," Lily replied. "This will pass, and nothing anyone says will make me regret marrying you." Ethan, who was finding his wife incredibly cute at that moment, did his best to hold back the strong urge to kiss her in front of everyone. Even though he didn't mind doing it, he had to think of her reputation, as well as the violent reactions that might follow as a consequence of his actions. "The classes still haven't started, and we already have this headache on our hands," Professor Barrett said to the headmaster through telepathy. "It is best that we talk to Ethan later." Professor Reinhardt nodded. "Right. At least, we should set some rules so that their relationship will not affect the other students. The last thing we want to happen is to have a wedding boom all of a sudden." The 2 professors smiled bitterly at each other, because that would indeed become a problem. Although marriages between students at a young age weren't uncommon in the academy, Ethan and Lily were both extremely popular in the academy. Their marriage might make other couples think that marrying each other, while they were students, wasn't such a bad idea. If Ethan knew that the two professors who supported him the most in the academy were having a headache because of this matter, he would definitely feel guilty about it. But since he wasn't aware, he enjoyed his meal with his wife under the sidelong glances of everyone in Brynhilder Academy. Ethan and Lily stood side by side in the headmaster's office as they looked at Professor Reinhardt with guilty expressions on their faces. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the two of you for getting married, Professor Reinhardt said. There's no need to feel anxious. Why don't the two of you take a seat first? Ethan and Lily nodded and obeyed the headmaster's words. Now, as you may already know, I don't really have problems with your marriage, Professor Reinhardt said. That said, not everyone shares my opinion. While both of you are already considered young adults, many will think that the two of you are still too young to marry. Not to mention that the both of you are role model students. We don't want other students imitating the two of you. Also, I hope that the two of you aren't planning to have kids while you're still in the academy. Having children is a big responsibility, and I believe that Lily is too young to be a mother. Don't worry, Professor, Lily replied. I am making sure to drink contraceptive potions. Neither of us plans on having children anytime soon. Professor Reinhardt nodded. Good. I'm sure that both of you are aware that the threat of the Fomorians and the Milesians is upon us. Now is really not the best time to sire children. Ethan and Lily both nodded their heads because they were well aware of this matter. Also, I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't openly show your affection to each other in public, especially in front of the students, Professor Reinhardt said. Behind closed doors is fine. I know that this might be an inconvenience to you, but this is the only solution I can think of to handle this matter in the short term. The rumors and gossip will last for a few weeks, and it will continue to linger if there are more people fanning the flames. However, once the sparks die out, they will fade away and be extinguished. Once everyone accepts your relationship, I'm sure that there will come a time when you can openly show your affection in public without disrupting the peace of the academy. Do both of you understand what I'm trying to say? Yes, Professor. Good, Professor Reinhardt nodded. Once again, congratulations on your marriage. I pray that both of you will have a happy life together. Thank you, Professor, Ethan replied. Thank you for your understanding, Professor, Lily smiled. After chatting for a bit longer, the two teenagers left the headmaster's office, still walking hand in hand. Holding hands is fine according to Professor Reinhardt, Ethan said, since most couples in the academy do it. Just make sure that you don't seduce any more ladies during this school term, Lily replied with a smile. I don't want to hear students saying that another maiden had fallen into your lecherous hands. Ethan didn't know how to respond to this, so he only smiled bitterly. He truly had no such intention. We are supposed to give Joanne and Hecate a tour of the academy, Ethan commented. Would you like to come with us? I'll pass for now, Lily replied. We are quite a hot topic at the moment, so let's not put more wood into the fire, shall we? Ethan glanced at the narrow and empty hallway before giving Lily a quick peck on her cheek. This made the smile on her face widen, and she reciprocated Ethan's kiss as well. After that short exchange, the two then parted ways. Lily returned to Jaeger Manor, and Ethan returned to Dud Manor, where Joanne and Hecate were waiting for his return. But when he arrived at Dud Manor, he noticed that there were 4 witches standing in front of the door, seemingly troubled about what to do. Ethan recognized them as the 4 witches from the Meredith clan, who also specialized in using black magic. They were Joanne's guardians, while she was in the academy. The 4 of you can come in, Ethan said. I will talk to our head prefect later to give you permission to accompany Joanne whenever she comes to visit us. Thank you, Sir Ethan. The 4 witches bowed, but Ethan hurriedly told them to not treat him like their young master while they were in the academy. The names of the 4 witches were Themis, Eunomia, Dyke, and Irene. The 4 of them were quadruplets, which was extremely rare for the Meredith clan. In order to make sure that their family and friends would be able to tell them apart, they made it a point to have different hairstyles. The quadruplets were very pretty girls, and there were already a few guys from Schwartz Manor who seemed to be interested in them. When Ethan entered the common room with the 4 ladies accompanying him, George immediately accused him of cheating on Lily, which made everyone chuckle. Due to my family's circumstances, these girls are here to serve as my sister's guardians, Ethan replied. I hope that everyone can give them permission to enter Dud Manor whenever my sister is here. No problem, George replied in a heartbeat. If these were guys, I would have kicked them right away without question. But since they are pretty flowers, it will make the atmosphere of our manor more lively. Since the members of Dud Manor only numbered 12 people, the common room felt a bit lonely with only 1 or 2 people around. This was why they didn't mind having Joanne and the quadruplets over as regular visitors. Brother, are we going to take a tour of the academy now? Joanne asked. We can take a tour now, Ethan replied. I'll make sure to take all of you to the famous attractions of the academy. Joanne smiled before grabbing hold of Hecate's hand. Let's go. Hecate replied as she allowed Joanne to drag her outside of the manor. Ethan couldn't help but smile after seeing that his sister had regained her cheerful attitude after making Hecate her friend. The young man hoped that this friendship would help Joanne heal from the pain of separating from her first-ever best friend. From what he could tell, Hecate seemed to be happy having Joanne around her, lessening the worries in his heart. I'll ask her later if she has more information about Ramona, Ethan thought as he followed his sister and her new friend. Since her family name is Magdar, she should know more about what happened to the royal family, right? Ethan could only hope that the young lady would be able to shed some light on what happened to the princess of the Magdar kingdom, who suddenly disappeared after stepping down from her position of saintess and was never seen or heard from again. You seem very happy today, young miss. Do I look happy? Yes, you've been humming a tune since earlier. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and saw that there was indeed a faint smile on my face. I had just finished taking a bath, and Themis had come to my room to help me prepare for the day. She was one of the quadruplets that the Meredith clan had sent to accompany me to Brynhildr Academy as one of my handmaidens. A week had passed since the initiation ceremony happened, and I am now somewhat used to my new life in Brynhildr Academy. My classmates had been treating me well, and my manor mates were all good people. Well, maybe not all of them. However, aside from a few rotten tomatoes, I was surprised to find myself enjoying my stay in the academy. This was the first time that I had been around many people who weren't part of the Protector clans on a daily basis. Back in the Magdar Kingdom, the only person who was always by my side was Ramona. Although I missed her dearly and still thought of her from time to time, I knew that I should face the present and move forward. I thought that it was going to be hard, because I didn't think that I would be able to find another best friend like her. However, I met someone who bore the same family name as her. Her name was Hecate von Magdar. Although she shared some facial similarities with Ramona, I knew for a fact that the two of them were very different from each other. Some people found Hecate charming and beautiful, which I also agree with. However, I see her as more of a tomboyish and outgoing girl. Both of us shared the same classes, so we were almost always together even after classes had ended. Today was a Saturday, so there were no classes. However, Hecate and I were going on a picnic with my brother and his lovers beside the lake located at the back of the academy. That was also the place where the water fairies lived. All of them were good girls, and they obeyed my brother's order without question. Joanne, you're squishing me. Sorry, Colt, I was daydreaming. I looked at my new friend, a blue, fluffy flying squirrel who went by the name Colt. For some reason, he decided to accompany me, and truth be told, I am more than happy to have him with me. In the end, the two of us formed a temporary familiar contract, with him being my familiar. According to my brother, Colt was a pacifist. However, when he gets angry, he could be a very terrifying opponent because he was much stronger than a dragon. I believe my brother, but no matter how much I looked at Colt, I couldn't imagine him fighting against a dragon, which could obliterate an entire village on its own. "Your hair is done, young miss," Themis said with a smile. "Thank you, Themis," I replied and nodded my head in satisfaction. Today, I decided to try a different hairstyle and asked Themis to arrange my hair into a ponytail. After putting on a blue dress, I left my room and chatted with a few people I came across before leaving Schwartz Manor. Emma, who was also acting as my guardian, followed behind me. I often wondered why she dressed in a manner that made her look glum and plain in front of everyone. Sometimes, I couldn't help but imagine how the teenage boys in Schwartz Manor would react if they saw Emma's true appearance. I'm sure that she would be extremely popular with all of them and would have many suitors. When I asked her why she didn't like to make herself look presentable in the academy, she answered that only my brother had the right to see her true appearance. After hearing her answer, I thought that she had done the right thing, hiding her true beauty from the rest. I wonder if all promised ones were like that. Would I also have a promised one in the future? When I asked Emma this question, she said that no one in Kerwaidian would dare to have such an honor. She added that even if my father didn't kill them, my grandfather definitely would. I laughed when I heard her say that, thinking that she had just been joking. I mean, my father and grandfather wouldn't really kill someone just because they wanted to become my promised one, right? If my brother had one, why couldn't I have one as well? While thinking these thoughts, I finally arrived at Dud Manor. "Good morning, Joanne," Hecate greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Hecate," I replied. "Sorry I am a bit late." "You're not late," she said as she gave me a hug. "You're just in time." My second best friend dragged me to the couch, where we sat together. "Sir Ethan is still preparing sandwiches in the kitchen with Luna and Lillian," Hecate replied. "I tried to help, but they said that I should just relax and wait for you to arrive." Seeing the slight pout on Hecate's face, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Seeing her pout reminded me of Ramona. Sometimes, I wish Hecate was her. But I know that she isn't.